moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Splyce have a window of opportunity where they can make an investment pay off.
Flash economics.
Oh yes, I'm going to try and make this a thing.
Okay.
It's a thing that Deficio started talking about a few weeks back, and how the saving and spending of flashes can win or lose you profits in game, and that's what I want to see.
Okay, if Deficio is talking about it, that means everybody else is going to be talking about it soon.
Correct.
So you can
I'm
just
getting on the bandwagon early, joining, see what I mean? Flash economics, right? Trashy's got his ultimate up. Alphari spent that investment. And here comes Trashy, gonna jump over the wall. The flail goes out. Baby cage put down, as does the Cataclysm, and first blood secured by Splyce. They want to be able to control maybe a 1-4 and let Wonder push. He's got that TMI completed, Triforce as well. Let's take a quick look in the river. Ignar's been caught out, Subjugate and Fate's Call is thrown down. Glacial Prison on the back end. Mickey goes down, Misfits are now on the board. Runaways, exactly what Splyce do not want! The power of evil Shockwave catches 3. It's a double kill for PoE. Trashy's running for his life, tries to escape. Arctic Assault buys some time, and Misfits right back in it. That's a triple for power.
Baron spawns, and the 2 Cloud Drakes will help them. They'll be able to move around, get vision control, maybe even go for 2 versus 1 in the top side, but Mickey is here. This could be the mistake the Misfits can't afford to make.
Alphari's in the base, starts to teleport down, but look at the damage already. Senkux is out, Unleashed Power comes down, but it simply will not be enough. Alphari's got the slam dunk available to him, doesn't even need it yet. Oh, Power of Evil's on a rampage. That's his 4th kill of the game. Splyce lose 2, and they're caught napping.
Yeah, it was Cobby that got caught topside, then Senkux gets caught in the fight. Wonder dies, now they want to get Cobby again.
Man, the Flash Cataclysm comes down. Cobby's taken out by Power of Evil. 5th kill of the game. 29 minutes in. Misfits actually won the game in 7 minutes. All it took was punishing 1 team fight, and Misfits crushed Splyce in game 1. Yeah, manages to stay slightly ahead. Mickey, I think, was still in the jungle. giving a touch of solo XP to
Mickey's only level 1 here on the engage.
All right, the entrance comes in. They caught it. Interrupts the rocket jump. Kobe forced to heal and flash. Hunt Summer's not done. Rent stacks available. Not going to be enough for the kill.
Over 4 times the CS lead currently. Now, there is a big wave stacked in front of Kobe. He will be able to regroup a lot of that. But look, if he stays under this tower, he's going to get threatened.
There's a tower dive available. Rocket jump not going to be enough. Kobe is available for first blood. Ooh. Hunt Summer. There's early exchange in the bottom lane, but here comes Trashy. He's available if anything were to break out.
And Splice have done a good job of trying to push the lane back up to try and deny any wards coming through, so Trashy can try and get into the bottom lane, Q into Flash maybe.
Wow, Winter's Bite comes out, great knockup from the entrance, dash away, and that's going to be an easy kill for Trashy. So much CC from the Freljord combination. And by the way, that whole trade with Wonder into Alfari, that was just absolutely gorgeous. I might not get a chance to talk about it because that's a rocket forward. Stand behind me, Kobe yells. He gets out of the way of the entrance. Flash comes
Even
down.
got him.
Facial fissure as well. The bomb on Hunt Summer. Not enough to kill him, and he escapes with his life.
Kobe used the buster shot to try and just get that execute damage to go through. Look, Mickey's actually trying to chase him.
Mickey's going to be able to get the Flash. I keep saying it. Flash economics is a thing. Mickey uses it for the investment. And a Winter's Bite for first blood. Entrance comes out from Ignor, and Mickey's busy tanking up the tower. Kobe, rocket jumps forward, gets the stun. Ignor's running away with the quickness. No flash available to him. Less than 100 hit points. One more shot will do it. 2 more shots will do it. Kobe,
he survived!
I thought he had it. I really thought he had it. They lost their tower. They're now even on CS, and it seems like they are getting dominated. Typical, as I say that, Mickey's now the target of some pressure here from Misfits, and they will take him down. The caster curse is real. Sanguine Pool, Sapling Toss, runs over, and...
he survived!
Oh my word!
Trashy intercepts the kitten on the way past, and outside of that, needs a few more items in order to really be that frontline threat. Hang on, here we go, Misfits. This is the fight they've been looking for, potentially.
It is indeed. Misfits are going to pick up their second kill of the game. Power of Evil takes down Mickey.
Senkux.
Onto Senkux. Senkux unleashed his power earlier. Buster shot buys some time. The great stun from Senkux, rather. Not going to be enough to stop Power of Evil, as Power of Evil makes it a double.
Power of Evil's looking to flank, though. Hang on, this could be the fight here. Flash is used.
Ghost once Power of Evil.
Oh, the knockup!
With initiation. Cataclysm's fantastic. Kobe actually jumps into the pit. Now there's an exhaust on Power of Evil. The transfusion's trying to save his life. Finally goes into the Sanguine Pool. It's a double kill for Misfits. They're not done yet. Splice are getting wrecked. Wonder's about to go Mega Nars. Kobe finally gets one back in reply for Splice. Out to the back end. Wonder at least gets one down. He's gnarred out, trying to take down Ignor as best he can. 3 members of Splice for 1, 2 of the Misfits. Look at that flash engage. That was nice and cheeky from Alfari, and Hunt Summer shuts down the 4th for Misfits.
Draft what Misfits have and put an Orianna in the middle lane, and it is so difficult to lose team fights. You just commit to it, and Misfits right now, they want to go again. Look, just watch it.
Well, let's see whether or not Mickey can escape with his life. The Cataclysm and Hunt Summer dunk him down. The kittens are purring, and Misfits are happy. Mickey's already taken down the back end. Wonder's done a lot to shut down Ignor.
Hang on.
Next down. We need to keep our eyes on Kobe. Kobe forced to flash defensively. This is getting messy. Wonder
Ooh, that nah.
Kobe gets another. Wonder's running for his life. Rocket jump forward, looking for the reset.
He's got this.
Kobe's got another. Red buff is up. The shutdown secured. Power of Evil. Sanguine pulls out. Kobe needs to chase him down. Doesn't have the range, and Power of Evil escapes. All right, the entrance comes up from Ignor. Nobody knocked up yet. Talisman of Ascension available if Ignor decides to use the quickness and run in. Mega Knot charging.
He's going in.
And available. The quickness comes in. Good charm onto Wonder. Kobe remains untouched for the free hit. Nature's Glass comes down. That's a good stun onto Power of Evil. Slows him down. Senkux and Kobe backing away with their lives. The stun's out. Kobe gets the first onto Alfari. Wonder hops over the wall. Kobe's still got that red buff, but there's a very big Maxwell to deal with. Power of Evil still at half hit points. Maxwell continues to lay on the front line. Now all of a sudden Splice are pushing Misfits back.
Oh, wait for Maxwell's W. Wow, that was a lot of damage actually done. Here comes Wonder into the fight.
The teleport comes in from Wonder. Kobe interrupted on the rocket jump. Gets the kill. Gets the reset. Jumps forward. Gets Ignor. It's Mickey with the kill. Now all of a sudden Splice have a chance to take back the lead.
3 of them already on Misfits, but look, with the last couple of seconds of that Baron buff from the Runic Affinity, on Trashy. They're going to push in, try and get another inhibitor. Hang on, here come Misfits.
All right, the engage comes out. Senkax and Kobe tagged up by the Hemo Plague. Mickey's trying to block as much as he can. Puts the Glacial Fissure down. Gnar is about to pop here from Wonder. He's got the ultimate available to him as he hops out to escape. Very good stun from Senkax. Glacial Prism buys some time. Kobe's caught by the quickness, but he instantly is forced to run away.
Oh, that knocker!
From Alfari. Kobe's the target. Stays alive. Hops out. Keeps alive. Hansama has got a triple, and he's looking for more.
Splice are trying to desperately save anything they can. Remember, Tristana has good pushing potential. Misfits are going to try and end it. Tristana and Syndra could kill Alfari quite easily. They're going to try and race this down.
Kobe and Senkax take down the Nexus turret. Alfari's left to defend, but he's got no Cataclysm.
Can they get
there? The target. Buster shot comes out. Kobe's caught up. Senkax gets the stun.
They got to get Senkax.
He's got two afterwards. Senkax and going to game 3. Big success indeed. No flash available. Maxwell needs to repeat the gank. Instead, he's going to go down bottom. Mickey gets head-butted away. Stand behind me, not available. Gets silenced as well. Easy first blood for Misfits.
Trashy and Senkax are here. This is the reverse of what just happened. No flash for Alfari.
Alfari's about
nearly
to
Mega Gnar
out, though. A lot of damage comes out. He hops over the wall and Wonder very easily secures that. The fact that Kobe and Mickey were forced away from the lane means that it's easily secured by Misfits. Trashy, no prison yet. Good shockwave catches out Power of Evil. He's got no flash available to him. Permafrost comes down and Senkax and Trashy combo for an easy kill. So Kobe and Mickey do not want this fight. Hansama gets 1, 2, 3, 4 Ren stacks lined up into Kobe and pops the E. Ignal's got an Ignite available. Fancies the tower dive. Kobe's going low.
Trashy's on the way.
Stun. That's another for Hansama. Tower aggro's on the cannon minion. Hansama runs for his life. Glacial Prison comes down. There's Ignal. Uses the Fate's Call to buy some time. Hansama stayed alive. He's turned this around. There's not enough damage. Hansama and Ignal win the 2v3. Inventory in the bottom of the screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All of them. I will carry on with that in a moment or two. Hextech Ultimatum comes down. Alfari is locked inside. Precision Protocol comes down. Phage and Sheen doing wonders for Wonder. Very good flash comes out. Now Trashy's all of a sudden looking for Max Law. Feral Scream into the Rupturous sidestep. Very good seismic shove. A lot of damage on a Trashy. He's forced to run for his life. Wonder gets a passive shield onto Power of Evil, and Senkai's Shockwave still available to him. If a Power of Evil steps forward, that's another kill, but Splice get 2 and get out. I made a joke during Picks and Bans and said that Splice will be given at least 23 minutes to scale up. Mickey interrupts the Diglett dig. The Power of Evil's trying to throw down. Glacial Prison comes out. He's instantly killed. Don't have any clue what PoE thought he was going to do with no flash there. Yeah. Glacial Prism this time misses, because of course I was...
Now they're trapped in.
A little while ago, the Weaver's Wall's locked down. No teleports used yet, guys. Glacial Fissure comes down. Finally, Alfari starts to channel a TP. Wonder can do the same. Will complete it in the middle of the rift. Hextech Ultimatum's available, and the fight breaks out. Wonder is on a killing spree. He takes down Alfari. Hook shots over the wall for 2. The Shockwave misses. Senkax, that was terrible. Doesn't matter, though, because Wonder and Kobe are running amok. And Splice get 4. All right, no feast.
They got rend, but now you want to take a fight against Splice. They know Wonder's no teleport.
Kobe and Mickey are off on the sidelines. Kobe's been kicked out. That's a good gnaw from Alfari, and Senkax is the target. Where's the Shockwave? Senkax stays alive. As it stands, Power of Evil's down. Maxlaw follows after. Senkax is not going to be able to save Trashy's life. A very good headbutt from Ignal buys some time. But the distance from Wonder is just too great. 4 members of Misfits die. They are the ones that make the risky Baron call. And it ends up coming back to hurt them. Kobe gets his first kill. Go to game 2. If Trashy hadn't locked up Power of Evil's Vlad with the prison, maybe Kobe dies, right? So does Trashy deserve it or not? Those are the questions that I am wrought with frustration with right now. The Glacial Fissure comes down from Mickey, and very easy fight here for Splice. Very good nod from Alfari. It gets the wallop and a crunch. Shockwave pulls back too. Splice not done yet. Everybody gets a kill. Wonder's able to walk out of everything. No damage lands. Senkax flashes over the wall. It's a clean ace for Splice. Kobe and Mickey now.
This is a good engage.
Misfits may be able to get some kills here. Kobe is silenced. No flash available. Gets caught by the Raptor as well. Here comes Wonder. Whether or not you are voting for Kobe, let's see whether or not He's the main carry. Alfari gets chunked down. Senkux gets himself yet another. This is just an easy stomp for Splice. Shockwave to finish it in style. Taking down both of the Nexus turrets, and in one of the most dominant game threes, Splice take down Misfits to close out the cross-group lane.
Hey everyone, and welcome to Flashback. Week 7 of the EULCS saw us move to patch 7.14 with our newest champion Kayn enabled, and things got a little crazy. Roccat lived up to their reputation as Kingslayers when they beat the Unicorns of Love at their own teamfighting game with a disgusting Galio, Callista, and Thresh Wombo Engage combo. For Game 2, Pridestalker locked in the newest champion in the league, Kayn the Shadow Reaper. But there was a different star of the mayhem, and his name was Samuel Samux Fernandez Fort. Samux carried hard on Callista and made dancing around the Roccat roster look easy.
The kiting is superb!
Even when Rast, the Darkened Scythe, finally arrived on the Rift, it wasn't enough to save their souls from the Unicorns. Until Game 3, when the Unicorns tried to bait Roccat into their death bush, and the Cats pounced back and managed to clean up. G2 and H2K looked evenly matched, until an unexpected 3-man flag and drag knocked up H2K and bagged G2 the win.
That's the start of the fight that they wanted! Bounce, bounce, bounce!
H2K adapted well, and Jankos ruptured G2's hopes at having an easy ride with his disruptive plays on Cho'Gath. But G2 found their footing in the final game and looked ready to reclaim their crown. The Mysterious Monkey showed promise when they caught out Power of Evil, but Ignar on Rakan swooped into the rescue, and the rest of the Misfits helped wipe out this bottom-of-the-table team. And meanwhile, Splice were playing with their food as they chomped down on the ninjas in pajamas.
Goodbye, my son!
The series between Vitality and G2 was all about that draft. Here's how Vitality took the first game. Step 1, draft tanks. Step 2, draft Ashe. Step 3, question mark? Step 4, profit. But after Game 1, G2 put together a way stronger teamfighting composition and successfully reverse swept the series. There's no doubt that the highlight match of the weekend was Fnatic versus Unicorns of Love. It kicked off in typical Fnatic fashion, with Rekkles picking up a double kill for First Blood. But seconds later, Exile got revenge when he 1v1 Caps. This back and forth set the tone for the entire game, and it ended up having the most unexpected ending of the entire weekend.
Are you not entertained? Unicorns break Fnatic's win streak!
Fnatic were furious after that, so they showed UL no mercy. They ended up crushing them in Game 2 with a disgusting 19-1 scoreline. Summoned by the chants of the Love Hurts crew, Exile reclaimed some of UL's dignity with another clean outplay onto Caps. But this only ended up encouraging Caps to try even harder, so hopefully Rekkles Senpai would notice him when they secured the ticket to playoffs. In the final series of the weekend, Splice managed to pick up First Blood, but that ended up being the only kill that they would get. The Misfits shut them out, and they ended the game after 2 clean teamfights. It looked like the Misfits were about to end the series 2-0, but Kobe and Senkux had other plans.
Kobe's caught up! Senkux gets the stun! Kobe gets a shot! Needs a few extra ones! Senkux takes it down! And going to Game 3!
The unexpected win put the wind back into Splice's sails, and they crushed the Misfits for dominating Game 3. And that concludes Week 7, and the final week of cross-group play. Both groups have come away with 12 series wins each, showing that the groups may be even closer than we thought. Find out who will secure their playoff tickets next when EULCS returns on Thursday, July 27th. Don't miss it.
more back and forth, they say. No more mid-game fights. We are going to close it out. Mysterious Monkeys move in. They take down Rocket. Vitality are on G2's Nexus. Mysterious Monkeys, they're running through this team. Triple kill for Steelback. Nuke Duck over the wall. A full channel culling. And Vitality flip that switch. Gonna have to flash away, avoiding that command attack. He's caught him at the end on the root, and he's taken down by Steelback, evaporated in the blink of an eye. The backside, a lot of damage onto Yuki. Foxy leaves it again! Not gonna get anybody though. Yuki, nice sidestep, dodging what he can. Yuki still alive. Nice movement coming in for the Mysterious Monkeys. The kill of this fight. Kabushark coming up with one onto Shook as well. Vitality turning these tables, and now Nagne by himself. That's a double kill for Nuke Duck.
It's getting interesting because Vitality now dropped that match. Mysterious Monkeys are hot on their heels.
As an underdog, you can have to throw in a couple of curveballs.
Welcome to week 8 of the summer split. Mysterious Monkeys and Vitality are in for a close fight for 4th place, and today they face off in that crucial matchup for both teams. We are live from Berlin, Germany, as you can see, as well as everyone in the audience clapping their hands and shouting their lungs out for the teams taking to the stage today. Kikis and Dreams, chillin', Amazing is a bit cold, or he's dropping some mad beats and gonna rap for us.
Probably the last one.
Probably the last one, and then the Norwegian god in the mid lane is Nuke Duck. Hello everyone, I'm Aoife Shook, supporter, joined here by Martin the Fish. I know you're excited. You saw Nuke Duck, you were like, oh.
I mean, it's hard to control myself. I thought you were going to say maybe Danish god. Now you dropped the Norwegian one for him. I feel like that would only be fair.
Yeah.
But it's okay if you save it for some of the other players. I am not mad. Or
not
jealous.
only the love for the Danish players. Martin the Fish loves everyone.
Especially the Danish players.
Especially the Danish players. Well, let's take a look at, with only 3 weeks left of the summer split, at how the teams have performed so far. Top of the standings, very excited for, and it seems to be quite cemented that these are the top teams. But in the bottom, some teams have picked up a lot of wins in the cross-group play, so there is a bit of resurgence.
Yeah, exactly. Like, we were kind of jumping on the Vitality Mysterious Monkeys hype train because they were beating Rocket and NIP on the other side. Sadly for those teams, Splice did beat Misfits as well in the very last game of this cross-group play. So now Splice are pretty far ahead, and it's not very realistic these guys are going to make playoffs, but the fact they can play each other, that's something at least.
Well, mathematically it's possible, but I feel like we're also mentally already thinking of playoff teams and then safe, aka going to the promotion relegation.
Basically, you got to win every game right now if you're Monkeys or Vitality, if you want to make it, and you need someone else to lose as well above you. So it is tough, but I mean, the hope is there. I guess the dream is there, and you can go for it.
The dream is always there. And the tanks are also always there. They have definitely left their mark on the EU LCS in the new meta, and Stress is here to take a deeper dive into the changes.
Thank you, Shugs. With the recent meta change towards tanks that you're alluding to, I want to explain what caused the tank meta, why it's so strong, and then touch on a few ways we might see teams deal with tanks. First of all, why are we in a world of tanks? Well, there are 3 key reasons that the tank meta has emerged, and the first of which is that tank and engage items like Righteous Glory received buffs that either strengthened or streamlined their build path for tanks and supports. Having a mix of Righteous Glories and Talisman of Ascension allows really easy engages with a team of tanks. Second reason is the mid-season tank changes to a lot of the meta tanks, as well as buffs to Cho'Gath, exacerbate those item changes even further, creating some pretty unstoppable combinations. Finally, a little bit of a nuanced reason, the lethality buffs are actually making teams reluctant to draft squishier compositions. Lethality users like Jhin and Jace can very easily handle lower resistance threats. But why is the tank meta difficult to deal with in-game? Simply put, it's near impossible to avoid team fighting, and then even harder to successfully fight versus picks like Maokai. Let's look at a game 1 between Misfits and Splice. I want to show you how oppressive the crowd control for Misfits team fighting is. We're starting the replay paused, and I'm highlighting the area that Maokai's ultimate that's going to turn the entire team fight around is. You can see just how much of a zone it covers. Now, when we continue on this replay, you see that this is the setup for some beautiful crowd control stacking out of the rest of the Misfits lineup. Fantastic Cataclysm Shockwave combination, once Maxlor turns around the fight with his ultimate, is enough to force Splice into a fight they weren't prepared to take. The second reason a tank-heavy meta is so strong is the ability to punish enemy mistakes. In this example, Vitality, they punished G2's attempt to 1-3-1 against tanks. Again, we're starting paused. You can see Expect all the way up in the top, and Perks has just shown in the bottom lane. The mistake G2 make is Sven is about to step up to the mid tower to clear the wave behind Vitality, but Joko comes through a path unwarded in the middle lane and engages on the Varus. It gives the rest of Vitality a chance to eliminate Sven before the rest of G2 can react. It's a swift answer to a momentary mistake from G2, but engaging like that in the mid lane is going to happen time and time again for as long as the tanks reign supreme. The important next step is to look at what teams might do to challenge a tank meta. One option already being played in Korea's LCK and a little bit here in Europe is to use these tank-busting champions like Trundle and Kog'Maw. The meta turning point here in Europe is when our teams are actually better utilizing these tank busters. But one pick that I would personally like to see more in the meta is Azir. Now, next patch, he's getting some late-game damage buffs, and I think that might just be enough to bring back the Emperor of the Sands. Another option already being attempted is strong early-game junglers. You look at the likes of Kha'Zix, Elise, and Rek'Sai, they can actually snowball laners before tanks come online. Only problem with some of these, especially Elise, banned out very, very frequently. Lastly, the final option, if you can't avoid the fights, deny them using these disengaged champions. You can see Janna, Morgana, Gragas, very good at pushing back and denying the onslaught of engaging tanks. I'm looking forward to seeing how the meta develops this week. For more on our games today, let's head back to Shox and Deficio.
Thank you for that breakdown, Stress. Where do you fall on the scale of spectrum of tank meta lovers and the influence it has on the game?
So last week, I was a little bit negative regarding it because I'm like, man, everyone's going to pick the same and they're just going to run at each other 5v5 all game long. But now I like it a bit more, especially because I feel like there is room for a lot of different counter options, at least to try them. Stress just highlighted some of them. You know, I especially like the disengaged supports like Janna to come in. I want Kane as well to show up more. He's really good against tanks in the late game. So I feel like there is room to play around it. And also, as a European fan, like the fact that these tank comps are a little bit easier to play.
Forgiving.
They're very forgiving. So some of our weaker teams who maybe don't have the greatest macro in the world can actually play them and get some success. And that does make it a little bit more exciting when you have these matchups between bottom and top teams.
Yeah, thank you, Meta. So let's see what the teams pull out this week. Let's take a look at the schedule. Very interesting week back out of cross-group play. So back in our Groups A and Group B today. Some interesting matchups, but I'm hyped for tomorrow as well. Splyce, H2K, Misfits, Fnatic.
We're all hyped for the top teams right there. I think I'm going to look at some of the opposites games here. Mysterious Monkeys, Vitality. I'm pretty excited for that one because if Monkeys do win, they can actually tie Vitality and maybe even take that fourth safe place in the group. But also NIP Rocket. While technically I shouldn't be hyped for that at all because NIP is barely playing for anything, it's fun to watch the two bottom teams go at each other because it is like the one chance for NIP maybe to pick up a series win, and that is a little bit exciting at least.
Yeah, as said, we'll see some of the bottom teams in action. First up, Mysterious Monkeys in Group B. A much closer fight since has picked up some wins in cross-group play, and tonight they have a chance to put the pressure on Vitality with a win. Both teams actually picking up some wins in that cross-group play. Why do you think it is that they had an easier time playing those teams?
I mean, obviously NIP is the weakest team in the league, so they could beat them first of all, and I think Rocket also has been underperforming against some of the bottom teams in EU LCS, which is also why Vitality and Mysterious Monkeys could beat them. And so they basically stole some wins from the other side. Now they just play each other, so you got to see if those wins are enough to actually take one of the teams away from the promotion tournament spot.
Well, we're almost ready to get into game. Tell me one player on each side that you're looking forward to seeing on the Rift today.
Easy one on Vitality is Nukeduck.
Yep.
He plays against Koski, who's the weakest mid laner in Europe. So I think Nukeduck can really abuse that and actually will be like a massive carry in this game for Vitality. Obviously, at the same time, you have to talk about Caboshot and Joko as a combination because they will play against Kickers and Amazing. And everyone likes to camp top lane between these two teams, and that should be fun to watch. There is, though, a
Tell me someone unexpected, yeah.
Unexpected, Dreams.
Dreams.
On the side of Mysterious Monkeys. Not a fan of last week's performance. I think he underperformed in lane with Yuki. I think he can actually do much better today against Vitality's bottom lane. And I do like him on these engaged supports where he can make plays. So I really want to see him show up for the Monkeys here to win.
All right, we'll see if that comes out and which support picks they have. Maybe some of those famous counters that we've been talking about. Mysterious Monkeys, they need a win to catch up with Vitality. Let's send it over to our casters for game one.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Hello, all you esports fans everywhere. I'm Devin, Pyrotechnics Young, of course, joined by Andrew Vetieste. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing wonderful. How are you, my friend?
Excellent. Well, I'm ready to get into some League of Legends Week 8. We are back in the group, so let's check out with our starting lineups. On the blue side for game number 1, it will be the very mysterious Monkeys. And of course, we talked about Dreams on the desk. I'm actually still looking at Kikis because I feel like he's still kind of the X factor for this team.
Yeah, I mean, he could very well be. I want him to play more tanks. I want him to play more engages. I think that from the side of Mysterious Monkeys, they just need to work better as a team. I'm looking forward to seeing how well they do up against Vitality.
Oh, well, that's always going to be a tough ask because Vitality on the red side, they have the man in the mid lane. Nuke Duck has been instrumental to Vitality's success thus far, but the team has definitely set him up for that success.
They certainly have. It does feel like that their main focus is to play around him. And again, with the current meta, we can't very much do that. Give him a control mage where he can do a lot of damage. Things like Ori, Syndra still very strong, and they facilitate these engage-style tanks extremely well. So I think that I'm expecting a lot of interesting focus around the middle lane. I think Kozku had a better week last week compared to what he's had. He's been slowly on the upwards trend, and Nuke, he's been one of the best performing mid laners here in Europe. So let's see what both these mid laners can bring out as we jump into pick and ban.
Yep, the summer of Nuke continues thus far. The Monkeys on the blue side start by banning away the Tahm Kench. This has been a favorite of Vander's, so it is no surprise that it's removed here.
So Vitality, what we've seen a lot over the last few weeks for red side bans are usually the Zac, the Elise, and the Caitlyn. Caitlyn's still very strong, even after the minor nerf she did receive, largely because of her ability to siege and how oppressive she can still be in lane. So no real surprises if we do see that come out, but we are actually seeing a slight shift from both sides.
The Cho'Gath ban now by Vitality to pair up along with that Zac, so some seriously crucial tanks removed from the pool as it goes back over to the Monkeys side. That's followed up by the Maokai. All right, well, no Cataclysms in this game at least. Still could get the other half of that with the Jarvan.
Yeah, two of the most popular tanks taken away right now. This could leave Sejuani open in terms of priority. Alternatively, the Caitlyn's still actually available because of the focus on banning away the Kalista. Bit of a risk there from the side of Vitality, but clearly they were expecting this. They're more than ready to have it come out. So now they're looking at answers. Things like the Sejuani rise very heavily in priority. Things like the Thresh as well. Very, very strong right now in the current meta.
And there's the Braum locked in. And yeah, this Caitlyn was a straight-up takeaway from Steelback. Yuki has actually not gotten his hands on it in this split.
Very, very interesting. So now Vitality going for a very safe draft. Interesting. They don't care about the Sejuani at all. They have the Braum as a disengage tool. I think it was smart to take it away from the Caitlyn as well. Caitlyn Braum is a very oppressive laning phase. But Dreams, he has been known to bring out a few interesting supports. Things like
mostly we gotta look
Bard.
at
Bard is the name I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Bard is the champion that he's brought out a lot in the past. He had a lot of success with it during the Challenger Series as well, and it could very well with the Caitlyn too.
All right, so the Jarvan is locked in now. Seeing what that last pickup for the Mysterious Monkeys pick phase 1 is going to be. They've got themselves top lane, and they've got themselves an AD carry. Let's see if they pair it up and finish out their bottom lane here, as suggested. Some time still. The Mysterious Monkeys are taking it.
Ooh, okay. So you heard Stress talking on the Telestrator earlier on about these answers to tanks. The great thing about Trundle is his ability to steal a lot of away these tanky stats, right? His ultimate, very, very good at just saying, oh, you big tank? Well, no more. And he then absorbs all that tankiness. That front line that becomes very squishy, so you can either focus it and chunk them down or force them out of the fight much faster than they normally would be. He also has that attack damage reduction on his Q, which adds a lot of value in these fights. But usually you lose a lot of pressure during the laning phase, but when you have a Caitlyn, that makes up for a lot of the pressure that you would somewhat lose by having a Trundle.
Doke. And on the other side, with Vitality locking in that Tristana, AD Carry is kind of trading a little on the pool since we haven't seen Steelback actually pick up the Yordle Gunner for the time being. Now, into ban phase 2, Cassiopeia's off the board. That's no surprise. It's been a very successful champion across the world, but Kozku in particular, he's managed to do some good things on that as well most recently.
Quite right. This is one of his more comfort champions, something that he's so far had most play on during the regular season. And Vitality just saying, no, we want to take you off that comfort. We don't want to give you that availability. Right now, Vitality, they've built a lot of siege. They have a fair amount of engage. We're now looking at what kind of damage they can get. Typically, we do see up in the top lane, Cabo does prefer to play these carries, things like the Jax, the Renekton, the Rumble has been one of his big favorites. I think that you could look to pick the Jax here if you wanted, but it does move away from kind of this all-in, group-made, teamfight style of play. I'd like to see him on something more like a Rumble or a Renekton or even a Shen, where
maybe he doesn't have the same sort of lane power, but he contributes a lot more to teamfights later on.
Well, Vitality certainly have a couple of pieces to that puzzle. A lot of damage is going to be dealt out of that Corki. Nuke Duck has made it look oh so good. Paired up with the Tristana, they could have some serious late game power. We'll just see what Cabochard picks up, but it's over to the Monkeys for the time being.
Now, typically what you would expect is something like a Talia to come out from the side of Mysterious Monkeys into a champion like Corki. Coscu has brought it out in the past, but I feel like this isn't one of his comfort champions. One thing that he has said before is that he does believe Katarina to be a decent matchup into the Corki. Don't know if he still believes that, and it is a bit of a risk, but in this teamfight meta, there are options, but into that composition, it could very well be a big gamble. You never really know what you're going to get with Coscu.
Well, it looks like this time you're going to get the Vlad, and then there is a whole lot of front line to pair up with that right now because the Monkeys are packing the Trundle, the Sejuani, the J4. I mean, that is going to be a hard wall to break.
Yeah, so far, very good team fight. Great siege coming out from Mysterious Monkeys as well. You can really see the synergy built across their composition. They have a surprisingly large amount of crowd control. The Vladimir can then very easily follow up with all the damage that he provides.
Yeah, there's that Shen that you were expecting. And going back to the Monkeys, this is what we wanted to see from these guys. Not just drafting around, trying to snowball the Kickus, trying to get themselves a lot of engage in ways to get into fights and just play to this meta.
But also drafting strong laners too. The thing about Mysterious Monkeys is Amazing has the most early game success when he has lanes to play around. That's not just Kickus. He also needs options in the bottom lane and the mid lane. And sure, in the bottom you don't have a huge amount of gank setup, but you have that pressure with the Caitlyn pick, with the Trundle being able to throw up pillars and cause a lot of disruption and chaos. You can look to maybe get an early tower bot lane. You can look to make plays in the top. Mid could be a little bit difficult, but on a Vladimir, you should still have that ability to push. So at the very least, Amazing can look for a bit of deep vision, look to try and make plays, and it's exciting to see Mysterious Monkeys make this shift because I think they have a lot of great tools to try and force these fights.
Certainly will need all the help they can get. At this point, the standings for them are definitely not looking so good, but if they can grab a few points off of Team Vitality, that will certainly help them out in their run to avoid the promotion tournament, and maybe, just maybe, it is a far outside chance to try and make those playoffs, but there's a lot of teams tied up at the top of the standings. The Monkeys, they could try to make a run at it, but it would have to start here. It would have to start now. On the Vitality side, they're just looking to put some more distance between themselves and the Monkeys and try to get themselves into that safe position. We'll see how that ends up going as we are getting ready to load up onto Summoner's Rift. League of Tanks still here in force. And we are going to see some serious fights down the mid lane, up top, down bot. I don't care where you put it. I am loving the amount of fights that are coming out on patch 7.14. And oh boy, we are certainly in for some action.
So as we discussed, you saw the main tanks of the meta with the Cho'Gath and the Maokai being banned away. So this has given rise to a priority in other junglers, things like the Sejuani and the Gragas, but we're now seeing answers as well. And one of the big things that was talked about on that Telestrator earlier in the day was one ways in which you can answer tanks, the tank meta, is by drafting a lot of disengage. And when you have a Gragas, you have a Corki, you have a Braum, you have a Tristana, you have a Shen, there is a lot of disengage on the side of Vitality. You try and jump on that Corki, boom, he can Valkyrie away. You try to jump on the Tristana, not only can the Trist jump away, but they can also knock you back. And say they don't have those escapes. Oh, well, now you have a Braum shield to stand in front of you and a Shen ult on top of you to help you peel away. Those tanks, they can soak up a lot of the damage, throw the ulti, get the CC down. You also have the shield to buy a lot of time. So it could be difficult for Mysterious Monkeys to actually get the successful fight. I don't know if it will be as simple as group mid and force a fight because of the number of disengage potential or options that Vitality do have. But it's fascinating to see this adaptation, you know, because we were wondering whether or not teams would adapt. Would they just try and draft as many tanks as possible and try and fight? And Vitality, they're saying, you know what, no. We're going to shift our mentality and find new ways to try and deal with this meta.
Yeah, seems like it should be fairly comfortable for this team as well to play disengage style champions because they had been fight adverse for quite a long time in the history, honestly, of just this roster even. And we'll see if that ends up working out well for them as we kick things off. There is a pretty big leash on the red buff down on the bottom side with Yuki and Dreams helping out Amazing on that one, which means Steelback and Vander will be the first to arrive on the scene.
So they will have a bit of priority in the lane. They should be able to zone both Yuki and Dreams off of the initial CS. If they can get the level advantage, that's a big gain for them, but Yuki's playing Caitlyn. So he has quite the range. He should be absolutely fine. He's going to be able to close this out. But usually what you expect in this bottom lane is Dreams can't really do a huge amount. Vander, once he hits level 2 or maybe even level 3, he has the ability to try and make a few plays happen, but the thing about a Trundle is every time you try to engage on him, boom, pillar comes up behind. You now longer can't really disengage. There's a trap to follow up as well. Things become a little bit more awkward if you try to all in on this lane. So the likelihood is we're just going to see a lot of farming down the bottom lane.
Well, you know, to be honest, whenever I watch Steelback, that tends to be my expectation in all seriousness. Now, in the mid lane, that's a bit of a different story because NukeDuck wants to trade it out with CosQ early, and CosQ is more than happy to trade it back on for him, but I don't think they have the power to kill each other just yet. And of course, up top side, you never know what Kikis is going to do, but this is one of the more normal champions he has, of course, played, and that is what we wanted to see from them, allowing him to be an enabler of the team rather than the main hard carry.
I mean, you can still carry. As a side lane threat, you still have a lot of power on the Jarvan later on into the game, and you can still look to be as aggressive as you want during the laning phase, right? It's really difficult for the Shen to trade back onto you, largely just because Jarvan always has a lot of shove. The wave is always going in his favor because of the amount of wave clear his Q has, which means that every time the Shen tries to trade onto you, you're not just trading into the Jarvan, you're also trading into minions while your armor is being reduced. So it's a little rough for the Shen. You just kind of have to suck it up for as long as you can. Once you get some tanky items, sure, later on you won't deal with the push, but you'll be able to hold out on your own. Now we see a double gank, both in top side and bot side.
All right, checking in top. Here comes Amazing with them double buffs on. Looking for Cabochard, who gets the taunt off. Amazing tanking up everything as he flashes, and Arctic assaults away. Kikis has to tank it through. A board gank, and Joko doesn't even bother.
Very clean play there from Cabo. Taunting onto Amazing first, knowing that he had the tower aggro. Amazing, he just kind of had to stand there with very few options available to him. And that means that he has to cost his flash. And Cabo, he walks away with his life, and he survives that early play, which is a very big deal for the side of Vitality. Making sure that you have that level 6 to try and make a play, and it also gives Joko a bit of freedom to invade in the bottom side.
Yep, goes down. Looks to take himself away some Krugs, but yeah, misfire for Mysterious Monkeys, and it's something that we still have seen from this team, even with the veteran presence of Kikis and Amazing coming in. Not always the cleanest execution, and that involved the two of them.
I think when speaking about execution, I think neither of these teams really have the cleanest of executions. Often you'll see them both trying to be proactive, trying to make plays happen. But when it actually comes to making the play happen, you look at the vision, you look at the setup, and you often wonder why they're trying to make this stuff kind of put in motion at that point in the game when they weren't really in an opportune moment to do it.
Well, it's part of the reason why they find themselves down the lower ends of the standings. Amazing, moving in to the Vitality jungle, but he doesn't find any camp, so instead he just has to throw down the ward, and of course he was spotted by the Scuttle Vision as he makes his way up towards mid. Really expect him to kind of come alive when he has that level 6 available to him, to be able to start making these plays happen. There's a lot of CC, of course, not just for the fights, for the laning phase as well, and Steelback is caught up on that pillar, has to walk it out. Dreams of getting stunned up by the Trundle. But for the time being, as you expected, it is mostly a farm fest down here.
Yep. And we did see a bit of proactivity from both junglers very early on into the game, both from Amazing and Joko. Neither were able to get a successful gank off, and I wonder how much this will slow down the momentum of Amazing right now, because he is a level behind. Joko will get that level 6 first. And the one thing you have to remember about Joko is he's really good at setting up early plays, especially for Cabo in the top lane. And when he's able to get great trades like this onto Kikis, you just kind of expect Joko to make his way to the top side relatively early on. So right now he's clearing the bottom side of his jungle, knowing that it's just respawned. The top side will start respawning now. Once it gets level 6, I'm very much expecting a gank up top.
I'm glad you mentioned Joko, because we usually talk about NukeDuck whenever we're talking about Vitality, and we're kind of looking at other players and who's going to step up. But in cross-group play, Joko actually did look significantly better than he did prior to that.
I mean, he's definitely had improvements shown. Usually on average he's dying a lot less and he's being more efficient with his ganks, but definitely still a lot more room to grow in terms of what he can actually impact in the overall game, because what you'll regularly see from a player like Joko is he'll come to the lane first, he'll make a gank happen, and sure, maybe he gets first blood, maybe he burns a flash, but then he never really comes back again. He's one of those guys where, like, I've done my job and now I'm kind of done. And you don't really see much more. Yeah, you don't really see much more of him. And that's just one of the big things I'd like to see more from Joko, just him like repeat ganking, trying to be more invested in snowballing more of these lanes. Now that he's hit that level 6, this is the point at which I want to see him try and force something. He has the level advantage over Amazing, he has a lot of good lanes to try and gank onto. Instead, his focus is trying to steal away this red buff, and he does have the support of Braum. He knows that Mysterious Monkey's bottom lane has just backed as well.
Yeah, Amazing is here, but he has no backup, so there's really nothing he can do except watch and wave. goodbye to his red buff as it gets taken away by Joko, the big barrel cast out there. But it has been all about the counter jungling. We'll check back in with the mid. KazQ. He's got that Storm Raider speed boost. Just running away from Nukeduck. And for the time being, it actually has been a fairly quiet affair. Joko does make an appearance in the mid lane, but it's just a cameo, and now he's out.
So now what you'll see is the swap from Yuki and Dreams up to the top side. They don't want to run the risk of getting Shen ulted on down the bottom lane. Level 6 Gragas, Tristana Braum. There's a lot of all-in potential there. So they're just like, you know what? I've had enough of you, Shen. I will move to the top side, but Vitality, they were expecting this.
Yeah, Amazing is here as well, but Vitality will be able to stop it. Ooh, he gets a two-man taunt right under the tower. Barrel knocks back Dreams, and Amazing has to flash away. Not enough to get that finishing blow. However, Mysterious Monkeys come away empty-handed.
Really good read on the play from Vitality. They want to be able to get ahead of Mysterious Monkeys trying to siege down that tower. They've been able to match the 2 versus 2 once again. And they're even able to get a couple of summoner spells out from Dreams, Yuki, and Amazing once more. So, again, we want to see Vitality trying to be more proactive now. Over the last few weeks, we have been seeing them make more plays in the early game. They've been recognizing opportunities where they can force things to happen. And I want to see that continue for Vitality. I want to see them try and snowball this early lead that they definitely can, especially in this 2v2.
Yeah, they have an opportunity to do it, and they seem to have beaten Mysterious Monkeys to the punch. Now, it's a small gold lead for this team because there are no towers, there are no kills. It's all been on the farm differential, and honestly, it does seem like most of it is to Joko. Obviously, those jungle CS numbers are not always exact indicators of how much gold you will have, but Amazing's just hit 6. Joko's 1 level up on him. They definitely have a tempo advantage, howbeit slight.
It's always nice to have.
Yeah, you want to build off of that if you can.
Yep.
Been able to stop Mysterious Monkeys cold for the most part, but it is a slower game.
You expect more, normally, when you have 2 lower-end teams, because when you think of, like, NIP versus Rocket, you think, oh, well, they're going to kill each other a lot. But when you have League of Tanks, the game generally slows down a little bit more. You also have 2 bottom lanes that don't really have loads of ways to try and make plays happen. I just want to see a Channel now from Vitality. Try and make something happen. Let's have a fiesta. Let's have a party. Let's boogie.
Yeah.
You know,
but where is the party's going to be, right? Like,
yeah.
you always
Well,
need
bot
an
lane,
address.
top lane. You know, the 2v2. The 2v2 is where it should happen. Have the Braum jump in, ulti up onto the Trundle. He's got no summoner spells. Shen just push out the lane. A lot of opportunities here. A lot of good places to make plays.
Yeah, but looks like they're going down towards the bottom side. Kikis is inside the pit with Cabochard. Amazing wants to tag his way in, but nothing doing. KazQ, meanwhile, is getting chased out by Nukeduck. The rockets are flying. He's got a blue buff, so he's able to fire those out for days. But KazQ is back to the safety of his tower. And for KazQ, I mean, Mysterious Monkeys, along with him, have kind of looked a little bit better in the cross group. But I'm not really sure how much it says, considering this was really right when Amazing and Kikis joined that they started to look better.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Since the arrival of Amazing and Kikis, the team has been on an upward trend. They joined at the very beginning of cross-group play, and you can see that at the very least they started winning more. Their early game deficits was not as severe, and sure, they're still not a strong team relative to everyone else in their group. They're still at the bottom, but that improvement is important, and especially with things like the promotion tournament coming up and while there's still possibilities of them getting into the safe zone, improvement is going to be ever more important as we move forward.
But they need to be able to do it up against Vitality, which is a team that, without making any roster changes, have also shown some improvement in the cross group. Just like Monkeys, they've cut down their deficits. They're still having them. But generally speaking, as you said, they've looked for and punished more opportunities than they did previously.
And you have to give credit to Yamato Cannon, the man that says that we build from the foundation up. We heard some of the players talk about on social media how they kind of had to relearn the game in a way, playing with a new team, playing in a new environment. They had to learn to work together initially in the foundations, and we have been seeing that week to week, and you can see that in some of the stats as well. So it's great to see growth through amongst teams. The question is, can they grow enough to stay in the LCS for another split?
That is the question, because realistically, this is a battle for who is going to get themselves into the safer space, because Mysterious Monkeys can't even close the gap with the 2-0 win because of the game differential, but they can make a pretty big statement, and because the field is fairly even at the top there, maybe they can start pushing forward and looking to try and take a few points, take a few games off the other teams in Group B, but it is so far and away. You have to be able to start by beating Vitality. And Vitality just want to separate themselves from the Monkeys and get in the nice safe zone.
Yeah, they certainly do. Now, we do see Kotsky in the mid. He's going on to Nuke Duck.
Sure if he wanted that one. Oh, there's the pool down as he throws the Hemo Plague as well. Joko and Nuke Duck backing away. Dreams with the pillar. There'll be no further aggression, though, but you see the team starting to get a little antsy for it in the meantime.
See, this makes me
Riftherald's picked up by Vitality.
This makes me a little sad, Pyra, because now Dreams' flash was down, his exhaust was down, Yuki's heal was down, Amazing's flash was down, and Vitality have done nothing with it. They've done absolutely zero. They've just maintained standard lanes. They haven't tried to force any plays, and that's not necessarily a bad thing because they still scale very well. You have Tristan, you have Corki, but so does the Vladimir and the Caitlyn. And when you think about ease of engage, Mysterious Monkeys definitely have the easier engage tools with the Sejuani and the Jarvan. And I would just be a little bit concerned if I was Vitality, given that I have yet to make a successful Shen play, and we haven't really been able to successfully punish the mistakes made by Mysterious Monkeys very early on into the game.
Vedius, I know Vitality could be vexing to view sometimes. Verily, they seem a little vapid, vegetative. It makes them vulnerable, really, right? We need to see a more vivacious and versatile team if they want to take vengeance on the Mysterious Monkeys and claim victory.
Yes. Good use of the letter V there, Pyra.
Yeah. Can you guess which movie I watched last night?
V for Vendetta.
Yeah.
Oh, great. That's a great movie.
It's got me in the mood. I don't know. Something about it.
Ah, you put a lot of effort into that. Well done.
Thanks, man. It also happened to work with Vedius.
Oh, yeah, you didn't throw my name. Oh, you did
at the beginning.
Start, yeah.
You weren't listening.
Yeah, no, I missed the beginning. I was like, how many V's can he fit in this thing?
Actually, I think I had like 3 more I could have gone with, but that's okay. Back into this one. It's actually a much closer gold game than it was. Obviously, 500 is not a huge difference.
When they don't kill each other, that's usually what happens.
I am really surprised that we haven't actually seen them going at each other at all.
Yes, I agree. I feel like Vitality had loads of options to kill Mysterious Monkeys. Said they go, nah, we're good, we'll farm, we're fine. But Trinity Force done, now in the middle lane. Cinderholt completed for both junglers. BF Sword on the card for Steelback and Yuki.
The Trinity Force for Nuke Duck, right? Like, that's the big thing here, because obviously it's not the only Corki power spike. He gets really big into the later stages of the game, but this is where the old Corki power spike was, and now
here we go, they're killing each other.
Vander, he gets locked up. They can't chase him in time. The Glacial Fissure was there. Ace in the hole is going to get blocked. The barrel is going to knock Kozku even further forward, and that's going to be first blood. 15 minutes in. It's Kozku that gets it, but Nuke Duck's on tower duty.
Wow. Mysterious Monkeys, they had to invest a lot, but finally they get a kill. Does cost them their mid lane tower, so arguably still worse for Vitality because the map pressure that they gain off the back of that is far superior than just losing a single member. And bear in mind, sure, Mysterious Monkeys, they can answer with a tower up in the top lane, but there's a Rift Herald on its way bot. That tier 1 in the bottom lane is going to fall as well. And the bottom lane of Mysterious Monkeys still hasn't responded yet, so there's going to be a big tempo advantage going in favor of Vitality, which means that not the best utilization of the Rift Herald. They probably wanted to take that down a little faster. Regardless, great plays or great answers coming out from the side of Vitality.
And now we're starting to see them open up, and both sides of the Rift right now are having a little bit more action to show for it, even with only the 1 kill on the board. Gold lead's starting to go in favor of Vitality because of that advantage they have 2-1 in towers. Let's take a look at the fight that started it all.
So, you can see here, Dreams trying to use his pillar, but the annoying thing about Braum is he can just dash over it. And with a great ult, he buys a lot of time. And this is why Mysterious Monkeys are like, all our CC is extremely far away. Kikis is forced to flash. Yes, we're able to get the kill, but Vitality, they realize, you know, we don't need to waste the Shen ulti. We don't need to use the Corki roam. We can just trade his life for a couple of towers. And sure, that sucks for Vander. Let's see if Mysterious Monkeys can try and force another play. They cannot. Has been now confirmed.
Well, guess we'll have to go back to the drawing board, wait for a little while. But Vander has been kind of held out on a line there, and clearly that was what Vitality thought was going to be worth. As the Unbreakable on once again, Trindle Pillar comes up just to try and slow down Joko. And the plot to push mid is foiled.
Now Vitality, they're spreading out across the map. Nuke Duck moving to the top lane.
He finds Kozki. That's a lot of damage forcing the flash and the blast cone. He's following through with the Valkyrie right now. That's going to be another one. And here comes the Shen. Cabochard coming in for a party. Pools on. Nuke Duck tanking tower, but Cabochard stays on top of him. And Joko makes sure to come in and get the death blow.
So Vitality finally used that Shen ultimate to make a play on the top side. They'll be able to get their 3rd and final outer tower. And this is more of the proactivity that we wanted to be seeing from Vitality, utilizing the 1-3-1, spreading apart Mysterious Monkeys, and getting a kill down onto the Vladimir. But Mysterious Monkeys, they're still trying to answer themselves. They're trying to utilize this Caitlyn and her fantastic sieging power, but it's still not quite matching the tempo that Vitality are exuding right now.
But the fact that they lost one, they still managed to get a mid-tower, like, is this just a big mistake for Kozku to get caught out here without seeing them coming?
He wanted to roam to top lane, and he just took a bit of a greedy path going through the river rather than going through the lane. The thing is, this dive could potentially happen anyway, especially with Joko already on his way up, but it was made even easier when they were able to chunk Kozku so exceptionally low beforehand. If you're taking the safer route, had all of his health, had all of his abilities and summoner spells and everything, that becomes a much harder dive to execute. And so really it was just a bit of a misstep there from Kozku.
All right, individual mistakes, but we had been complaining much more about the Monkeys having team cohesion-based mistakes, not necessarily taking advantage of the fact that there were 3 people on the top side. That would have been an issue, but they went to push mid together. They were able to finally get it down, so that is evolution from the Monkeys.
And I think that they still have scaling opportunities. 3-item Caitlyn really strong, 3-item Vladimir really strong, 3-item Jarvan also really strong, right? So I think that later on they can still win these team fights. The responsibility is now on Vitality to keep playing on these side lanes, utilizing the Shen ult to try and find picks. In a 5v5, I think they can win, but they have to have either the gold lead or some kind of advantage over MM as a pick comes down onto Nuketown.
Oh, that was a short Valve gank to carry as he flashes over the Cataclysm. Oh, dodges that bull and gets himself out of there with a heal. Nukeduck with the fancy feet. As Joko's now caught up by Dreams and Kozku, he flashes the wall. Advantage there for backup.
And this was the coordination issues, the communication that just seems lacking from the side of Mysterious Monkeys. Amazing flashes into the pit of Kikis, and then he throws his ulti in completely the wrong direction rather than leading with the ulti. When the Jarvan ulti falls, why not throw it out as Vitality forced to fight mid?
Now, there was a couple of ultis thrown out there, looking for Dreams, though, as the exhaust gets thrown out onto Kozku. Vander stepping forward, and Kabashard coming in, lands the taunt onto the Trundle. Dreams will go down. The sacrifice for the rest of Mysterious Monkeys to make their escape.
Good recognition from Vitality, knowing the ultimates were down, summoner spells were used, and Mysterious Monkeys were not in a position to fight. Therefore, Vitality are the ones that force it, and they get another kill, and this time onto Dreams.
Yep, now this time they found Kozku. That's a big package being delivered right into the back of his head as the Frost Bomb's on, and so is Nukeduck, his first kill of the game.
And Kozku, he's just not respecting the possibility of a collapse. This time, he tried to take a different route through his own jungle, thinking he would be safer, but that did not work out the way he wanted. He didn't realize that Vitality, with the numbers advantage, felt confident to try and invade, get a bit of deep vision down, and were able to get that pick onto Kozku. So he's now 1 and 2, and while we praised him for having one of his better weeks, right now things are not looking good for him. So this is where we see Vitality, again, just recognizing, oh, there's only 3-4 members mid. We know they don't have any ultis. We already saw amazing misses. So even if he shows up, what's he going to do? And the answer is, well, very little. And Dreams continues to die, as he so often does.
Yep. So unfortunately, Dreams, not much he could have done there. And
well, he could have not over-pushed in the lane.
Oh, okay. I mean, that goes back a few steps, right? At this point, you've already lost the chess match.
That's very true.
Yeah. You are not wrong, though. If you make no mistakes, you will probably not die.
I don't know about that.
Can you prove me wrong?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So, if you are an Orianna sitting under your tower, let's take Caps as an example, and then 3 members of Cloud9 all decide to dive your tower.
Whoa. I don't know. This is a weird scenario you're talking about, Vedius. That would never happen.
But yes, it is possible. Depends how proactive the enemy team is willing to be. And a lot of these instances, a lot of the advantages that Vitality are gaining right now are punishing the mistakes of Mysterious Monkeys, which is fine. But it's a bit of a shame because I do feel like Mysterious Monkeys were super proactive in their game in their series versus G2. They were looking for opportunities around the map. They were trying to make stuff happen. But you can forgive them again because of the composition that they're running. It does still have good scaling. They don't need to force fights very early on into the game. They're waiting for their power spikes. And it's at this point where they should be forcing more. And to be fair, it's at this point that they now have the gold lead.
And there you go. So for Vitality, they keep on pushing deeper and deeper into territory. And Joko is dodging out from amazing stun here as Dreams turns back on with him. They land it onto Joko one more time, gets the knock up from the Braum ulti. Cabochard is there, coming to the rescue. Kikis waiting in this brush, but there is a ward sitting there, and they've caught him. Cabochard looking for Amazing. There's a knock back, but now Kikis Dreams. They're right on top of Cabo, but he flashes outside the pit. Joko tags his way in. The Ice Pole lands, but it is only onto Vander. Meanwhile, in the back, Nukeduck is just powering through the health bars, but he has to Valk away as they turn their attention to him. The Mysterious Monkeys force Vitality back for the time being.
And remember what we talked about, Pyra. The disengage power of Vitality makes it so difficult for Mysterious Monkeys to actually get that full-on 5v5 that they wanted. Because Mysterious Monkeys, they throw out the ultis, they try to get close, and every time they go in, a member of Vitality jumps out. Or a Shen ulti shows up, or a Braum shield is there, or a knock-up gets in the way. Everything just keeps interrupting Mysterious Monkeys whenever they try to make a fight happen. And because of the slight lead Vitality have, the longer these fights go, the easier it is for them because they have the item spikes, they have their second item being completed, and they are more ready for these extended drawn-out engagements.
Right, and they know exactly what their priorities are, so not only do their two carries have some self-peel, they're able to do it for them, and you can tell with Joko, he picked up the Knight's Vow. He put it on Steelback to kick things off. And we talked about Nukeduck being the main carry for this team, and you know, he's the highest level in the game right now. I guess if you count Kikis and Cabochard, it's right up there. But Steelback is the one that he decided to throw it on, so clearly they're trying to branch out a little bit in who they want to look after.
Well, they know Nukeduck, the superstar, the Norwegian, amazing mid. I don't know where I was going with that.
Amazing's on the other team.
They can rely on him, but they need to make sure that Steelback is safe. They want to make sure that their DPS, their hyper carry, is able to survive through these fights. And for the time being, what we could very well see is a second Knight's Vow coming out from Vander and put that on top of Nukeduck, so then everyone gets one.
Yeah.
Love for everyone, damage reduction to help them all. Now we see Mysterious Monkeys grouping up in the middle lane. This is what their comp wants to do. And notice what Vitality are doing. Corki top lane, Shen bottom lane. They're playing on these side lanes. They're forcing Mysterious Monkeys to kind of spread apart. Kozku doesn't have TP, Kikis doesn't have TP. And how do you engage onto this three-man unit of Vitality? It's a Tristana and a Braum and a Gragas. Every time you try and make a fight happen, boom, you're going to lose one of your side lane turrets. And I feel like Vitality are playing the map very, very well right now.
Yeah, slippery. As long as they don't get caught up themselves, there are a lot of engaged tools and a lot of CC on the Mysterious Monkey side, but it's really difficult when those side lanes keep getting pushed in. They dragged Kozku down to the bottom to try and push against Cabochard. We might be in for a skirmish here as Amazing. He has to Arctic Assault right over that wall into the Raptor Pit. Gatling gun on the package as well for Nukeduck. Vitality are ready to tangle if they need to. Looking for Kikis now. He's got a flag and drag out. Forcing Mysterious Monkeys just to use some of their escape tools themselves, and now Nukeduck coming in, looking for Dreams. The exhaust gets used to dissuade any further aggression.
That's a lot of poke damage on the side of Mysterious Monkeys. And it's so difficult for them because they're just trying to force a fight, but Vitality are not letting them. They're playing very well on the side lanes. They know that right now top is slow pushing, so they can just make a quick rotation around to this straight. Vitality, though, they are getting collapsed on.
Yeah. They do get themselves the Dragon. Let's see if they can get out alive. Haven't really tracked Dragons as much this game because it has been sort of an after effect. And here we go. They turn their attention on to Joko. Mysterious Monkeys, Kozku gets the finishing blow here as Cabochard looks to turn it all around. Those are some low health bars on the Monkey side. Amazing face tanking the rest of the damage. Dreams tags his way in, throws a pillar, but he will be left for dead by the rest of the Monkeys. Once more, it's a 1-for-1 trade.
But this was a good situation for Mysterious Monkeys. They finally find an advantageous fight that they had the prospect of winning. But with good positioning from Steelback and Nukeduck, they were able to throw out so much damage from the back lines that they ended up equalizing the trade and walking away with the Dragon. But Vitality need to be very careful getting into those kind of fights because that is exactly what Mysterious Monkeys want. And here, you can just disengage with Vitality. You want to clear out mid lane, you can just take the safe route, but Joko goes for a fight. And I feel like we're also seeing communication issues with Vitality because they don't seem fully joined in what they want to do. Some want to disengage, some want to commit. And that's why you see this fight be a little haphazard once they realize that they're actually winning the fight because there are a lot of low health members on the side of Mysterious Monkeys. They want to commit and they're able to get themselves a return kill. But could have gone horribly wrong. If that Caitlyn had a third item, Mysterious Monkeys may have swung that fight much heavily in their favor.
That could have happened, and now, as the timer ticks, that'll be soon to follow. We're 26 minutes into this game. It's still a slim gold lead, with Vitality only having 3,000 over their opponents. But obviously, you got to be careful when you try to greed for those Dragons. They haven't been the most valuable apart from just trying to sustain up. A lot of Ocean Drakes in this game. Number 3 will be the next one to spawn. But they've got Nuke Duck still sitting on the side lane. They've got Cabochard on the opposite end. Vitality just keep dragging the monkeys out.
Fascinating that KaZQ would go for Luden's Echo second. Usually you'd go Luden's Echo if you want a bit of extra move speed, which is understandable on Vladimir. But also if you just want a slightly earlier power spike rather than something like the Death Cap or the Leandries for tanks. Personally, I feel like a Zhonya's would have made a lot more sense, given that when you're a Vladimir and you want to get in the thick of the fight, being able to just buy that time is extremely valuable. But let's see how he can do with that additional bit of burst, as we see both teams grouping up a little bit in the middle lane.
Yeah, the move speed's not exactly helped him. He's been collapsed on by the rest of Vitality for the most part. Beryl comes out and knocks Amazing into the wall as Dreams on the front line, throws another pillar. Nuke Duck is on the front line himself. Oh, nice dodge out of the Ice Bola of Amazing. He has not been able to hit those on as many targets as he would like this game. Once more, Nuke Duck, he is stepping forward, stepping back exactly when he needs to. And Vitality, they know that they've burned some key ultimates. They can keep on moving.
Now Mysterious Monkeys, they are being forced back. You can see even though Vitality feel confident in trying to force these fights, they don't want a hard commit just yet. Nuke Duck hitting his 3-item spike feels very, very strong, feels very ready. But again, trying to commit is very risky. They found a pick on a Dreams.
There we go. Once again, Steelback is the one who manages to get that last hit. And Dreams continues to add to that death tally. Being on that front line is dangerous work. And with 28 minutes on the clock, Baron's a very real possibility, but it's a 5v4 situation.
Well, Vitality have the Shen as well. They have full vision control over this area of the map. And they're not going to start it just yet. Mysterious Monkeys, they're going to face check.
No available blue trinkets on the Mysterious Monkey side. And Nuke Duck, he's the one coming out of the brushes. Amazing, and KaZQ trying to run away. The Glacial Fissure is going to come up. It knocks Amazing as KaZQ had the pool on, but Vitality have collapsed around. And Cabochard will land that last hit. And now they're on to the Baron for real.
And you just have to wonder what was going on in the minds of Mysterious Monkeys. They knew that Vitality hadn't quite started the Baron yet, but once they lost vision, they didn't feel comfortable. They wanted to get close. They wanted to just spot over the wall. Maybe they go for a steal, but where was the TP from Kikis? Where was the collapse from Yuki? Where was the coordination with them to properly set up to try and contest that Baron? Well, it just wasn't there, and Vitality, they punish, they get the Baron, and now they're in the prime position to take this game.
This is the same problem we've been talking about for the Mysterious Monkeys. For the improvements that they have shown, coming in with a few veterans into the cross-group play, there's still this lack of cohesion. They're not always making the right decisions. When they sacrifice something on one side of the map, they don't always get something on the other side. This time, Kikis got some towers, but come on, that's not worth the Baron.
Yeah. It's one of the big things about Mysterious Monkeys, where whenever they try to make a play happen, usually they always lose something a lot more for it. We saw it with the First Blood. They ended up losing 2 towers. We saw it with KaZQ trying to defend the tower. He ends up losing his life, and they end up losing another tower. It's one of those situations where I feel like they don't properly think things through. They don't properly respect the unknown variables that could occur, and that results in Vitality consistently punishing them, recognizing these windows and trying to take advantage of it. And while they didn't do that a great deal very early on, I feel like that they've played this disengage comp extremely well. They've avoided a lot of the hard engage from Mysterious Monkeys, and while Joko has taken a few risks in some of his engages, for the most part, Vitality have not taken any really bad fights that would have lost in the game.
Yeah, and even when they do get caught, once again, you can see it right there. Joko, he's able to body slam away. Such a slippery team that Vitality had drafted for themselves. And honestly, I think this has got to be confounding to the Monkeys to try and deal with. Amazing gets found out by Joko. He gets a stun off. Let's see if they can take him down. No, he has dash backup and available. Throws a barrel for a parting shot. And once again, we are back to the 1-3-1.
And we thought it was dead, we thought it was old news.
Not this time.
We thought it was like the dab.
It's back
done
from
and dusted.
Yeah, it's back from the dead.
Does that mean the dab is back too?
I am not going to comment on that. I'm not qualified.
Ulti did get used there from KaZQ. Bit of a zoning ulti, maybe?
Yeah.
Either way, they lose the top tower.
Can Vlad have zoning ultis?
Sure.
I mean, if they miss, is that a zoning ult?
Maybe?
If people dodge, right?
You're right, exactly.
Okay. Well, he created a space bubble at the very least. No one wants to get anywhere near the Hemoplague. Joko, you can see if he can come in to make the big play. Barrel is up and available. See the stun out. Oh, the barrel does not land exactly where they wanted to, and now Kikis is looking to come in himself. Amazing. Still taking a lot of damage. Here comes Cabochard for the collapse, and all of a sudden it's a melee in the mid lane, but nobody wants to full commit. There's the pillar. Once again, even when they throw it up, it's just a poke battle.
which is funny because that pillar is pretty pointy.
Hey.
But Kaba now trying to utilize his parent buff to the bottom side.
Now they got you. There we go. Knock up onto Dreams. In comes Joko. Steal back to the finishing blow once again. And the Shen is arriving. This tower is open up and free, but the ulti on Shen gets interrupted by Kikis. Doesn't matter. Vitality have more than enough damage to finish off that inner.
Dreams dies once more, maintains his average of 4 deaths per game. Vitality get the tower. Now they've got their eyes on Kikis.
Yeah, okay. Dodge forces the flag and drag, and now they turn their attention once again to another inner, so Vitality will be able to knock down tower number 6. Extending that gold lead now to about 7,000 ahead of Mysterious Monkeys. And the waves are pushing in all lanes, so Cosq, he's going to be on wave clear duty for a bit.
And we wanted to see more coordination from Mysterious Monkeys. We wanted to see them draft these kind of more all-in engaged compositions. But Vitality, they found an answer. They found ways of being able to play around this hard engaged style. And they've executed this 1-3-1 composition beautifully. They didn't try to force too many risky plays early on. And we can see now the fruits of their labor. They are so strong. They can utilize the fact that they have a pushing wave top, they have a Shen ulti bot, and it's extremely easy to dive and poke out those champions that just ever so slightly overextend. Level 18 Nuke Duck, 4 items built. This Corki is pretty strong right now.
Oh yeah, he hurts. And this was with Monkeys having strong lanes, as he talked about in the pick and ban phase. And they tried to make some plays early, but I just feel like Vitality just knew exactly what they were doing from the get-go. And it is too bad for the Monkeys as they're going to try for a desperation play, looking for steal back, and oh, he gets healed up, and he's able to get a big knockback to finish off Cosq. The damage is nearly gone now, and Kikis is trying to be the hero, but it's a double kill for the Tristana as Nuke Duck on the front line, throwing rockets at Yuki, flashes over, intercepted by Dreams. He says, that's fine, I'll go right through you too. And now Vitality are in the Monkeys' base.
Mysterious Monkeys tried to make a play happen, but Vitality did not falter. They kept their AD carry alive, and they're looking to siege onto the base of Mysterious Monkeys.
33 minutes in, it looks like this could be the end game in number 1. They're going to get a knock up and a knock aside as Yuki has to net his way back towards the line of minions, looking for Joko. The Ice Bullet comes out, but that is going to be just a distraction as the Nexus turrets are what Vitality are looking for as they land the taunt on to Amazing. See if they can get him down. No, he's going to flash away close to Fountain, but can he even get back in time? All the damage is not stopping, and Vitality will be able to finish off the second Nexus turret and just go for the Nexus. They don't even need to take this fight, but they're going to pad those stats, baby, as Steelback gets a dominating kill to close out this game. Vitality 1-0.
And you can see the happy face of Yamato. He knows that the team played very well. They drafted an excellent composition. My only criticism would have been I'd like to see them use that Shen ulti a little more in the early game. I think they could have snowballed their lead a little bit more, but they wanted to play it slow. They wanted to take it safe, and it worked out in the end.
Some fantastic team play around the latter half of that game, too, from Team Vitality. It wasn't just pile everything behind Nuke Duck. He got in the front line, and he killed a lot of people. But it seemed like they didn't exactly need that all the time. They had plenty of other tools in their arsenal.
Yeah, I think that they played around the side lanes extremely well. I think that Joko needed to be a little bit more careful with some of the engages that he went for. There was a few risky ones that could have ended in disaster.
He did follow your advice, though. He tried to move around the map a little bit earlier.
He did.
So he didn't just disappear into the jungle like some kind of hermit.
That's very fair, and I think that I was a little bit worried in their draft, giving away a Caitlyn, going for an early prioritization on the Gragas rather than the Sejuani, but I think it all worked out for them very nicely. I think the Tristana was a great answer. I think it held its lane very fine, and I also think that it's very difficult to punish a lane hard when you pair a Caitlyn up with a Trundle. So they couldn't really snowball that lead down the bottom lane. The best you could do is kind of push, and Tristana Braum kind of matched that. So I think that the Trundle pick was not optimal, but you can see Mysterious Monkeys, they still feel vitalized, they still feel ready, and I think that coming into Game 2, they'll have a few new answers ready to bring to Vitality.
Yes, indeed, but Vitality for the time being are vindicated as they kicked off the series with a win. Let's check in with Shox and Deficio for more.
Thank you very much, Pyra. And as Verius said, Dreams did go for that. Trundle pointed out as one of the counters to kind of the tank meta. We did highlight Dreams at the beginning of the show. Not a exceptional performance, but we like that they tried something in draft. So when we talk about tank meta, how much of it was in both teams and how many possible counters did we see?
I mean, there's a lot of tanks in this one. No surprise, obviously. I was a little bit surprised about like the Shin pick maybe coming in, but it is still a tank that works in this meta if you can actually utilize his ulti, which we did see them do a few times in the early game. The Trundle one, as Verius kind of pointed out here, love the pick itself, didn't really like the combination of Caitlyn and Trundle. Because you pick Caitlyn, like you first pick Caitlyn, you invest the first pick into her to win laning phase, to like really start pressuring the enemy tower. Trundle is not the support you want with you then. So I think Trundle is actually much better with some of these AD carries, maybe like a Tristana, who just wants to get out of laning phase and actually then into team fights where Trundle shines. Caitlyn, you need a stronger laning support with her, in my opinion, to really utilize her as a first pick.
I can agree, and I guess we can think that the Mysterious Monkeys were thinking ahead. They were thinking when it comes to those full team fights, then our Trundle will really work out. So why do you think it didn't come to those brawls? We barely saw any fights, actually.
Yeah, I mean, whenever we had these small fights here, I call it a small fight because only 1 or 2 guys will die.
Yeah.
I think one of the massive problems here for Mysterious Monkeys was that, first of all, Vitality knew how to play the fights. Because they had like Nuke Dog on Corgi and Steelback on Tristana, so 2 range AD carries sitting in the back who is happy, just never moving forward, just always hitting who's in front of them. And every single fight was Vitality killing the first guy in front of them. Mysterious Monkeys, on the other hand, if you look at the items in this replay right here, you notice there's no Talisman, there's no Righteous Glory, there's nothing right now in their comp that buffs up movement speed. So when you have a Vladimir as an example, who's not happy just hitting the front line, he wants to hit the back line. And you have nothing that buffs up his movement speed even more, except for, you know, whenever he has his Ghost ready. I think that is already an issue, and actually made it really hard for Mysterious Monkeys to ever reach the back line. Compare that, or paired with the fact that Monkeys spend most of the game going mid lane, waving at Vitality in the mid lane.
That's supposed to be the idea.
It is supposed to be the idea, but you are also supposed to actually, like, you know, try and push forward, get a bit of deep vision, maybe set up a flank TP with your Java, and set up a flank engage with your Sejuani, and not just like run straight at each other, because then the team with the stronger backline, aka Vitality, will win every fight.
And not just stronger backline, they did seem to play a bit of macro during the game. They tried to get Corki into the side lane and this and that, so that maybe also balanced it out to the side of Vitality.
I think it's very, very good point and very fair to highlight that Vitality did their job.
Yeah.
They're like, you know what, we're going to win fights as long as you run straight at us and you have no way to kind of...
Well, they were proactive. I saw Corki several times Valkyrieing in instead of out of the fight.
Nuke Dog was in the side lane, and the game was slow because of Mysterious Monkeys, not because of Vitality doing something wrong. They actually did their job. They're like basically happy that the Monkeys were just doing the same thing for the first like 25 minutes that gave Vitality a lead and the Baron.
It did, and I walk away with quite a good feeling about Vitality. They looked calm and composed, and they close out game 1, and they are looking to strengthen their position in Group B. We'll see if they can close it out when we return.
Fissure was there. AC in the hole is going to get blocked. The barrel is going to knock Kozku even further forward, and that's going to be first blood. Kozku trying to run away. The Glacial Fissure is going to come up. It knocks amazing as Kozku had the pool on, but Vitality have collapsed around, and Kabashar will land that last hit.
Run. Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
Nice flush. And just go for the Nexus. They don't even need to take this fight, but they're going to pad those stats, baby, as Steelback gets a dominating kill to close out this game. Vitality 1-0.
right, welcome back, everybody, to the series between Mysterious Monkeys and Vitality. And the Monkeys need to step up their game. They're down 0-1 in a very critical matchup, Vedius.
Yes, it is very, very important for them to be able to win this one, because you have to remember the standings. Right now, they're sitting at 2 and 3. Oh, no, they have 2 wins.
More losses.
Yeah, there are a few more losses.
You mean 7.
Yes, I did mean 7.
That's okay. So I get 3 and 7 mixed up, too, sometimes.
Yes.
Don't tell anybody that's a secret.
But the point is, losing here makes that safe spot much, much harder. Because, remember, the 3 opponents left are Splice, H2K, and the Unicorns of Love.
And they're all with 6 wins.
Yes, they're all with 6 wins. They're all looking very good. And so getting a win here for both teams is extremely important, at the very least, for trying to secure that 4th place spot, because you only have harder competition moving from this point on.
Right, and on the flip side, Vitality, they're only 1 win ahead of this team. Now, there's several more game wins, so it's not as though the Monkeys can completely catch them in the standings right now. But as you pointed out, it doesn't get any easier for either of these teams, because they've both got to face up against all those other Group B teams going ahead in the coming weeks to try and close out the split. And for Vitality, you know, it's obviously going to be a very difficult task with the wins that separate them and the other teams. But if you start to get another one on the board, you can get this 2-0 and make it as clean as possible, you can start to think about that playoff run as a real possibility. And that's something that Vitality haven't looked at for a long time.
Yes, but it will definitely be an uphill struggle. So, moving back into this game, though, Vitality looking good. I think their drafts are very strong. I think the way in which they're executing is very good. And you can't help but look at Mr. Nukta, because he is playing extremely well, especially on that core key, maintaining his damage numbers like he has done so far over the last few weeks.
Well, let's see if he gets his hands on it again, and what ends up changing for the Mysterious Monkeys now that they are on blue side. What do we expect?
So, I don't think Caitlyn will be given to steal back, funnily enough. I think that they will really punish you very, very hard if you leave it free. We have seen this slight shift towards banning away the Kalista, at least less of a priority. Early game junglers, not really what Europe is super well known for, but it does seem like still high on the priority list for a lot of these teams, saying, you know what, we don't want to let it free. Our focus right now is either getting an early Kalista or getting an early Caitlyn, or they could go for something like we saw earlier on, where with the Braum band away, you are looking at Thresh rising popular priority a little bit.
Yeah, but is the Kalista going to be the more valuable pickup for Vitality here? I'm wondering what they put into Steelback's hands. And it is.
Wow, Colorcaster Para.
Yeah.
On the nail, getting that Kalista pick in.
Positions here? All right, but so, what are Monkeys going to answer with? What are
well, in terms of answering, I think that you want to get yourself the Thresh right now. You cannot afford to give Thresh, Kalista over to any bot lane. It does mean that Rakan is still available for Vanda. It's still a very potent bottom lane that has a lot of engage tools, but it looks like Vitality is guaranteeing to get at least one of them, and they want to take Joko off of one of his comfort champions, which is this Gragas, which he had a decent game on a game.
Last time around, Joko on that Gragas. Now Mysterious Monkeys, they're looking for an AD carry here, but Yuki, it's a very comfortable pick for him on this Xayah if he takes it.
The thing is, I like this because now Vitality, no matter what they draft, what the Mysterious Monkeys are expecting is this Kalista Thresh, but Vitality is saying, ooh, okay, so they're completely shifting up. They're going for the Alistar, and now Mysterious Monkeys, they're in a bit of a predicament because they were thinking, right, they're either going to go Thresh or they're going to go Rakan, and we can go for the other one, and we'll still have a fine scaling lane. We still have great opportunities. But now if you pick either a Thresh or Rakan into an Alistar, it's going to be a little difficult. During the laning phase, you'll still be pretty strong with Xayah Rakan, but later on into the game, you have like hard engage that's really good at shutting down the hard engage of someone like a Rakan.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for Monkeys to try and pull this off. I wonder if they trust their laning enough. Clearly, that's what they decided to prioritize. But now we're into ban phase 2. What do you get rid of here if you're Monkeys?
Ooh. So if you're the Mysterious Monkeys, you could consider taking away the core key, something that Nukta had a lot of success with. I feel like LeBlanc is still a big power pick that he has a lot of comfort on, so you could consider taking that away. The focus will be mid lane, but they've actually shifted to one of the more conventional mid lane bans that you see.
Yeah, Cassiopeia also banned up by Vitality, so once again they focus on removing a comfortable pick from CosQ. Will it stay in the mid lane corner as the Monkeys still have 15 seconds for their last ban?
So I am expecting like a LeBlanc ban here, especially against Nukta. I think it makes a lot of sense. Or alternatively, you could risk it. You could ban something else, and you could look to prioritize the LeBlanc yourself. Or because you have last pick, you can get the counter. So you put Kikis on something like a Jarvan once more, or maybe even a Kled. I want to see some kind of follow-up engage, because you've got the Rakan and you've also got the Gragas. So I think some kind of tanky follow-up like Jarvan would be very good here. And I think it's also pretty safe.
But they gave away, as Kane is banned, they gave away the Corki possibly to
Fascinating.
Nuke. Is that a mistake?
No, I don't think it's a mistake. I think there are definitely answers to Corki, and I don't think Nuke necessarily carried the game. He just had a good one, right? Sure, it's safe and it's pretty well rounded.
Or they take it away themselves.
But that's the alternative option, right? So even if Vitality now go for something like the LeBlanc, sure, you have some early kill pressure, but Corki can play that lane perfectly safe. And Mysterious Monkeys are just saying, you know what, we're going to pick a pretty well-rounded comp right now. We have a lot of damage, we have a lot of engaged tools, and now I think they just need to round it out with a little bit more CC, and that's why I'm really looking at this Jarvan. But Vitality could take it away from the Mysterious Monkeys.
Oh, maybe they'll be going for comfort themselves. It's been a big pick for Cabochard, that Rumble, as it is now locked in. And all that's left is to see what Nuke will play. As you mentioned, the LeBlanc, it is his next most played champion after all those other ones he has played. However, Jace comes out for the second time here for Nuke.
So, Jace, after the changes to lethality, has been seeing an increase in popularity. Things like the Ghost Blade, Dust Blade of Drakthar are comfortable item builds on him, give him a lot of laning power, and he's also relatively safe into things like a Corki too. Team fighting is okay, does pretty well on side lane as well. He has a bunch of options available to him. And I'm excited, we can talk more about the matchup when we actually get into game.
Yeah, and for the last pick, for Kikis, he gets his hands on the Camille, so this is one that he has played a handful of times. Of course, a lot of unique champions for Kikis, but he has looked good on that Camille, and I wonder how he'll fare up against Cabochard's Rumble.
It's exciting, it's exciting. Often considered a good matchup for the Camille. The spell shield really helps with the early power that Rumble used to have, but then after the nerfs, his ability to push got hurt a little bit, but it gets better with lane, but also just the early damage that he has, Camille's shield can really mitigate it, and once she gets a few more levels under her belt, the matchup just gets better and better, and she outscales, but she doesn't quite have the same teamfight power that a Rumble does have.
But doesn't giving Kikis the carry, one of the carries, kind of smack of that old strategy that Mysterious Monkeys had, which is try to focus him up top, try to get him ahead, try to snowball and make him the deep threat that Vitality have to answer?
Well, they could go back to that style. I think that when your back's against the wall and you realize, okay, our teamfight composition didn't quite work out the way we wanted it to, maybe you just have to go back to what you did find some success with in the past. And if that's put all the eggs in the Kikis basket, could very well be, but I still think that team fighting is good. I still think that they have options. And I think they also have a lot of disengaged tools with the Gragas ultimate, with the Xayah ultimate, with just Corki being Corki. I think that they still have ways to also disengage fights very similarly to how Vitality could in Game 1.
Well, we will find out if they can use all those tools to great effect, if Mysterious Monkeys can even out this series and take us all the way to a Game 3. If you believe so, hop on Twitter at @LOLesports, #MMWin. But of course, if you are gunning for Team Vitality, #VITWin as the pact is completed between Vander and Steelback and the rest of the team to take the Rift for Game 2.
So it was amazing who had the Sejuani Game 1. Joko had the Gragas in Game 1. Now they have swapped. Arguably, Gragas is a slightly stronger early game jungler in terms of his ability to gank, and his clear speed is a little bit faster. But the level 6 mark, I would argue, a little bit more impactful for Joko. The big AoE stun, the slow, really, really strong. And it also has a lot of great follow-up. Things like a Jace, things like a Rumble, really good at just providing the damage needed with the CC that he provides to get a lot of easy kills all across the map.
So long as you hit it, though. Remember, last time around, amazing. I mean, he was still finding a handful of targets, but Vitality were so slippery. They were moving away from just about every engagement that the Monkeys tried. I wonder if amazing on a more comfortable champion like this, Gragas, can have a better early game impact, because we did see Joko getting a level ahead of his counterpart on this champion last time around.
I'm a little bit worried about this Xayah Rakan bottom lane. I feel like a Braum would have been much better in this composition. Not only is it great into the Alistar, but I also think that it just acts as a great tool to disengage against things like the Sejuani. Also, Morgana would have been really good here.
I know you've been talking about Morgana up quite a bit, actually.
But there's no Morgana today. Here. Yeah, we won't talk about it for now. Instead, let's talk about early jungling, because we do see a bit of a hard leash coming out from Vitality in the bottom lane. Exactly the same as what we saw in Game 1. And in terms of the matchups across the board, mid lane, there's a lot of farming, unfortunately. I'd love to tell you all about Jace versus Corki and how Jace is a really fun and dynamic champion. Usually he just sits in range mode and he last hits with his little why it's that sound effect, don't know, but I always remember it. And in this bottom lane, you will see a fair amount of trading early levels. As we discussed in Champion Select, the thing about Alistar is he can't really do very much at level 1. Level 2, level 3, he has a few more options, but Dreams has a lot of mobility. So what you'll see from him is he'll always sit on the front line. He'll soak up a lot of the engage. The Vandal will try to initiate, and then every time it happens, he just dashes back to Yuki, and he's like, well, unlucky.
That's a pretty frustrating one.
Yes.
I mean, Vander, he also missed a key step to playing this Alistar as well.
The cowbell.
He didn't do the cowbell.
He didn't do the cowbell.
Yeah, so you're going to be sure to lose now.
Yeah, that is a common tradition. But also, once they hit the level 6 mark, they're going to have a ton of kill threat. Alistar, Kalista, very, very scary.
That's very true.
Once you get to Vound Scepter 2, she'll have a little bit more power. So that's the bottom lane. We got the mid lane too. Top lane, what you'll see is Rumble pushing. Camille, though, does have a fair amount of kill threat. You got to remember, once she hits that level 3 mark, along with an early level Gragas, you could be looking at a shish kebab of the Yordle up in the top lane.
Yeah, I have to see where the junglers decide to help with that one. Joko, he moved up into Amazing's jungle to try and scout out some Krugs. Instead, he found nothing, but he will be coming up to the top, and Kikis is on half a health bar here. We'll see if he's able to make a gank happen, but Kikis has got to know. He is really low right now, still holding on to this flash. Do they fancy a dive? Well, not this time, as there is the ward down, but Arctic Assault comes out, hook shot, Kikis is nice and safe.
But objective gained, or they do all they wanted. They forced him back. He's going to lose.
The objective was forcing him back.
Exactly. Yes, that was the goal. And come on, not great with words today. Funny, given that it's my job. But Kikis, he'll have to TP back in. He's been starved a lot of early farm. Love the pathing from Joko to be topside. And even though he doesn't get the kill, the fact that they get this early TP now means the Vitality have a slight advantage in the early game.
Well, that's what we saw the last time around as well, but Gold doesn't really speak of anything at the moment because we're still waiting for everyone to start backing. We're looking to see if they can get a little bit more done here. Steal back, he has to hop back forward now with the Alistar, rather. Having his level 3, he can do a little bit more in the ways of combos, but he's got to be careful to dodge out some of those feathers. A lot of stacks, a lot of things just flying down on this bottom side. Non-conventional weaponry, I would say.
Yeah, but it is effective. And that is the annoying thing about Xayah and Rakan. They care about each other so much that every time you touch them, they get kind of annoyed about it, so they throw stuff at you.
Yeah, specifically feathers.
Yes, sharp ones.
They have a thing with feathers.
Yeah. And also weird comments.
Yeah. There are actually an insane amount of lines between these two. It is ridiculous. Okay, here we go. For the entrance, steal back, he's still able to dodge it out, but Vander, he's right on the front right now. This is the trading we want to see. They get the stun off, and ignites. He's going to force a flash out of both of the bird lovers.
So they flew a little too close to the sun there, and they did indeed get burnt. Will result in a flash coming out from Dreams and the heal coming out from Yuki. That's something you always have to be mindful of. Remember, we talked about how once Vander gets a few levels under his belt, he can look to play a little bit more in your face. And this time round, Dreams, he was continuing with his poke pattern, and then Vander was like, nay, or moo, and denied him that.
So you're getting your animals mixed up too, mate. It's okay. It's a zoo out there sometimes, for sure. Amazing. He's making his way down to the bottom lane, actually looking to try and take a few Krugs away himself, and he'll have better luck than what Joko did last time. But this still continues to be a game of trying to find little spaces, little advantages, and just like last time, it's going to be a while before I think we see that first blood. However, Joko, he's hurting for farm as he manages to sneak a bit away from Amazing here. There's a whole level separating those two, and you can see that CS differential making that up.
It's very similar to what we saw in game 1, where Amazing tried to make an early gank happen top, wasn't able to get it, and once Amazing knew where the enemy jungler was, he just went for a few steals, he stayed in the jungle, he did an early back, and basically Amazing's early focus has just been jungle, 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 and that's given him this early level advantage. So if he gets level 6 first, I want to see him making a play. Scabo, he just hit level 6 now, he's going to continue to force Kikis back.
Yep, only level 5 on Kikis, so he can't really respond in kind, and you got to be careful. Can only dodge so much when that equalizer is coming out. So Kabashard continuing to push as predicted up here. This should open an opportunity for Amazing to come in for a counter gank, but he's still sitting on level 5 as well. There's a big line of minions here that Kikis does not want to miss out on. Could be to his detriment if he sticks around too late, but he does manage to force Cabo back as he was tanking on tower shots.
You can see both junglers heading to the top side.
Here's amazing. Oh, Cabo has gone deep. Here we go. Bop into the barrel. Now that's going to be attack sweep for Kikis as he has to hook shot away. A lot of AoE damage and amazing. Might be left for dead here, but Vitality are deep behind enemy lines. Cabochard's overheating, and now it's Mysterious Monkeys who's trying to clear away these minions. But Joko, he fancies coming in for round 2. He's only level 4 right now. And amazing, he's able to push him back. Kick is still dodging out from death here. Joko, let's see if they can turn around. Hook shot, now they're running for safety.
And they have to get away from this turret as fast as possible because there are so many members moving to the top side.
Oh, that was close from Nuke Duck. He needed a bit more damage there, but only sitting on that serrated Dirk. That means Kikis will be taking the route back. Even Vander wanted to come up and make a play of it.
And I love this play from Vitality because immediately Nuke Duck, he was pushing in the middle lane. He wanted to stop Coscu roaming to try and help his top laner out. Both Steelback and Vander realized that the pressure was a little too much for them in the 2 versus 2 lane. They didn't want to have to deal with it anymore, so they swapped to the top side, tried to get themselves a kill, or at the very least that first tower. So they've now gotten themselves this early lead, and while Mysterious Monkeys will be able to trade, it does mean that they will be put into an early deficit. So Vitality being pretty proactive here in the early game.
It's the same thing we saw last time around. Vitality building up a lead early on. Mysterious Monkeys just a step behind. I don't really know if you can call it a team cohesion issue, though, because Vitality, they just looked a little bit better. Question for this game, though, I think as things go on, because he talked about Nuke Duck and Coscu being kind of a farm-oriented lane. When do they start to break out? I feel like Jace has an impact a little earlier than the Corki will. Am I wrong?
It depends what you define by impact.
Can he kill people faster?
I mean, yes, Nuke Duck definitely has a little bit more burst than Corki does, but they both scale pretty well. I'd argue the Coscu scales a little harder because you'll be building things like the Infinity Edge later on and the Rapid Fire and the Static Shiv, which is just a really strong late game items, especially once you've got them all together. Whereas Nuke Duck, I am expecting more like a lethality build, so he has a slightly stronger mid-game spike at the 2-item point. And then where he goes from there, he has quite a few options. I've seen some people rush the Mercurial Scimitar. I've seen other people go for like a Black Cleaver because they want the cooldown reduction. Some get a very early GA. There are a bunch of different paths that he can go depending on what he wants to try and do. And I think that if he wants to go team fight, maybe a Black Cleaver would be more valuable. But I think that what Vitality's win condition is right now get an early lead because they are reliant a little bit on snowballing with the Kalista and stuff, as we see a play from MM in the top lane.
Yeah, here they're going in on the Cabochard. Featherstorm comes out, and Yuki's even able to get a root down on the Cabo. He's flashing away. And let's see, Dreams tanking on towers. It's going to be first blood. Finally, Yuki gets it, and Dreams tanks the tower all through. Monkeys now on the bottom side, or on the top side, I should say.
And Cabo, he wanted to use his ultimate to clear out the minion wave. He thought he would be safe. But the range on that engage from the Camille was just way too long. He was not expecting how quickly they would be able to collapse. Mysterious Monkeys, they get themselves a tower, they get themselves a kill, and they will be a little bit ahead of the place. They'll be able to push this minion wave all the way up to the tier 2, and they'll still be able to get themselves a bit of farm on the bottom end. So I love this proactivity that we're seeing from Mysterious Monkeys.
Yeah, they were able to come up with a faster pick, and of course, it's all about focusing up the top. So Kikis, he was set behind a little bit early, but the old Monkey standby seems to be working well for them right now. Didn't pick up the kill, but it didn't matter because they put it on Yuki.
But Kikis, he is still in a pretty significant deficit right now. Notice 30 CS behind his lane opposition. The early game pressure from Joko and Cabochard have really made his early game life a little more difficult. Now we can see how this happens. So Cabo, he just wants to clear out the wave. Like, that's just a really long engage. There's very little he could have done about that. I feel like maybe he wanted a flash, but he knew that if he flashed away, then the ultimate was going to come out regardless from Kikis. So he was kind of unlucky.
Yeah. Well, he ends up using it after the fact anyways, but at least he got a heal out of Yuki. I mean, it's difficult. That Camille can close gaps, really, really long ones. And Cabochard, unfortunately, he was the one on the menu, but now we are even in the gold game. It's 2-2 in towers. Kikis is going to start getting this push on the bottom side. We've got waves pushing pretty well for the Monkeys up in the top, and it looks like they've got the tempo advantage as they go to clear out vision here. Inside Vitality's jungle now is Dreams, but he runs smack dab into Vander and decides, no, I do not want to face that Mukau.
So Mysterious Monkeys, they actually have a lot of control over the map. Their priority is getting this Rift Herald, as you rightly said. And Vitality, they're going to be forced to face check, but I think they're feeling pretty happy to try and make a fight happen right now.
for Vander. Kozq, he's right in the middle of it all, and Dreams is coming in with the Battle Dance. He gets a knock up onto Nuke Duck, but the teleport's going to complete now. And here comes Kozq with the package, separating him down the middle, but the Fate's Call brings Vander out. Sticks are stuck into Kozq, but not enough for them to get a kill, so it was a messy, messy fight, but no one will die right now.
So coordination again, a little bit off for Mysterious Monkeys. You saw Dreams go in for an engagement, there was no follow-up. We saw Kikis by himself having to disengage from the fight immediately. Vitality, though, they knew exactly what they wanted to do. Group up, try and contest this Rift Herald, and they force Mysterious Monkeys off it. And you're just seeing the slight difference in level from the both teams. Vitality's communication, it was certainly a big issue for them in the past, something that they have tried really hard to work upon it. We talked a lot about it in Game 1, where Yamato's mentality was, let's build them back from the ground up, let's teach them the fundamentals and we can develop from there. And you are seeing right now that those fundamentals do exist for Vitality. They know when to fight together, they know better when to try and make a play happen. Whereas Mysterious Monkeys, they're just kind of going with the flow. They're seeing an opportunity, they go, it's a good decision now, it's a good decision now, it's a good decision now. And they're struggling to answer against the more slightly put together team of Vitality.
So that's why we're going to see those smarter engages, those faster engages. A big part of why Vitality was able to play it out well in Game 1 with that 1-3-1 comp. They can punish now, just like they've wanted to do most of the split long, and you can see some of the items coming in to help them do it. Nuke Duck, of course, on his Ghost Blade. We've talked ad nauseum about the lethality changes and how Jace definitely getting a big boost out of it. But Cabochard, he's going to have a pretty big impact soon. As soon as that Leandries is complete, he's still half an item away from making that happen, though. Vitality going to clear some vision out of the Mysterious Monkeys jungle, and Rift Herald obviously been stopped short. Dragon a little risky to take because it takes a while to clear away that mountain. So it kind of feels like we are in a bit of a holding pattern once again.
We are indeed, Pyra. The two teams have square off in the middle lane. Vitality, this time they want to group up. Ooh, that's a very fast Vander.
That was unexpected amounts of move speed from Vander, okay. But now it's Dragon time.
Well, he makes his way over to the Dragon. Joko and Steel back. They have now grouped. But let's go back to win conditions, because we were talking a little bit about it earlier. Vitality, a little bit more of a snowball comp. When you have a Kalista, when you have a Jace, you want them to be slightly ahead approaching the mid-game. You want them to have an ever so slight item advantage over their opposition, because their scaling isn't the best. So they want to try and force fights in the midpoint in the game, like 20, 25, 30 minutes. Whereas Mysterious Monkeys, they're actually fine scaling. Xayah scales really well, Corki scales really well, Camille scales really well. They have a lot of options to play 1-3-1 or teamfight if they want, because they have Dreams and Amazing for an engage. And so the onus is actually on Vitality right now to actually make stuff happen. And in Game 1, around the 17-minute mark, we saw them start to be more active. And Vitality, I feel like they do need to be a little bit more active earlier on into the game. But Mysterious Monkeys are very aware of this, so they're not going for too many risks, and I like to see this kind of play from Mysterious Monkeys. Don't give Vitality the win condition that they need. Recognize that you can just scale, even though the Camille's in an early deficit. You will eventually get to a point in the game where that Camille will easily out-trade that Rumble.
Not quite yet, but for the time being, at the very least, Kikis is confident to be able to go on the 1v1 until he runs straight into the Flame Spitter as Cabochard is able to clear everything away. Steelback Vander, they are still on the top side pushing away. So they like this split push style because Monkeys have been trying to keep them side waves, I should say, pushed out constantly. But it does seem like the Monkeys are doing everything they can. I want to go back to your point about how the Monkeys they don't seem to have that same level that Vitality has in knowing where and when they can actually take fights, force engages, and when they do, actually executing it well. So if they don't quite have that same level Vitality do, what can they really do against this team?
Patience. Patience is the key, Pyra, because as we've talked at length about, the onus is on Vitality to make something happen, and so Mysterious Monkeys, they can sit back. They can be like, you know what? The time is ticking for you, not us. We actually don't have to make anything happen. Any advantages we gain is great. We know we're going to scale well, so you try and make a play happen, and we'll be ready. And that's what they need to do. They need to be so prepared for what Vitality is trying to force and react accordingly to it. Either deny the fight completely or get a fight going in your favor, whatever it is. Mysterious Monkeys just need to not press the go button until they hit 2.5, 3 items.
Okay, well, we'll start the timer ticking, and it's worth noting that the Monkeys do have a good set of disengage tools themselves. You've got the Gragas, the Camille hookshot. You saw how much distance you can close in one direction. Well, that works in reverse, too, as well as the Rakan
and the Xayah. They are a very mobile composition, and they can move around the map pretty quickly when they need to. Seems like a lot of vision has been invested, though, in the Vitality jungle on the top side. It's going to be a little while before there's really anything worth taking around there.
Well, they invested it a little. You can see they're all about half duration. This was invested when they went for the Rift Herald a little bit earlier on. So this is just the remnants of the vision that they do have, that they had before. They know exactly where Vitality are, and now they're shifting their vision a little bit more towards the bottom side because they know the next big objective is going to be this Infernal Drake. Still a ways away, but getting that deep vision in just better sets you up for playing around it later on.
Mm-hmm. So it definitely helps them. They want to keep eyes on what Vitality are doing and slow them down as much as possible. There's still that significant gold, or not insignificant gold lead, I should say, on the Vitality side. Up in the top is where Nukeduck is, though. He's the one who's taking side lane duty, and he walks right over a Mysterious Monkey's ward, so he's going to be spotted out. Monkeys, for the time being, don't have anyone there to react to him, but Kozki will be making his way up soon enough. Let's see how far he dares to push. Teleport coming around. The jaws are closing here. Kozki comes in with the package Valkyrie, and in comes Kikis. Exhaust immediately, and that's going to be followed up by the TP now. Coming out for Cabochard as he puts down the cage, throwing on the equalizer. Bajoko's joining the party, and so is Dreams. Looking to try and save out Kozki, so Vitality, they make the push forward. Monkeys, they are the ones that are able to get the disengage.
So we saw some good stuff from both teams right there. Mysterious Monkeys tried to get the collapse onto an overextended Nukeduck. They knew that they had the package, so it'd be super easy for Kozki to make a play up to the top side. And Kikis with his mobility, they should be able to lock down Nukeduck. However, Vitality also read the play. They recognize what Mysterious Monkeys is trying to do. They respond with the TP in kind, and they're able to actually have 3 members at the top side along with both Nukeduck and Cabochard. So because of that, they force Mysterious Monkeys back. Kikis nearly loses his life, he loses his flash, and they end up getting the objective that they wanted, which was that tower. So Vitality, they came out overhead, and again, it's one of those situations where Mysterious Monkeys don't actually need to force anything. They didn't need to make that TP play happen. I can see why they did it, but the gamble ended up backfiring on them.
Here's where they're forcing something again. This time they're looking for Midtown with the Rift Herald and 4 members on top. It's pretty easy pickings right now as they had seen Nukeduck still up top, pushing a wave of minions in there. Don't know if it's the most efficient use of the Rift Herald. They will get another charge off of it as they back away. But Mysterious Monkeys did need to start trading back some towers, at least so they thought.
Good utilization of the Rift Herald. It was going to run out soon, so they needed to make that play happen.
That's a good point.
Sooner rather than later. Now the Dragon's going to be spawning in 50 seconds. Mysterious Monkeys really don't want to concede this mid-turret.
Well, but Yuki's already half health right now. Vitality, they know they can move forward here as Amazing has to body slam over that wall, back over into the jungle, and this tower is going to be falling pretty quickly here. Vitality, when they turn their attention, they're able to make it happen. To Dreams, he goes quick, but he's not able to find anybody on that charm, and that's going to be an ultimate burn for Mysterious Monkeys.
That's a big deal when Vitality, their eyes are set on this Dragon. Mysterious Monkeys, they're probably just going to have to concede that objective now. As Vitality, they continue to push, grouped up as a 5-man unit mid. Yuki still not with the team. Mysterious Monkeys, I do not want to see them try and force anything right now.
Yeah, it'd be a great scaling Drake for them to have into the later stages of the game, but the Infernal looks like Vitality are the ones that have the position to take it. Kick is still on farm duty down on the bottom side. But the Monkeys aren't completely giving up on this just yet. They're going to get spotted on the Scryer's Bloom.
They really should. Mysterious Monkeys should not try and fight for this Dragon. They're not in a good enough position to do so. Camille still hasn't even completed an item yet. You've only got the Trinity Force on Corki. If they could have kept that tower alive, that would have been ideal, but you lost it. So now you just give up the Drake, reset the waves. You have a pushing lane up top, get pushing in mid. Vitality looking for a fight.
Yeah, Amazing. They are able to get away, or are they? Featherstorm comes out, but it doesn't matter. Equalizer on, forcing the flash out of Amazing to get out of the damage, and the Fate's Call comes a little too late as Vander goes backwards. Kick is still pushing on the bottom side. Monkeys, that was a close call for them, but they get out with their lives.
Best case scenario for the Mysterious Monkeys. We talked a lot about how Vitality want to be the team to try and make stuff happen, and they were expecting Mysterious Monkeys to face check. They didn't. So Vitality had to try and haphazardly make this engage happen. They used their ulti onto Amazing. It didn't go the way they wanted. Kikis now, he has everything available.
Oh, there he goes. Hook shot right over, forcing the flash out of steal back as Vander is right there. Body block most of that damage as Nukeduck in the back side. Firing away, Shock Blast. Mysterious Monkeys, they get a little cold feet here, but now they got the positioning on the Dragon.
And this was the mistake made by Vitality. Rather than fighting around the Dragon, they just try to force the fight mid. So now Mysterious Monkeys are actually in the better position because they know the Vitality want to back and reset. They want to spend some of the gold that they've been farming up. And because they ended up using a lot of those ultimates, there was no real threat the Mysterious Monkeys had to play around. Therefore, They end up getting themselves a bit of pressure in the enemy jungle, and they get themselves the Drake.
Well, it seems great for the Monkeys right now. Talking about buying time, waiting for the later stages of the game to happen. That Vitality window is going to be shrinking. You said they were going to make some plays or look to start making these plays at least by the 24-minute marker. I think you said a little bit before then. But how long are they going to realistically have? The gold lead is not significant.
No, it is not. And I think it's still fine. Vitality, they still have a strong window. 2 items, perfectly fine for both the Jace and the Kalista. The thing about when you hear casters talk a lot about like early mid game, a lot of people think like you have to make a play in the first 5 minutes of the game or you're over, and that's not entirely true. You usually like early to mid lasts around 25 to 30 minutes. Late game is like 30-35 minutes onwards, depending on your perspective.
It also depends on the team, right?
Yeah, it also does depend on the team too. But for Vitality, usually like items are a good indicator, and 2 completed items is around mid game. That's the mid game point. And as we look across the board, we are reaching that point for Vitality. So that's when they need to be forcing things onto the serious points.
Monkey's a little bit behind on that one with no completed items still on Kickus, but it doesn't matter. They have the tempo advantage up in this top side. Wave's getting cleared away, but they've got the tower down to half its health, and they're the ones that are forcing Vitality to move around where they'd like to be. Kickus, he leads another wave of minions into that tower, and there's so much Mysterious Monkey's vision here where everyone's playing around this map. They just seem to have the jump on Vitality for the time being.
And notice how they're not being too over-eager with making any of these plays happen. It's very much just clearing out the waves, playing around the vision that they have. They'll have to send Kickus back bot to catch that wave as well. And Mysterious Monkeys are playing a lot more patient styles, much more what they used to. They like having a carry in the top lane in the form of Kickus. Kozku's on a safe mid laner in Corki. Maybe not his usual style, because I think of him, I think of Katarina and Cassio. But
I mean, you can't always get those champions.
Yeah, and
he's
playing perfectly fine right now. We haven't seen a huge amount of impact from Amazing this whole series. He hasn't been that relevant so far in terms of gank pressure. But Mysterious Monkey's still playing towards what they want to do. They're playing towards their win condition. Scale up, late game fight, that's really where they're going to shine.
And one, I think, pretty big improvement from game 1 to 2 right now for the Mysterious Monkeys. Obviously has been a low kill game, but Dreams has not had himself caught out nearly as much as he was on that Trundle. We saw his average death count being pretty high, even among all the supports in the European LCS. But this game, the Rakan kind of enables him to be a lot safer, it's true, but he's played so much better on positioning, and it's nice to see. Vitality are moving their way forward. Mysterious Monkeys have kind of given way for the time being. Still Vitality, they want to try to take some control back around this Baron pit. I don't know if this is going to be a little bit more desperation if they try to force out a fight and try to turn it onto the Worm. But Kickus is still down in that bottom lane. He does have TP. Both carries in the top do have it, in fact. Barbashard moving with the team for the time being. Well, we'll see what ends up happening here. Nuke Duck just on the front line pecking away. But as you said, he pretty much has spent most of the time this game in that cannon form. He hasn't really had to go to the skies because there hasn't been a big engage until about now as Vander comes in. And it looks like Dreams was the one who was caught on the front line, but all the same, he's able to do a battle dance. Back to keep himself safe. Kickus looking to come in for round number 2. But the Monkeys decide they don't want to push any farther than that.
And Vitality failed to find another fight. Mysterious Monkeys, though, they're looking eager. They have a lot of ultis ready.
Hook shot over the wall, but Vander gets a knock-up. Let's see what they can do. It's another one. Vander gets knocked up himself, but as he gets pulled back and pulled right back in to go bowling, it's Nuke Duck who wants to go to the skies this time. Kickus looking for a hunt on, but Steelback is the one who manages to find out Yuki. Kickus goes down for the double kill. Steelback comes alive, and Vitality take the fight.
Mysterious Monkeys initially looked very good. They avoided a lot of the hard crowd control. They did not fall prey to the fight that Vitality tried to force. As Nuke Duck, he's going in 1v2.
Now he's got Kabashard at his back. It's not as bad as it looks here as Dreams is getting burned down, and Nuke Duck gets on the board. Meanwhile, the rest of Vitality on Baron Nashor, and it looks oh so easy.
We talked so much about the 2-item spike, Pyra. What is that across the board for Vitality?
Hold on, let me do the math here. That's 1, 2. That is 2 items on everybody.
Exactly, and this is where Vitality wanted to make a play. They had a great flank from Vander, but the follow-up just wasn't as good as they wanted it to be. Mysterious Monkeys, they had a great disengage. They were retreating. But this is where they tried to go for... Oh, no, this is actually the start of the fight. So you can see here, Zaya doesn't get knocked up. Corki doesn't get knocked up. Dreams goes onto the back line. He stops the follow-up immediately. Everything looking good for Mysterious Monkeys at this point. You just reset. You clear out mid, maybe go back, maybe drop a few wards here and there around Baron, but you do not try and go for the re-engage, because remember, Steelback still has his ulti up. So when they think they've caught Vander, he gets pulled in into a beautiful knockup, as Nukeduck is now dead.
Okay. Well,
not the best.
Do not want to be that far out isolated when monkeys can't punish you.
But yeah, so backtracking before I was really interrupted by Nukeduck's death. That was such a good knockup from Vander onto so many members. Then the rest of Vitality get the immediate follow-up. Yuki ends up dropping. Coscu's in a bad situation. And it's just a really good setup from Vitality because Mysterious Monkeys overcommit. They get themselves the Baron, and now, utilizing the spike in the game that they have, they're poised and ready to fight.
Yeah, Kabashard's Equalizer definitely did a lot of that damage in that fight. So despite Nukeduck going down on the second half, after everything was said and done, Vitality still have Baron buff on 4 members, but they have to contend with the split push of Kikis right now. He's still a little bit behind the 8 ball. 30 CS been behind Kabashard. It's not as bad as we've seen this game, but he's only got the Trinity Force and his shoes as well as that Tiamat to try and get the wave clear, but he's able to get out pretty easily as soon as the Chaz were shutting on the trap. He hook shots over the wall.
Now Vitality, we want to see them utilizing this Baron buff, group up mid. A lot of summoner spells are unavailable for Mysterious Monkey, should be easy to force a fight, and here they go.
All right, in goes Steelback. Joko manages to get a Glacial Prison out onto Amazing, and Steelback pulls at them Rent Stacks. 3rd kill of the game for the Vitality AD carry, and that's going to lead the charge to try and push onto this tower. Package Valk over for Coscu, but he does not want to chance trying to clear the wave here with the rest of Vitality right in front of the tower. That's going to be one more taken down. The Vitality look to try and break into the base at 28 minutes. No minions.
And even though Mysterious Monkeys have all this vision across the map, it doesn't matter. Because Vitality, they just ran it down mid and they were like, now we engage. And they, Mysterious Monkeys lost their biggest front line in the form of Amazing. Vitality, they're looking ready to try and break into the base.
They wanted to take out Coscu, and he's actually forced to pull off his Valkyrie here. In goes Joko to try and take down Yuki, but it's not going to matter. Equalizer comes out. Coscu, he's caught up, and he is taken down to 0. Base broken open. It's a barbecue for Vitality inside the Monkeys' base. And Yamato, stretch it out, man, because the team is looking ready to close this game.
Oh, they certainly are. Coscu's dead, one of the main wave clearers. Kind of Amazing to anything.
That's the question. In goes Dreams. Oh, he gets a 3-man charm into the knockup, and now Kikis is coming in around the backside, but Kabashard has gone golden. Kabashard has been taken out by Yuki. However, Steelback is running wild, and it looks like they're going to be able to finish off this game. Featherstorm pulling them all back in with the Blade Collar. Not going to be enough, but everyone is falling down. Steelback is a madman, and with the team at his back, they will clean house, take down Amazing. There's the aces. It goes over to Vander in the end, and it's all going to be it from here. Finishing off this last Nexus turret.
Steelback, he gets denied the Quadra, but he did the work, and Vitality look convincing as they take the series over Monkeys.
All right, just fire a few more shots right into the face of Coscu, and it is GG. Viva Vitality!
So we had another pretty slow game for the majority of it. But we talked a lot about it, Pyra. I'm glad my prediction was accurate. 2-item spike, they're ready to go. They looked for a great flank. They made the fight happen. The Mysterious Monkeys, they just got baited in. They saw an opportunity. They saw that shiny rock off in the distance, and they were like, I want that shiny rock. And then that shiny rock kind of smashed them in the face, and they ended up losing.
Yep. Unfortunately, the Monkeys still not quite playing up to the level of a lot of their opponents, and Vitality with the 2-0. It's only a Vitality team that we can talk about a game that ended under 30 minutes being slow.
Yes.
But, I mean, when it came alive, it did. And Steelback, I got to give him a lot of credit. On this Callista, he really looked unleashed. Towards the end of that, as soon as he was finding CC targets, there were Ren stacks going in left and right.
Yes, 6-0-2. Steelback did, in fact, have a great game, but Vander as well. You've got to give props to him. A lot of his engagements really good. Love the flank paths that he took. The ultimates that he used along with Steelback were great, and I felt like the duo lane really had a great performance this series.
Yeah, got to give him some credit to be able to play it out right, and, well, Yuki and Dreams had unfortunate that they were up against that duo on the day, and a lot of happy faces on the Vitality side. This puts them in a much safer position to avoid that promotion tournament, to possibly, just maybe, try to make a run for them playoffs. It's still going to be a long ways away, though.
Yeah, it's a good start, and at the very least, you're looking more likely to secure that safe spot now in Group B, given that you've extended your lead over the Mysterious Monkeys, and there's only going to be tough opponents left to fight. So for Vitality, I feel like their next goal is to prove how well they can hold their own against these other top teams that they have in Group B, because it certainly is stacked with some of the other opposition.
Yeah, but Vitality started to find some more groove with not just Nuke Duck, Steelback coming up big as well, as Vitality tackled the pressure and got the win against the Mysterious Monkeys. Let's head it over to the analyst desk for more on that series.
Well, thank you very much, Pyra. Very strong performance from Vitality. And I want to take a moment to highlight just the key moment in this game and to set it up. Obviously, the teams were quite equal. It was looking like Mysterious Monkeys were going to take the game. They were up 1 kill. They seemed to have some pressure. And it all came down to the mid-game team fights. And I want to take a look at this replay in a second and tell me, or you should tell me, what do both teams want from the engage or from the disengage? And what are their roles in the team fight, so to say?
Yeah, so we can just take a look at the setup with the replay coming up, and we just have it paused like straight away, and we actually can kind of talk about exactly the goals. So it is paused right now. The goal for Vitality is they need Vander to reach the backline of Mysterious Monkeys, where you can see Yuki and Koskyu and the Zaya and the Corki. They're grouped together right now. Vander, in every fight, always wants to find at least one of them and actually either force them out of the fight or set up so the rest of the Vitality team with Rumble ulti and these kind of things can actually get onto them and kill them. And what Mysterious Monkeys wants is to protect these 280 carries. It's a bit like the comp from Vitality in the last game, where the backline is very strong and you're sitting and auto-attacking the first target in front of them, which is why you need to get onto them and actually try and CC them. So when the replay starts, we can see how the first engage here, while it is a fine engage from Vander, Yuki with his ulti and Koskyu, of course, using, I think it was his Valk or his, at least some sort of, yeah, that was a Valk coming away.
Yeah.
They're able to just avoid the engage from Vander, and that's perfect. Like, this right here was great from Mysterious Monkeys. This was everything they wanted, because right now, you actually have 2 safe AD carries. Problem for them is they're forgetting that there's also a Kalista ulti. So it wasn't just Vander flash engaging, that's all he has in that tank. Instead, they start like running down towards Vitality, and they kind of forget their objective is to keep the backline safe. So when we run the clip again, you're going to see how they jump on Vander. They actually walk into like this little choke point almost against him. And the 2 guys, once again, Yuki and Koskyu, are completely grouped up, and they just completely forget about Vander's engage. They get actually knocked up. You can see how they instantly, the Zaya just drops. He used flash in the last fight. That was a mistake on my side, not pointing that out. But Monkeys were like, yay, we did it.
Go.
We survived the engage. We can win the fight. They walk forward. They forget Kalista ulti is a thing. So the 2 guys who are supposed to protect, Koskyu and Yuki, they group together. They walk in towards the enemy team. And of course, they get in range of Vander, who fires in their faces. Yuki dies instantly. It's a 1-team fight from Vitality. So it's always fun to watch one team is trying to, you know, throw themselves at the enemy team, the other team is trying to then kite them back, and then seeing who is actually succeeding and why.
Is it possible that Vitality, obviously, they know that Zaya has an escape, they know that Corki has Valkyrie, so that they kind of baited it out in a way? They said, let's throw the 1 engage we do have of Alistar that's going to just refresh in a couple of seconds anyway on there, because we know they'll try and re-engage?
I mean, you don't always sadly know if they're going to just run straight at you to fight again, but I think when you have an Alistar Kalista, it's very safe to go for these plays, because worst case...
Can't lose anything.
Yeah, worst case, you just pull Vander back out with Kalista ulti and he's fine. He's not going to die by diving in, and oftentimes, especially against things like Corki, using the Valk is actually pretty difficult, because if you use it, let's say, if you don't use it fast enough, you get knocked up. If you use it just when the engage happens, oftentimes you actually might get interrupted while doing it. So I think them just going for the good flank engage was something we didn't see from the Monkeys last game, that we saw here from Vitality when it was their job to dive the backline. And it was a good engage, it was a correct call. Obviously a little bit lucky that then Monkeys overextend after, but Vitality, they just punish that mistake instantly.
And they cleared out their 2nd game in a row, 2-0 series victory. Player of the series, Steelback on this Kalista, definitely paying or doing a lot of work in the last team fights, because it was up to him to clean it all up.
Exactly, and I think Steelback in the last few weeks, we have seen more of that guy we saw last year, where he was actually really good in team fights. It's not about laning phase for Steelback, it really isn't. But if you can go into a team fight like this one, in this tank meta, stay safe and actually deal enough damage to be relevant, he's doing his job on Vitality. And I think we can say that for a lot of players on this team right now, they are actually stepping up and doing their job it's not just NukeDuck. Even though we talk a lot
keep
about
talking
him,
about him.
there is people around him also performing.
Well, Vitality taking an important win against the Mysterious Monkeys. Let's go over to Dracos for a word with their mid laner. Oh, there he is.
Gentlemen, Desk, I was going to say gentlemen, but that's not fair. It doesn't include Shocks. Desk, there are other people around NukeDuck, but today we are talking to NukeDuck, the man himself, the center of attention very often when we talk about Vitality. So I want to know, from your perspective, how did you feel about Vitality's performance today? Because from my end, from the Desk, it sounds like it was pretty Vitality favored the entire time.
Yeah, they didn't give us too much trouble. We knew what we wanted to do, and we did it. I think we are the better team, so we can always play our style when we play against a team that's a little bit weaker than us. It's easy to play our game.
Today may not have been, a super pressing mid lane matchup for you. CosQ has been a mid laner who's been struggling this season, but I'm curious. The Caps tier list has been a while now since it came out, but you were rated very highly. What is your impression of your performance this split as a mid laner? Where do you think you rank among the top mids in Europe?
I think it's too hard to say, but every mid laner is pretty good. Especially on the top teams, all the mid laners are really good. So I mean, it's insanely hard for me to make a list or something like that, especially on the fly.
Yeah. Not looking for a definitive answer. So why don't we try this a different way? What is it that you bring as a mid laner that's unique to you specifically? What is it like? If I want a mid laner on my team, why is it that I would grab NukeDuck as opposed to someone else?
Well, I don't know exactly what everyone brings. I don't know if my qualities are unique or anything like that, but I mean, I try to play the meta and just give my team as many options as I can, and that's what I'm trying to do.
Definitely have seen it, kind of the Jace coming on stage. We've seen so many different picks from you this season. How are you feeling right now about this meta? I know it's tanks for a lot of the other lanes, but it doesn't look like it's going to be tanks for you. What are your thoughts on mid lane?
The mid meta is pretty much not changed by the tanks that much. It's pretty much the same old. You can play any champion if you're really good on him, I think. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
Definitely seems like it was pretty exciting. Just to round things out, Vitality getting much closer to 100% locking in that fourth place, that safe spot. But is that what you personally have your sights set on? I know that there is still some chances that Vitality can make it into playoffs. What are the goals for you right now?
Well, right now, I think everyone over us has 7 wins and we got 4. So in theory, there's still a chance. So we're still going to try to make it to playoff. But yeah, it's going to be hard. But that's our goal, yeah.
I like it. Hard goal, but still definitely looking towards playoffs. We'll see how it works out for you. Thank you for taking the time to me. Congrats again on your win over Mysterious Monkeys. That's going to do it for us here at the couch. We're going to now send things to a break. But when we get back, it's going to be NIP versus G2. Don't go anywhere.
Yuki's even able to get a root down on the combo. He's flashing away. Let's see, Dreams taking on towers. It's going to be first blood finally. It's NukeDuck who wants to go to the skies this time. Kikis looking for a hunt on, but Steelback is the one who manages to find out Yuki. Kikis goes down for the double kill. Steelback.
Nice. You're allowed to have your turret, so. Can I start flash? Yeah, Yuki. Fine. Not fine. I'm dead.
Just don't die anymore. Don't die anymore.
Don't go to the beginning. Can I go for Vegas? Nice. Go ahead and... Oh. Quadra.
We're killing him.
No. Just fire a few more shots right into the face of CosQ, and it is GG. Viva Vitality.
Welcome back to the European LCS for our second matchup of the day. The reigning champions G2 have shown great progress in their latest series, and they can take their 5th straight win against Ninjas in Pyjamas tonight, and that is definitely catching me off guard. The fact that if we don't count Rift Rivals, they haven't been losing series per se. We had just been talking about the slump, which was definitely there, but hashtag the G2 slump is over party. It seems to be the case.
It seems like it. It feels like that G2, they're on their way back to being one of the best teams in Europe, if they're not there already. It does feel like that the meta is certainly suiting them, and I feel like one of the players that this is performing most in the current meta is Trick in the jungle. I feel like when you look at the tanks and his performance and how he likes to play, this feels very much like his style and where he can have the most success with. Just farming in the early game, providing utility in these great team fights, and utilizing the fact that G2 are a very good team fight team, as they demonstrated time and time again in the spring split.
Yeah, the 2-time MVP definitely playing more to that MVP status. He played Gragas 4 times in week 7, once Sejuani and then once a Duskblade Kha'Zix. So he's definitely saying, this meta is mine, guys. I'm going to put my stamp on these games a bit more. And that is why we think this should be a quite comfortable win for G2. If we look at their current form and maybe even their form before that, we wouldn't have seen them dropping a game to NIP.
No, you wouldn't expect it. The only difference I could see is that the early game of G2 is not the strongest. They don't try to be super proactive, but that's because as a team, they often recognize we know how to play the map better than the majority of teams in Europe, we know how to team fight better, and we can rely extremely easily on Sven and Perks to carry, as they have been doing so in the last few weeks. So I think that as a team, they are not looking to try and snowball early leads. It's going to be maybe slow and methodical from them, but it'll be interesting to see how NIP, with their early aggression, can do up against it.
Yeah, NIP racking up a lot of first bloods, actually racking up some early game benefits, but never being able to snowball that game out. So if we look at the meta, it's obviously favoring G2, it's favoring Trick, but how much of the meta can NIP use to their advantage if we look at how they like to play the game?
Well, what they can use is the fact that these team compositions are very straightforward. You group mid, and you fight, right? We saw it from Vitality earlier on. In Game 2, they group mid, they use the Alistar engage, and it's super easy to force these fights. Teams are evolving and adapting ever so slightly, but I feel like if NIP just adapt the strategy of, let's slow down a little bit, let's realize we don't have to get an early lead and run away with it. All we need to do is draft a composition that works well as a team, and if we can get that early lead, then just keep trying to force fights, keep trying to challenge G2, and maybe put them out of their comfort zone by getting some kind of big lead in the early game.
I do think it goes a bit against maybe the intuition of some of the players on NIP. If you look at Prophet, we know he likes to go ham and he likes to go in. He's most played our Rumble, our Jarvan, our Renekton. Shook also, if we think of his best performances, it's been on Lee Sin where he can make some plays happen. So how much of a mental shift will it be for them to play more and be relaxed in the early game and play more for the team fights?
In terms of a mental shift, I don't know if it will be a massive one. It's just one of those things where if we want to try and stand a chance of winning, maybe catch up to Rocket, or at the very least look good coming into the future promotion tournament, we have to find a style that at the very least works. And right now, they don't have that. They are not communicating properly. They seem to be playing all over the map. They're relying on Prophet to just sit in a side lane and take all these towers. And I just want to see them define themselves in a way that at the very least, they can have something to fall back on when things could get rough later on the split.
We'll see what happens. We are ready to hit the Rift with G2 versus Ninjas in Pyjamas. Take it away, Dracos.
Thank you, Shocks. Good evening, everyone. I am Daniel Dracos, following the series along with Martin Deficio Lunga. You had an interesting series at the analyst desk. Blah, blah. Yeah, it's been not a great day for words for me, so I'm hoping you can pick up some of the slack.
Oh, you came to the wrong guy there. I'm not going to help you right there.
Well then, let's just jump into it. Let's take a look at the teams. We're going to start with G2 on the blue side. And as we look through that roster, a lot of expectations coming in as the team has started to improve, especially on that jungle and top position.
Yeah, do love me some tank Trick. He's much more consistent now than before. He's not really having to do a whole lot in the early game, which benefits him a lot. Looking at Youngbog as well, the coach for G2 Esports. I want to see some good drafts today. I think last week they actually had some decent ones, and it's always been kind of the things that they talk about as a strength, is who would have good draft. We haven't always seen it this split, but in this meta, it should be easy enough for him to get good comps.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the adaptation is going to be, because they're facing up against an interesting opponent on the opposite side. Ninjas in Pyjamas, they're going to be on the red side. But look at that roster. Now, these guys have been struggling, but they have been known to go for some interesting compositions in draft. One man we kind of keep our eyes on pretty consistently throughout the weeks is Shook in the jungle.
Yeah, so often when a team needs early leads, we have to look at a jungler. He is getting first bloods, and you guys know that whenever we bring up first blood as the only only stat for a team is because there's not a whole lot else to really highlight in that department. Because they are getting the early starts. They're just never really able to use them in the mid to late game, which is a shame with NIP. It's been 7-8 weeks now. We kind of want to see some improvement, but at this point, it's tough to really expect a whole lot. So we just want to see good early games, at least from these guys here, every time.
And it's especially difficult to track that improvement when they aren't finding the wins. When a team wins, you can see why. You can see, hey, how can we repeat that process? Hasn't really been the case for Ninjas Pyjamas. Wins few and far between. But as we enter the pick ban phase, we have to wonder how each team is going to approach 7-14. Is it going to be all about the tanks, all about the mid lane?
Give me an A, give me an N, give me
Or
an
maybe
K.
we're going to see the 1-3-1 come out. Now, interestingly enough, G2 banning some of those disengage options that Stress bought up earlier today.
So I guess this kind of counts when I said I really want to see more Janna because she is banned.
You do technically get to see her, yes.
Yeah, I get to see her, and it means that someone must have seen her somewhere, and they feel that she is actually strong enough to remove. I think, though, if you are NIP, draft a tank comp, draft a comp that can just focus on trying to force 5-on-5 team fights with a ton of engage. They're not specifically like super easy to play, but they're definitely easier to play than like a fancy 1-3-1 style, but you got to remember all the 12 steps in every lane, and it becomes a mess, you know. Much easier to just go for some hard engage, and that should be the way forward for NIP, and I think G2 Esports are kind of expecting that.
Yeah, interesting. Zach going to be banned away. G2 Esports don't want to run the gambit of trading it for anything else. The Talia being banned is honestly a big surprise for me, and Nogday has been a comfort pick for him.
Very true. We have seen Perks play it a few times as well. He's been successful on it. The Zach ban, though, as you highlighted, fun story. Trick has only played it once, and he lost, and he actually looked really bad on it. It definitely seems like a pick that G2 Esports are just not practicing a whole lot, or at least they don't want to use their first pick on it, so they feel like they should just ban it instead. They do get Elise though, so instead of giving that to Shook, who then maybe get an early game advantage, it goes in favor of Trick.
And Elise, one of those champions we've seen so consistently permabanned, you almost forget that she exists in the LCS. It's been all about tank junglers, but 90% of the time, just because Elise is taken off the board. Now I'm curious to see what Trick can do with this in his hands. He's had some really fantastic Elise games and some similarly lackluster ones, but NIP,
I like this.
Clear plans on the opposite side. They've already locked in that Kalista.
Yeah, this fits the, hey, let's get a lot of engage, easy kind of to play comp, Maokai point and click engage, massive ulti that you literally can't miss. And also Kalista adding a bit extra engage with her ulti. So G2 Esports have to decide now. They do like to play Braum normally. We'll even take it almost first rotation. We've seen it a few times from them. It is still a stable of Mythy. But obviously we know when you see a Kalista on NIP's side and have Sprattle, who is actually a little bit known for his Alistar, that you might look at a Kalista-Alistar combo, and I think G2 Esports, they realize that as well, and they say, you know what, we're just gonna steal
We're
that.
not a fan. We're not a fan of giving you that option.
You playing Alistar? No. We're playing Alistar.
What a coincidence. Mythy's also known for his Alistar.
Hey!
But there's such a large pool of melee supports, I think we have to be pretty confident that if they are looking for that engage, that aggressive kind of Kalista team fighting plays, they're still gonna have something, just maybe not the dream combo.
Flexing the Jays as well, can go top lane, can sit mid lane, actually really good in both lanes right now. I feel like, and you already have Alistar adding as a frontline engage for yourself. So G2 Esports might actually try and opt into a bit of a 1-3-1 comp with some squishy members. But I like the takeaway of the Alistar. Wait a minute, Cho'Gath was
Yeah, and I gotta say, this is very surprising. Not seeing Cho'Gath be an early priority in pick and ban. Definitely was not the case last week. Showed up in very early on in the week and remained almost 100% pick ban throughout the course of everything.
So I've been watching all of LCK on 7-14 right now to really also see how they value the Cho'Gath. And it's very hit and miss. Some games it's not even touched. Other games it can actually get first rotated. Other games it gets banned. But there are definitely a lot of games where it's not even picked up. And I think one of the things that we have seen with Cho'Gath is he's insanely strong, but he's very simple in what he's doing. Like, early game, he doesn't want to do a whole lot. He wants to just farm. He wants to get strong into the late game. And in a team fight, the value of this Cho'Gath, of course, he's a massive tank who actually deals a lot of damage because it scales on HP, and he can basically one-shot an AD carry, almost one-shot an AD carry. So I think teams are trying to figure out how to play around it. Is it by having long-range champions he can't really get in range of? Is it by having champions like Cogmore who can actually melt through him? That could come in for Sven later. Definitely a possibility as well. I want to see what G2's answer is, because looking at NIP's side, damn man, that's That's a sick
Exactly, and that's exactly what you mentioned that we wanted to see from Ninjas. You want a composition that's maybe more simple to execute, that's maybe more linear in what it wants to do. Well, I see a composition right now that wants to fight, and a composition that doesn't really want to deal with any of these scaling picks on the side for Sven. No Kog'Maw, no Tank Buster, no Tristana coming out either.
Yeah, really like that ban here. I would love it to be Cho'Gath top lane with the Maokai jungle. Because I just think Cho'Gath top lane actually has a really strong laning phase as well. Obviously, if that is the case, it's probably going to be Jace top against it, who just wants to build, to play the Ruined King, sit in that lane and split push all day long. He's not a strong team fighter right now as a top lane champion. So that might be the go-to option for G2. But man, boys, we talked about Engage. Here's a Rakan. Like, I am loving this draft from NIP right now, simply because they have so many ways of forcing fights. And they have great scaling as well, because they run Maokai Cho'Gath, which is such a deadly combo.
In Maokai especially, I got the chance to speak to Sven a little bit before the game today, and I was like, yeah, Maokai just, to me, feels so irritating because of the, the point-click CC. And he's like, I hate that ability. That ability is the most toxic thing in any game, and now he has to go up against it as Zavaris. That is not a good feeling.
Yeah, once the Maokai is in range, you're not getting away as Zavaris. You don't have any mobility other than your flash. So this is gonna be a really tough game for Sven to play against all that Engage on the side of NIP. And I know it's obviously G2 versus NIP, so it's very heavily in favor of G2, just ignoring drafts. But I think their composition is way harder to execute than what we're seeing on the side of NIP, where it's actually really, really good team fighting with good scaling and not weak lanes. Cho'Gath top and Kalista Rakan bot lane, they're fine lanes.
And I'm curious to see what the strategy is going to be from G2 to try to mitigate the insanely strong team fighting coming out from Ninjas in Pyjamas. All of those hover-overs so far. Cassio going to be the final lock-in. Can have that immense team fight impact. Can duel very handily with the Jace in some of those early game scenarios. Across the board, I think we have to say two very strong compositions, but surprisingly, compared to what we saw last week, two very different compositions. Both of these teams are not about fighting in the mid lane. G2, a very different objective.
Yeah, G2 Esports needs to show they can still play the great macro play. They need to show they can avoid the 5-man engages in the mid lane and rely on Jason one side lane, Gnar in the other side lane. Of course, Elise early game to snowball these two solo laners. A lot of focus on Trick early, and then focus on Perks, and of course expect in the late game and their ability to actually play on these side lanes. Because if you are NIP, the win condition is simple. Get towards the mid lane as fast as possible and just try and hard engage on someone like Sven every single time.
Now a lot of pressure though on G2 to spread out across the map, to not get baited into some fights maybe they feel like they can out-execute in, because the tools are in favor of Ninjas in Pyjamas.
And we do see actually NIP swap the Maokai to top lane. It's because they saw Gnar from G2 Esports, which is a very good pick against Cho'Gath after a few items comes under Gnar's belt right there. He can just win the side lane split push. Maokai though, he doesn't care about that kind of stuff. He just TPs away and hard engages.
Not a champion about the lane, instead potentially all about those team fights. NIP and G2 gearing up. NIP, will this be the first time they find their series win? We're gonna find out as we jump into game one.
Right now, Dragus, we might get a much closer game than expected, just based on NIP's draft right now. If they are able to force the team fights, they might be able to punish G2 Esports if the setup is lacking a little bit with the 1-3-1, which is obviously going to be something we will talk a lot about during the game itself. But early on, though, G2, Jason Gnar with an Elise as backup, strong solo laners that can actually snowball if Trick is on point. I think diving top lane is definitely a possibility in the early game against the Maokai, who tends to lose most lanes.
That's something we have to consider. There is the potential that G2 just win this in the laning phase. That they simply out-execute their opposition. They have the immense strength of the Elise early game. And when you think about what this game means for each of these teams, G2 in a very close battle with Misfits to try to get that second place. No one really wants to be in a third place scenario right now. NIP on the opposite end, they're not playing for a lot, we have to be honest. But they need to be prepared, they need to be ready as we move closer and closer to the promotion tournament. They're not there 100% yet, but you beat G2.
Yeah.
Chances are you can beat some other people too.
Basically, NIP needs to win every single game if they want to avoid that promotion tournament, and they need Rocket to obviously lose every game they're playing. If that happens, NIP can do it. More importantly, though, is just actually improving as much as possible before that potential promotion tournament, because then you're not playing against G2 Esports and Fnatic. you're playing against challenger teams. So if you have actually learned anything in the LCS, it might give you the advantage in those games, and you can just re-qualify right back into the LCS.
It's interesting. One of the people we have to watch for improvement is going to be Shook as well. Wants to qualify back. Definitely has been a... I called him the double-edged sword so many times. Some games Shook starts plays, carries his team through the early game. Other games starts to fall apart.
Yeah, this time around though, he doesn't have to do a whole lot in the early game because he's on a Cho'Gath. He just wants to scale. It's on Trick, as we said. He's the man we're really looking at. And Trick is not famous for his Elise.
Definitely not the case. Do see some small trading on the bottom side, but the Cho'Gath has changed in a lot of the meta picks coming out. It's just been interesting to watch to see how each of the junglers adapt. Now, Trick, we felt like benefited from it immensely and definitely did last week, but has swapped back to some of this older style meta.
And that's the thing. These 5 picks on your screen right now, they all fit Trick extremely well. Kha'Zix is the only non-tank that he actually likes to play. So the fact that it's Shook on the Cho'Gath, who doesn't want to be active early game, and it's actually Trick on the Elise, who needs to be active early game. It's a bit of a swap compared to maybe what you could have expected, but that was obviously one of the reasons G2 also stole away the Elise. They don't want to deal with that early game from Shook, and Trick then has to show his ability on the champion. We've seen it a few times, definitely. It's not like he's never played it before. This has never been his wheelhouse.
Has had 1 or 2 good games this season. Curious to see what Shook can do with the Cho'Gath. Is on the top side, but Trick is moving in. The early game strength of the Elise is immense. Luckily, Little Golem going to block the Volatile Spotterling, but still Shook forced off.
And we hope Zergze is watching this and taking some notes. He played this matchup against Fnatic. He did this exact same invade, but he ended up dying on the way out because he used his Repel and Cocoon and a few things. Trick played it very safe, took their Blast Cone, knew, okay, worst case, you can always flash back out, but no one should actually be able to kill you right there, so he managed to force Shook out of the jungle. No early disadvantage for him. Obviously very hard also to gank anything this early when Cho'Gath with this top lane. So what Shook did, that's important to highlight, is he did his Raptor into his red buff into his Crux on the top side. The reason he's doing that, even though it means he doesn't get an early blue buff, is because then he ends his root on the top side at level 3, where Trick actually would want to go up and kill the Maokai on the tower. But Trick can't kill the Maokai because Shook is right there. So Shook does sacrifice his own pathing a little bit to make sure that Prophet doesn't get killed on a tower at level 3 by an Elise. Because that's what happens at scrims every time for these teams. Is that top laner, he's gone at level 3, 4, 5, 6, and he doesn't want to play the game anymore.
And the thing I also like about it is he's not on the top side of his jungle low, approaching the end of a clear, vulnerable potentially to getting out 1v1. So he sets himself up for safety as well as Prophet up for safety. So it is, I think we have to say, really good pathing. And additionally, NIP with some early vision are going to know where Trick is going, and once again will be spotted out as he approaches into the jungle.
Yep. Due to the push in the bottom lane against the Alistar lane, who's not the strongest laner. We saw an early ward from Spraddle being placed on the bot side camp as well. See if Trick is showing up there. The fact that they saw him on a ward up there and they don't see him on the camp, they should know he's on the bottom side.
Aggressive all-in coming through. Hikyu taking a lot of damage here in the exchange. Hikyu and Spraddle were pushing very aggressively in the first few levels, using the advantage of Kalista, but now things have calmed down a little bit. Are forced to back off, knowing that Elise is on the bottom side and that all-inning very easily could be a death situation.
Trick is mid now, walking past the same ward. And Perks, that's the wrong guy you're shooting.
Moving forward, nice cleanse coming in from Knockne. Calm play, Shook. Moving in, not going to go for anything too aggressive here. Flash is still up for Trick and Perks. Summoner traded for Summoner, but Perks definitely getting the worst end of the life trade, at least.
Yeah, so good start from NIP with early wards to find Trick. Shook will show himself top lane.
CC setup comes in.
Silence first. No, he's not in range.
Flash out. But good to get the Summoner spell away. We've talked about this when we see Cho'Gath. We like to see that setup CC in those lanes.
Advantage NIP once again. Shook's first gank after farming all the way to level 5 forces a flash. Trick's early ganks has basically done nothing except for a cleanse used by Knockne. So good starting from NIP, tracking the jungler, finding him. And that's kind of thing. I remember this actually just from... For some reason, I was sitting and watching my old games from Season 3.
I remember that. I was wondering, I literally asked you, are you super Bane? Why are you doing that?
It was really weird, but I do remember playing against like Evelyn back in the day. It's a little bit like playing against Elise right now, where in the early game, you're just constantly telling yourself, don't play aggressive if you don't know where the jungler is. The jungler could be here right now and you will die, and this jungler needs to snowball early game. So Elise is kind of the same for a lot of these laners. While you can of course see her on wards, you're telling yourself, if I don't know where the jungler is, don't play aggressive. Because if she's there, I just messed up, gave her a kill, and she starts snowballing, and it's my fault we're losing the early game.
Well, is it going to be Prophet's fault right now? Expect May a bit off more than he can shoot. The silence comes in. Prophet's going to throw down the snare. One cat going to connect. The second cat not going to connect. Backing off. Trick low mana is going to run out, and just a little bit of harass coming in from Expect to round out the play.
Yeah, here was fine for NIP to be aggressive because they had 2 members top lane. They're not afraid of Trick just in a 2v2 situation like that when they get to jump on Expect. Nagne as well knows the jungler was just top lane without mana, so he plays aggressive in mid lane. And as soon as you get that information, you can actually start doing something in your lane.
And Nagne, one of those players that's hard to read because so often he does, some games he does poorly in lane, and other games, as we've seen more through the season, he's been stepping it up, and right now is definitely out-trading Perkz. Perkz has sent multiple shock blasts just in the completely wrong direction.
He's trying to hit Trick, man. Get out of my lane.
Gotta let him know.
Yeah, exactly.
This is not your CS.
He's taking his experience.
This is my 1v1. Don't take this from me.
Trick always trying to ruin the party in the mid lane. Spraddle once again doing a great job getting full vision of the jungle. They find Trick once more. Should get interrupted. Nope.
Nope. That last 0.05 seconds, I believe it is. 0.5 seconds it is. Even if you do get a little damage down, not going to interrupt. Not sure if Mithy got vision there, but is probably going to press it anyway.
Now, it is important to highlight, despite us talking about Elise early game, how much she needs to snowball, the early game is not over. And even if she doesn't get a kill in the first 6 levels, like, she's still so strong in terms of burst for the next, like, 10 minutes of this game, even more maybe. So there's plenty of time for G2 to get the advantage they need. You want to give items to Gnar and Jace before they really become split pushers as well. So while you are a team who wants to snowball early game, you're not on the clock yet. That happens, you know, once we get towards the 20-minute mark, and NIP's tanks, they just come online instantly and they can just say, fight, fight, fight. That's where G2 Esports need to have the advantage before that.
Definitely the case, but for Prophet, for Shook, the big tanks on that lineup, not even at the 1 item point, even if 1 item can be pretty terrifying. Righteous Glory, Cinderhulk, definitely noteworthy. As you mentioned, not there yet, so for now, Trick still comfortable, still knows he can win out on the 1v1 duels, so pushing forward, getting a little bit more vision around the Dragon. Ocean Drake, irritating to play against for the laners, strong for the junglers to have, but definitely not infernal in terms of the early priority from teams.
That's your Trick. If you can't gank the lanes, gank the Dragon.
Nope, expecting to move forward. CC still does go on to Prophet, twisted advance, not quite going to dodge out on the wallop, so not what he wanted there, hoping for a little bit of an outplay. 3 stacks in the Hyper, he is just walking him down. Flash out from Prophet, Expect not going to follow this one up, but very good engage on the tail end of that Mega Gnar.
As you can see, every top lane in Europe, they are thrilled that Maokai top is once again meta, so they can get to play him in lane, and you're basically punching back. You do nothing else but sit there and just take hits in the face 24/7 until your team says now they're ready, and then you TP away and you actually join team fights. So Prophet can't really do anything in this 1v1. Trick once again trying to ruin the 1v1 party in the mid lane.
I gotta say, linear skill shots have not been the strength for the jungle mid duo right now for G2. A lot of empowered shock blast missing, a lot of cocoons missing. Nagne should definitely feel the pressure in the mid lane, but despite all of the attention that has been given over to Perkz, still 94-82 in terms of CS. So Nagne playing the early laning phase very well.
Great start from him. Prophet, no surprise, being pushed onto his tower. Shook is just farming in his jungle. Pulled off 2 ganks, got a flash from one of them, forced Trick and Expect back on the other one. So can't really fault him for his early game on this Cho'Gath. And NIP right now are still doing fine in this early laning phase.
And I want to see what happens as we get closer to the mid game, because that is the question. That's when their composition comes online, as you mentioned. The ARAMs in the mid lane, as we colloquially call them, you know, the fights, the focus on fighting around the mid lane. Haven't seen it yet, but when it does happen, is that when we're going to see Shook execute in these fights? Because for now, as you mentioned, solid early game. Getting out impact you don't always expect from a Cho'Gath. As we look at the jungler on the opposite side, still waiting for Trick to impact one of these lanes.
We might have to wait even longer. He's going back to his Spraddle. He wants to fight. Not exactly the guy you want to fight. I just got excited for nothing. That's the last time.
It's easy. It's easy to get baited in. That's the nature of Rakan, man.
It's just easier to get excited in case something happens than try and predict in the moment if you should get excited or not.
That's the worst. We've definitely both done that one. The one where it's like, yeah, he's fine, he's going to live, and then the Ignite and the ult comes in. You're like,
oh,
never mind, they're all in and he's dead. I'm still talking like nothing's happening, but he's dead.
That is the worst part. That is the worst. But then it's also, you can also get too hype if the game is actually not that crazy what's happening, and it wasn't like a sick outplay, and suddenly we just start screaming like it's the biggest outplay in the world. So there's both ways. Caster issues.
Yeah, the issue is I think you always want to err on the side of like, oh, maybe not a big outplay, and I'm like, he flashed a skill shot. Outplayed.
I just want the players to know that it takes more to impress me than killing someone like Perks in lane.
I love that you think that they're worried about
That is the thing. They should be. I want to see them kill Perks, Trick, and Expect at the same time in a 1v3, and then I will bless them with my hype.
All I'm saying, Nagne.
Hey, Nagne.
NIP needs a little bit of hype.
This
I've
might
seen
be your chance.
2v1. You could level it up to the 3v1 today. Prophet, though. Maybe not quite so lucky. It's just going to get knocked back into that wall.
Oh, that's insane.
It's a slow walk down.
Oh, okay.
Comes out. Just
sorry, I got hyped again there. See, I thought
it's okay.
I thought it was one of the moments. I thought it was one of the big ones. Trick gets the Rift Herald. That's good for him. Finally, he can actually do something in his lanes, which is click on the Rift Herald button.
There you go.
The cats.
Not great on the hit cocoon counter for Trick, but is continuing to put pressure down on the top side. Now for NIP, when you look at NIP, there's a lot of weaknesses, and that's very clear. But one of the few strengths of NIP is that they usually are very even going into the early game. Actually pretty solid in a lot of cases, which you wouldn't expect when you look at their record.
Well, this one is definitely even as well, slightly behind in gold only, but their composition does just want to scale. You have your tanks. You don't need to fight early game. You have a Cassiopeia as well. So this is perfectly fine for NIP. And staying true to, this being average in the early game team. Nagne will cleanse out that one. Perks did get his Ghost Blade right now, so he does start to hurt quite a lot. And if you are Cassiopeia, you can't rush Ninja Tapis. It doesn't work. You can't put the boots on your head or anything. And instead, he just wants that Rod of Ages, meaning there's no extra armor on Nagne right now, and this lethality will hurt.
Not the luxury of the Ninja Tabby. No boots on head.
Where else would you put the boots?
Yeah, no boots for the Cassio. All right, but I think the thing I like about that trade from Perks is that it does burn the ultimate for Cassio. Jace is essentially a non-ultimate champion. That's a pretty major cooldown. Maybe the next all-in can be the key for Perks.
Highlighting his weakness, huh? He doesn't like talking about that. He has a real ult to like everyone else.
He has a hammer and a gun. Well, now they might fight on the bottom side. It might be too hyped for sure. No, it looks like they might actually kill each other. Chain CC is coming in. EQ is running for his life. Blade of the Dream King has been burned. Spraddle.
Oh, he's turning because Shook is on the way. Oh, TP as well. Oh, that miscommunication. That hurts.
Prophet.
That hurts.
He's going to lock him up under the tower, but he's about to go Mega. This may be the solo kill. Wallop comes in, leaps forward. Little Penguin and Ice not going to connect.
Yeah, everything just kind of looked weird there for NIP because Prophet was very clearly calling that he was going to join the fight. And then as soon as he TP'd, Shook just turned around. And then it was like, are they fighting? Are they not fighting? In the end, Prophet was TPing in front of Expect, and he was just taking free damage to then cancel his TP. Tower's obviously going to drop right now because Expect is already winning the lane. Shook now found his way to the bottom lane.
Oh, this is bad news. Chain CC comes in. Silence will still get the Unbreakable Will out. Sven backing off. It's going to be a small trade on the bottom side, though. No follow-up, no ultimates available for NIP to commit.
And this is where you can see some of the problems for NIP. The communication between Prophet and the rest of the team is still not on point. That play or that fight before, or a little move, could have resulted in something much bigger for them. Perks is kind of baiting.
Shook's at the point where he's like, all right, so no matter where I throw the Q, you're going to dodge it. And Perks is at the point where he knows that as well, so...
And that's why Shook is smart. If you don't use it, you can't miss it. Which means you actually never made a mistake.
You would be a terrible coach. Can I just say that?
No.
Look, as long as you never try anything, guys, you're never going to fail.
See? It's not your fault if the enemy team does something great, as long as you didn't fail anything on your side.
Well, one success for G2 is that they are going to be able to take down the tower, power the Rift Herald that they were able to secure earlier on. And normally, NIP coming in with maybe a bit more even at the 15-minute mark, but the explosion of objectives across the map has given G2 a significant lead.
And it's so frustrating when you watch NIP and you see this early game actually go pretty well for them with the scale and comp. And then that play before where they completely miscommunicate the TP with the gank from Shook, and it all gets cancelled. Which means Shook is now stuck on the bottom side, not able to do anything, and they lose top tower, they lose mid tower, and then suddenly, everything they just did just kind of fell apart. And now it is suddenly the 3-kick goal lead for G2 Esports. It is the Gnar and the Jace getting items under their belt without Trick actually having to do a whole lot. Like, this was built around just the laners winning, and then that Rift Herald coming in.
And I really got to say, we need to praise G2. This is a slow, calculated playstyle that we generally like to see. NIP's bot lane doing a good job to survive this long, but G2 building gold lead entirely out of map objectives. Definitely not a playstyle I'd say we've seen from them in a while. Could just be because they're up against NIP, but regardless, feels like a good look for a team who's kind of fighting their way back to the top right now.
They really, really want to get back to that #1 spot. It is hurting them that they've lost that #1. Fnatic still sitting with it, the rival of G2 Esports as well. Do you know when they're playing each other, Drakus?
I do, conveniently.
Is it week 10?
It might be week 10.
Is it Saturday in week 10? I believe it is.
Is it Saturday in week 10? It might be Saturday, the 12th of August in week 10.
That might be a hype graphic next game, just teasing that one. Let's see. Point is, Fnatic will play G2 week 10.
Needless to say, we're all excited, but for now, G2's going to have to make it through.
Oh, there it is! Ooh! This was actually supposed to be game 2, but we just baited everyone.
Surprise. Can't trust us. All right, well, G2 Esports vs. Fnatic, Saturday, 12th of August. Mark it in your calendar. You're here, you're watching.
Some people talk about, you know, McGregor versus Mayweather. I talk about G2 versus Fnatic. Like, that is the match.
Look, all I'm saying is, one of them's an MMA fighter, one of them's a boxer. We have 2 League of Legends teams. There's no weird mismatch there.
That is true. That is definitely true.
Now, though, as we focus back on the game, I've got an interesting statistic for you. So I try to figure out how to deliver those better. Quick shot, definitely the veteran.
Why are you all trying to become quick shot?
I'm not trying to become a quick shot. Someone just whispered a fun fact in my ear and I want to share it with you.
Okay.
I'm not going to go, #quick stats, guys. But he would like that if I said that. Now, 1830, latest First Blood. It's now 1831. Now, whenever a kill happens, it'll be the latest. Deficio, last season's latest First Blood was about 28 minutes.
And we casted that game.
We casted it, Misfits versus Vitality. And now,
I remember.
We get the pleasure of the run back.
Fun story, Shook was in that game too. On Vitality. Basically, when Shook is not able to get early kills, no one gets early kills.
I like that authority.
That's apparently a rule right now. G2 Esports, of course, they are playing what they consider the perfect game. So it's all about the fancy objectives. It's NIP who wants the kills, but they also wanted time. They wanted to scale, so they were making the calls saying, guys, before 20 minutes, no fighting. After 20 minutes, maybe fight, because Righteous Lord is completed, you know, Cho'Gath is almost level 11, so rank 2 ulti on his way. So NIP are fine playing without any kills, and G2 Esports, because they're these fancy guys from the upper class, they're also fine, just only going for objectives.
Why are you doing air quotes?
I don't know why I did air quotes, the viewers can't see them, but yeah.
All right, well.
Spoiled kids on the side of G2.
All right. They're playing the fancy game. They don't need to get their hands dirty. At least that's how it would appear so far. But I feel like if you're right, if NIP are a team that's looking to come online around the 20-minute mark, that may change. But how does NIP force these fights? How does NIP force G2 into the mid lane where they can set up that Thunderdome, that arena?
Right, so it's not just like run 5-man mid and nothing else, because there's of course multiple lanes on the map you gotta take care of. So what you want to do is when Nagne finally gets to push out the top lane wave towards like the river, he wants to move down and join his team in the mid lane. And that's when NIP with TP from Prophet, who's about to die.
Oh, nope. Twisted advance underneath. Law can expect back in. Beautiful mechanics to dodge that up. And now the fight in the mid lane. First blood actually going to be Sven taken down.
So we just talked about this.
Or rather,
Nagne right now did not have time to push out the lane and top and move down to join his team. It was G2 because they had already pushed the lane with Perks that had a tempo advantage on moving Perks to the mid lane faster, forcing the fight. This is what NIP wants to do. What G2 just did is what NIP wants to do.
Thought, because that's the flash cocoon, and Shook's going to have to run for his life, or it's just going to be a free Baron over to G2. Perks Maybe a bit more hungry for blood. Nagne running for his life.
Oh, nice dodge.
Used. Sidestep coming in. They're committing under the tower. Perks now could be in trouble. Nagne looking for the outplay. He's going to get one. Flash forward. Expect is there to play cleanup. Save the name of that mid laner, but Shook still on the hunt. Is going to have to back off.
All right, so in the end, we get 3 kills for G2, 1 for NIP. We did promise the 20 minutes. You know, that's where we're going to start seeing the kills, and it did happen. But basically, everything G2 did right there, it's exactly what NIP wants to do. Your side laner pushes out, goes to the mid lane, and then you force a fight. Now that is much easier for NIP to do normally because they have hard engage. So this is actually a situation where NIP should not get caught. Because look at your minimap, guys. Cassiopeia is not there. NIP needs to just surrender the mid lane and say, our mid laner is not here. Enemy mid laner could be. Back away. Otherwise we will get engaged on and we could die. They didn't respect that. That's why they got engaged on and died here. The cool thing for NIP is it's much easier for them to make this play G2 just made. Because even if G2 is standing at the tower feeling safe, suddenly you fly in with, you know, Spraddle, Prophet, everything. There's so many ways to start the fights that it's almost impossible for G2 to avoid an engage like that. Avoiding that engage for NIP should have been really easy.
Now that they have to be careful. Trick no flash, burned it in the last engage. That means that NIP are going to be able to walk away safely. Mithy, even with the Mobies, not quite able to catch the Cho'Gath. We have to keep our eyes on each of these teams. Where are they going to fight? Expecting Meganar. This is the one time where he will have more team fight impact.
So right now, G2, they don't have anyone hard pushing top lane. So NIP, they actually have a small chance in the mid lane to force something. But now they seem to be actually hovering around Baron Vision instead. Wait, they're going to rush this one down and try and force a fight around it? Okay, they want to force a fight at Baron, guys.
Hey, you want to start a fight. This is a good way to do it. Now G2 will get a little bit of information. They will spot this out and they're moving in.
You got to turn here. NIP, you want to turn.
On the way. TP coming.
They got Rend and Feast.
They can definitely move it. Moving forward. Mithy in the pick. Can they get this one down? That's going to be Baron for NIP. G2 have they bit off more than they can chew because on the front line, goodbye, Trick. You are going to drop. Mithy now running for his life. The stack still in. Leap in from Spraddle. That's aggressive. PQ, he's dishing out damage from the backside. Woo! The fight's just going to keep going for now. Looks like G2 want to get something more here, but they have to be careful. Meganar could be a turning point. Don't think they can chase this one down. Deficio. NIP have secured a Baron against G2.
That was a hype moment. Everything in my brain was like, you got to turn. You got to turn and fight them. It's so early in the game, and then it clicks. There's a Feast. And there's Rent, and a Smite. There's so many ways to nuke that Baron down. Not from 500 HP, much more than that. So actually they could rush it down in 22 minutes. They literally sat there in their communication and said, don't do anything in the early game, get past 20 minutes. If we ever get a chance, just rush the Baron. Because again, either you turn and you fight with your team fighting comp, or if the enemy team is so slow to react, you just feast and rent the Baron, and you kill it, man. That was a brilliant call.
And it was at Deficio. They got the most important part. They got that chance. Things started to look grim when G2 started to win fights in the mid lane. NIP, we have to say, could have just been the end for them if things continued on that trend, but they make that change we talked about.
And you can't really blame G2 because G2 are basically saying we're using this advantage to get a Drake. Then they want to reset the map. They want to put Perks back in the top lane. They want to put Expect back in the bot lane and set up the 1-3-1 push again. They never got the chance to set that up because no one expected NIP to just rush that Baron.
No, but you didn't, G2 didn't?
I think 100%. Both, you know, we're all guilty here of underestimating.
Except for that one guy who's going to let us know on the internet.
There's the one guy who would, of course, predicted it because he just saw it happen and he's now writing it, you know, on Twitter, on Reddit, whatever it is. I don't know. That's the kind of stuff where sometimes you kind of underestimate the value of a Cho'Gath at a Baron. And you're so used to seeing Kalista rush down Barons. Adding another element to that, and man, that was quick. And even Cassiopeia is so fast. That was a Baron killing comp.
And it's something when we look at a tank meta, when we look at the strength of all these individual champions, we forget about those small nuanced things, their ability to secure those objectives. And right now, it is just such a huge boon for NIP and for G2, a team that was playing this clean, playing this confident, not giving up anything, to suddenly start losing objectives, giving up Baron. It could be disastrous. We're going to have to hold that thought. There's a fight in the mid lane. Quickness goes in, moving forward. Shook looking for a little bit more. The Kittens are on the way. Perks, definitely a Cats fan. Now moving in for Prophet, though. Going to get knocked back, and Trick deleted instantly. G2 doing what they can to hold on to the tower, but I don't think it was the right choice.
Oh, one of the big things about Marco ulti is it's not just about engaging or joining fights, it's also zoning.
Forward, Prophet pulled back in the middle of the team, may not be where he wants to be, but he is just so tanky. Spraddle with a quick leap out, GQ on the front lines, but he is gnarred into the wall. Expect trying to turn the fight. Can't he's going to knock up their whole. Oh my God! Perks on the backside. The emotional roller coaster of the fight. The shock blast going to land, and Perks has to be careful. I don't think he can push for more, but still looking so hungry for blood. A surprisingly even game now to Fischio.
Oh, this is what I like about this meta, is you can draft these compositions here that can make some of these quick moves where it's not about setting up a slow push in the side lane or crazy vision control. You can just pull the trigger and you can actually make stuff happen. This is what we see right here. Notice when the Maokai finally joins, how his ulti is used to zone the entire G2 Esports away from the turret. If anyone gets hit close enough, they will die. That's what happens to Trick right there. NIP wins the first part of the fight, gets the tower. G2, they're feeling a little bit too happy right there. Wanted to look for a re-engage. I think actually EQ diving in is very, very risky, first of all, but the fact that he stays alive, it's almost a shame that Perks kills him in the end.
I mean,
that would have been a great escape.
Definitely. I was 100% convinced he was dead to the Gnar combo, and I think I would have to watch that back 3 or 4 times to understand exactly what happened to make sure that he did not die there.
Could have been one of those romantic movies where they get each other in the end and it's all beautiful.
Yeah, you guys are all about Desire Rakan. It's about Callista Rakan. Look at that.
Now. It is now. And in the end, on the way out, they didn't get each other. DQ died, and the fairy tale ended in a bad way.
Saw there briefly. Young Buck's mother on screen, here to witness her coach son dominate ninjas. Not quite as expected. Yeah. It may be the case as we move forward.
Maybe she's judging the pick and ban phase, thinking Young Buck took too many chances with the early game. We don't know.
I mean, he got a lease. That doesn't feel like a chance to me in the early game.
I mean, the point is, you could have, denied NIP running full tank engage combat. As an example, I'm not saying.
All right, well, we're gonna have to hold that thought because the kittens may be coming, but Prophet's still dead.
Yeah.
Well played by Expect.
And this is what I like about G2 is the fact they're actually in a game like this saying, no, we want to try and counter the tank comp by having 1-3-1, by killing them in the side lane, by denying them big team fights mid. NIP had that one big play in the shotgun. They used it very effectively. They got the Baron. It was possibly everything they had planned for with this comp, but they need more to win this game.
It's like a 3-minute reload when the Baron buff fades, and we're at a minute 18 until they can reload the gun.
And now G2 should be ready for it. Mithy!
Absolutely, Mithy moving forward. Sven following it up with the ultimate. No one can hit him even when the Rakan goes in. Shook tries to get the Nom, and it is going to be Sven going down. Spraddle, Nognade there on the retreat, running back to the blue side jungle, hoping to make it out, but Perks, the double kill. Expect is dishing out the damage. No, the headbutt pulled! Mithy ensuring the triple kill for Expect.
G2 Esports, despite losing Baron earlier, they're still 5,000 gold ahead after a fight like this. They got the Drakes, they will get another one for Trick and the rest of the team. And we get to see G2 saying we could get that mid-game advantage with our composition. Punish NIP a bit in the side lanes, a bit in the mid lane. Want another kill.
James ZC comes in. Prophet's going to do what he can to hold on, but the Kitty Cat Pyjamas not offering quite enough protection against 3 champions. So that's going to be the ace coming in for Expect. 6-1-1 for the G2 top laner. That is a monster performance. We wanted to know what would happen when we stopped picking the Jarvan every game, and you can see that the Gnar in his hands.
I like his Jarvan.
Definitely terrifying. I like it too, but it's nice to
You want to see him win the side lane split push. Nice engage from Mithy, showing the value of the side line. It's actually kind of the same as the play early in the game where NIP lost a few kills. They don't really respect when they can't be 5 members together. They seem to, of course, know, yes, it is a 5v5 teamfight comp they're playing, but Prophet was dead here. Like, step away, reset the map. They really always, with that group in the mid lane, want to push forward when they're actually technically not allowed to do it. And they've been punished twice now by G2 Esports, and it's cost them a lot.
And clearly they're allowed, just not the right choice. Now,
Mithy says no.
Mithy not a fan, clearly. And without the Maokai there to threaten the backline, Mithy is free to force those engages, to be that aggressive frontline Alistar leaping into the fight. Doesn't have to worry so much about peeling for the backline, although Shook did manage to get out enough damage as the Cho'Gath continues to be a massive threat for that Varus.
Baron is alive. So what NIP is called now is push down mid lane again and see if you can walk in towards the Baron pit and try and set it up. So they push down mid lane with 5. They ignore the side lanes. That bot lane wave doesn't exist for them. That lane doesn't even exist at all. It's all about mid lane and Baron. So they might just try and do exactly the same play. Start it, either turn and fight or rush it down. They have to now turn and fight, clearly.
Start it.
They did start it. Now they're turning and fighting.
A bit of poke on the backside. Arrows coming over from Varus as well, chipping down the team fight comp.
As we said, G2 this time around are like, yeah, I think I've seen this play before. You are going to rush the Baron as soon as it spawns. And they are all 5 members around. Even Expect was like, yeah, I'm not going to go over that wave in top lane or bot lane. He's like, I'm going to go join my team. So I guess...
Got to praise G2. They're adapting in-game, not always something that we credit them for, but clearly aware of what NIP are trying to do and willing to play around it. Now they start to bear themselves. 5K ticking lower.
Come on, Shook.
Is he going to go for it? Headbutt pull, trying to keep it healthy. They are going to secure it in the end, but this is now the engage. Ball not quite going to connect. In come the Kitty Cat. Sven will be rooted up. PQ throwing out damage. Has the team behind it. NIP fighting front to back. Only Mithy in the back of the team, but Prophet is taking so much damage. Perks doing so much in exchange, but Brado is going to find the knockup. Members dropping left and right. It is a trade of blows, but Trick is doing so much to shred through these tanks, and Sven and Expect are still alive. So far, it is the 4-for-1. That is a 5-for-1 trade. Triple kill for that Elise.
Right there, we see G2 Esports being the team rushing down into Baron and then taking the fight. Mithy is always behind the enemy lines here, being super annoying on this Alistar. And it's allowing his carries to actually sit there and deal enough damage. We have not seen NIP really set up a massive team fight where they could just run to the back line of G2 Esports. Instead, it's great kiting from G2 and actually really good fighting from them.
Patience, knowing when to go in, knowing when to commit those major cooldowns and the risk of going down. This is going to be G2 walking it in, folks. There were a few moments of brilliance coming in for NIP, the aggressive Baron call, but when you try to rinse and repeat against a team like G2, it doesn't always work out for you. Trick now on a rampage, but the Nexus drops, and that's going to be game 1 for G2.
G2 showing it's not just about drafting the full-on tank teamfight comp. There is definitely a lot in terms of execution, and one of the things we highlighted in the pick and ban phase was that, yes, it looks really good on paper for NIP right now with all the picks they're getting, but it is still NIP versus G2. There is a big gap in skill between the teams. I think G2 did a great thing here where they took the Elise, they said, let's play 1-3-1 against the tanks, let's practice it on stage. And they actually showed some good moves, you know, getting pressure topside with Jace, move him into mid lane, force a fight, and the Baron play, that was just a great call from NIP, more than anything. And that was actually the only thing that kind of went wrong for G2 Esports.
I mean, we have to praise NIP for that, but at the end of the day, G2 continued to adapt, continued to be the smarter team over the course of this game, and I feel like NIP, yes, they saw that play. They saw that they could do it again, but they didn't have the vision. They didn't have the setup. They didn't have the same advantage this time around. Well, G2 took the lead in this series. Let's get some thoughts from our analysts on their win.
Thank you very much, Dracos, and I want to look at what we predicted, what would happen before the game, and what actually played out in picks and bans and in the game, because who we highlighted, Trick, he's doing great in the tank meta, he loves that Sejuani, he loves that Gragas, but G2 come out with a completely different game plan against what, in my opinion, was a very, very strong draft from NIP.
Yes, they decided to go for an early game focused comp by picking things like a Jace, picking the Elise, and basically saying, we need to snowball the early game. Now, the big thing you have to highlight is that early game doesn't mean like first 5 minutes or first 10 minutes. Like, you have a fairly decent window of like the first 15 to 20 minutes of the game, but we didn't see first blood until 20 minutes and 22 seconds.
So what happened? Were the ganks not completely on point? Were they well defended by NIP? Why were there no kills in that long time of the game?
A lot of it was thanks to Shook. Like, a lot of his counter ganks were really good. We saw a lot of those 2v2 skirmishes actually going in NIP's favor, where it was actually the Elise losing out on these trades, and it's like, power of tanks, they're kind of strong. Even in the early game, like, their base values are pretty high, but they don't scale very well. And so you're looking at how effective they can be at just getting themselves through the laning phase. And I was very impressed with how well NIP were holding their own. In the mid lane, Nagne, he had a pretty significant advantage over Perks too.
They were holding their own, but then you see these signs. You see, okay, Gnar is getting ahead in that top lane, so you can have the 1-3-1. You can pull the trigger whenever you want, and that's what happened. G2 got ahead. They got a couple of kills in the mid lane. So in our minds, it was like, they will probably play it out. Yep. But then, the genius move, and possibly the only game plan of NIP coming into this one, they managed to secure a Baron, but you wanted to look at the vision specifically.
Yeah, and just it is dark. You can see that NIP see nothing around the Baron area. Like, they were in the middle lane, they make the rotation around, they just go, you know what? Let's do Baron. Nara is bot, he has TP, we don't care. Perks is pushing mid, we don't care. They know we're doing this, we don't care.
And everyone is screaming, stop right now, this is gonna hurt.
But they have a Kalista Rend, they have Smite, and they have Cho'Gath ultimate, and you just can't contest against that if you're G2. They just don't have the ability to do like 3,000 burst damage in an instant. And so NIP, they get the Baron, and then because G2 get caught completely unawares, they end up losing the fight as well. And NIP are like, oh my god, they're actually, this is exactly the kind of play that
NIP were like, plan, executed well, executed finally. You were highlighting the vision, so maybe they just thought, if this is our only chance, we shouldn't risk anything by trying to get that deep vision in, because we're going to put 100% into this Baron attempt. So in some world, it was maybe their plan executed perfectly, but I was more surprised, or happily surprised, by the fact that after that, they could go mid, they waited, they didn't just rush into it, they bided their time, as we see in this replay, to get that mid tower, to force the fight, and to pick up a couple of kills. I thought that was even more impressive.
It just highlights back to the telestrator Stress made this morning, which is righteous glory and the ability for support champions to engage, and the ease of which teams can very easily follow up. Just the fact that this Maokai ulti can just run down mid lane. Oh look, 4 members of G2 locked up, nothing that they can do. And then just individual outplays that we're seeing from NIP as well. Like, keep your eyes on Hiku this fight. The fact that he flashes over the wall, you think that he's going to die when Expect is in his face as well. But the teamwork that we're actually seeing from NIP is a real step up. And it all ties back into the fact that this meta is suiting them. This gives them the opportunity to just play as a group. They don't have to understand how to play the 12 steps of the side lane, the 1-3-1. They just group mid, they make fights happen, and their individual skill is actually helping them a lot.
Unfortunately for them, they're playing versus the reigning champions in Europe against G2. And a little bit later, they say, well, hey, there was nothing wrong with our Baron game plan the first time. Let's try it again now. But we're coming into the game at a point where G2 is more prepared because it happened before, and they are further in the game. So whenever NIP try and threaten, they just turn on Baron and fight.
And it comes back to this whole concept of vision, right? It's like, sure, early on when you didn't have that vision and you were able to catch G2 unaware, that's fine. But G2 are a team that very quickly learn. And as you rightly said, they are the reigning champions in Europe, and they will not fall for the same trick twice. So they're the ones to set a proper vision around the Baron. This time they are more than ready and waiting, and you see the true team fight power that G2 does have as they effectively dismantle NIP.
Also liking the fact for their part now that this game turns into one that they chose a different draft for. They didn't go for all the tanks. They went for some picks that we would see as suboptimal, but they make it work. And I do think it's their right also in a game like this to try it, because they have confidence in their abilities.
Of course, but there is a huge element of risk, and something that the casters were highlighting was very much this is a very difficult to execute composition, and we did see why. Because when they do group up mid and they just run it down, the ease of which it is to force these fights is very, very easy. And against stronger teams, this might not work in favor of G2, but what they are recognizing is that we do have options. These are the little things that we need to shore up, and maybe they'll stick with it going into game 2, and that could give NIP an advantage at the very least, or opportunity to get a game in.
Let's see if NIP get another strong draft, and they have a bit more in their playbook, but it's G2 that are just one win away from taking down Ninjas in Pyjamas. We will be right back for game 2.
Mid lane first blood actually going to be spent, take it down. And they get this one down. That's going to be Baron for NIP. G2 have they bit off more than they can chew, because on the front line, goodbye, Trick. You are going to drop. Mithy now running for his life. The stack still in. Leap in from Spiral. That's aggressive. He is gnarred into the wall. Expect trying to turn the fight. Can't he's allowing the knock up there. Oh my god!
Oh my god. Push it, I can solo, you guys go.
NIP fighting front to back. Only Mithy in the back of the team, but Prophet is taking so much damage. Perks doing so much in exchange, but Brado is going to find the knockup. Members dropping left and right. It is a trade of blows. Doesn't always work out for you. Trick now on a rampage, but the Nexus drops, and that's going to be game 1 for G2.
Welcome back to the EU LCS, where G2 are looking to secure the win against Ninjas in Pyjamas. Now this time around, NIP have chosen red side. Interesting choice given how successful blue has been. Yamato said, I think, blue side, I think last time we asked for a prediction, he was like, yeah, so whoever gets blue side, definitely going to win out. And it has, for the most part, remained the case across these matches.
So the reason why blue side is so successful right now is because red side, in most games, are kind of forced to ban the same champions. Zac, Caitlyn, Elise, or Kalista are some of the bans we see like so often around the world on red side, so you're kind of locked in what you can do. But I think what Nico noticed in the first draft was that G2 actually banned Zac. And G2 then first picked the Elise, which I think NIP are fine with. The Elise didn't really do a whole lot against them that they should be afraid of. So I actually think NIP might try and go in and try and copy the draft from last time and say it was an execution error more than it was a drafting error, which I 100% agree with. So in that case, it might make sense. If you once again are going to see Zac banned on blue side, then sure, NIP can still take red side because you still get your last picks, which is one of the main reasons red side is strong. So that's still fine for them.
Curious to see exactly what G2 opt for if Elise is left open again. Will they take it, given the arguably poor early game of Trick last time around? Maybe, though, if a few more of those cocoons had connected, it would have been a different story.
I mean, and this kind of thing, right? He wasn't bad. He didn't mess anything up. He just didn't get the value we normally would see from an early Elise pick. So G2 obviously relied on the Gnar and the Jace more than anything. And Mythi's Alistar in this fight here just kind of outplayed NIP because G2 are just a better team. I think Trick had some pressure, though, which is worth highlighting, but he definitely wasn't the main reason for G2 winning in that game. NIP, though, Caitlyn ban, as we mentioned, Zac ban, normally what we see, but G2 did ban it last time. Might be the same in this game, so Ninjas in Pyjamas should just not ban it and try and take that gamble. They can always ban the Zac with the last ban, worst case.
Looks like it'll be the same so far. G2 debating what they want to take away. Last time it was Zac, as mentioned. This time they're taking the Elise away.
So you can just see how G2 also, they just want to play different styles. Now they can play the Zac style instead. First pick Zac, play full on 5-on-5 team fight, where before they clearly wanted to play the 1-3-1 early game focus style.
Nico, Consulting Prophet, talking about what they need to ban. Syndra will be taken off the board, taken away. G2, what are they going to opt for in this first pick? Zac?
Zac is there. You got to take it. Just switch up the styles. It's all G2's doing right now. They're just playing different styles on stage against NIP. Kalista Maokai will still be a perfectly fine draft right here. Cho'Gath is something you need to consider as well.
Give up the Alistar. There's a lot, actually, of picks that we would consider very powerful on the current patch, up and available. Surprising to see so many of those tanks let through.
I think the Rakan, though, kind of fills the same purpose right there as the Alistar. So even if you lose Alistar, you could get the Rakan, and it's still fine. So there are a lot of picks right now for NIP. Cho'Gath, Maokai, Alistar, all three you might be looking at. Alistar also has a takeaway from Mythi, who was very successful on it in the first game. They do go with the Maokai for now. G2, do they want to play Cho'Gath? Yes, they do, because now they're playing tank comp. Last game they did not play tank comp, that's why they left it open.
So this is the mix-up. This is the tank composition coming in, or at least being considered for now, but NIP keeping things consistent. However, that means NIP are going to have to change it up. No Cho'Gath for them to round out their first pick phase with. And what are G2 going to opt for here?
So Alistar is still there to also deny Alistar Kalista, and you just build yourself a massive wall of meat right in front of a Kalista who needs about 5 minutes in a fight to actually kill these guys.
And to be fair, it's very hard to lock down a Kalista as a lot of these tanks, but if a Zac, a single stretching strike from Zac connects, a single headbutt pulverize, so easy to take out EQ.
I think at this point NIP almost have to just kind of change a little bit and actually try and say we need a strong bot lane, we can snowball. Kalista as a champion is just awful if she's behind. If she's just even in the game, it's rare she deals more damage than the opponent AD carry as well. If she gets ahead though, which is what you can do because you can play around her so effectively, she can just take over the game. That's kind of the value of her. Her rend is fantastic on objectives. I think NIP needs to play around the bottom lane in this game to get HQ rolling. Otherwise, he's never gonna kill Zac, Cho'Gath, Alistar. Because while he's busy doing that, Sven and Perks are just gonna kill the front line of NIP much faster.
You have so much. We don't even know what they're playing yet.
They're probably just gonna play Varus again. They're just, okay, now they're gonna probably play like the Cork more, and then they're gonna kill me even faster.
Definitely a tough spot to be in if you're NIP. Opting to take away the Varus, though. Definitely one of the stronger laning picks. Kog'Maw would be quite vulnerable to the early Kalista here, but NIP debating. What do they leave for that last pick? What do they hide? Expect to see the support pick here, but could look to mix it up.
I mean, I would like support here, and then you can still flex the Maokai to top, depending on what you want to play for potentially Profit or Shook. Support here would make a lot of sense. It seems to be Trundle. Could also again be Trundle top lane against this Cho'Gath. And then you can still actually pick. Right now it could be Maokai jungle, Trundle top, and you pick a support. Could be Trundle support, Maokai jungle, Maokai top. There is definitely a few different options. I think
debating though. Could be the Lucian lock-in here for Perkz in the mid lane. Long time since we've seen that in the AD carry slot. Probably not going to be the choice, but Perkz, big old grin on his face.
It's time. It is time. This man single-handedly ruined Lucian's stats in the EU LCS. What? I believe the Lucian seems to be Sven getting to play Lucian instead against Kalista.
Come on, we don't talk about hover-overs, but if we were, things do not look good for Perkz on the Lucian.
We should say it anyway, even if he doesn't play it.
All right, Perkz, looking at the stats. Not quite, I think, what you'd want to see from your mid lane Lucian. 9, 14, and 16. 2 and 3 wins and losses. But it's going to be 80 carry Lucian. It's been so long since we've seen this champion in the bottom lane in EU LCS. LeBlanc making her home in the mid lane. We know what she's going to be looking to do, but a lot of power on the individual carries here for G2, backed up by some pretty strong meta tanks.
Yeah, and I feel like G2 are actually just valuing safety and mobility because it is a Trundle support. So if you pick an AD carry with no mobility, there's a pillar appearing behind you, and then an enemy jungler shows up, and you're never getting out. Also with the possibility of something like Jarvan getting picked, there's just no way to team fight as a low mobility AD carry against Maokai ulti, Kalista ulti, pillar from a Trundle, Cataclysm, and Shockwave. Like, everything on the side of NIP would kill a low mobility target. So what G2 did, they drafted two of their most mobile targets they could for AD carry and mid lane. Even though Lucian is not the strongest AD carry right now, he does bring a dash to the table and he can peel for himself.
To a certain degree, could be safe in these fights. Something they have to consider, a similar strength to what we see from Kalista with that martial poise, the ability to maneuver around these tanks in the fight, deny so much of their burst combos, punish them for the lack of sustained damage we so often see from a character like Maokai, who is so cooldown reliant. Well, both coaches gonna shake hands. We'll find out shortly if it's going to be the last time. Take this chance now. Head on over to Twitter at LO Esports, hashtag NIP win, hashtag G2 win. Maybe you believe in a support Trundle. Does shred through tanks. Worth considering.
One of the tanks stack a lot of HP though, which he still works against.
Still scaling HP.
There's some there, but not gonna take all the stats in the world to himself.
Time to find out. The crowd in an uproar. NIP versus G2. And this is it, folks. This is game 2. Do or die for NIP. For G2, we'll have to see. Will they give up another Baron? Will they make those small mistakes? Or is this going to be the clean closeout for G2 Esports?
Yeah, if NIP lose this game, then they can't afford to lose any more games if they want to try and catch Rocket. They would also rely on Rocket losing every single game they have left in the EU LCS. So, not very likely, of course, that these NIP guys are going to avoid that promotion tournament, but they are still showing some good drafts right here, I feel like. I actually like this one as well. Jungle Jarvan coming back in, something we've seen quite a lot in other regions. Cinderhulk Jarvan being quite successful.
Interesting what we can see across the map. Spartle and Hikyu checking out what's going to come through on the level 1. Now, Trundle support, not something that we've seen as much here in EU LCS, but you do see the power of the pillar right there. It does make it very difficult to maneuver.
And there was a small thing, a lot of people might have missed it in the patch notes, that actually hurt Trundle support quite a bit. His pillar no longer gives vision when you use it in brushes. And that actually sucks, because one of the cool things about him was you had a lot of cooldown reduction. You could use that to kind of face check. No longer as effective for that. Apart from that, though, Trundle support, a lot of what he likes to do is sit in the lane, look scary, not really do anything, get out of laning phase, and then you got a point on click on that big fat tank.
The thing that people don't appreciate. Oh, look, it's a Trundle with the Sightstone. Oh, look, he just stole 30% of my tank's stats. Suddenly that Trundle has the equivalent of 10,000 gold, buying absolutely nothing. 10,000 is a random number, don't take that seriously, but a lot of gold for free.
And also, the pillar is insanely strong in fights. It's a lot of like CC coming just from being just around the pillar in terms of the slope, but also like blocking someone from actually moving around. Imagine you are a tank on the front line who wants to soak up damage so your backline can deal damage, and then you want to just kite in and out as this tank, and suddenly a pillar shows up behind you. You can't actually get out again, and you just get singled down by the NIP carries. That is what happens in fights against Trundle, and it's something we want to follow with Sprattle in this game here. Both teams have agreed, pick a lot of tanks, fight each other. G2 running a little bit more.
We haven't gotten to the fight each other part. We can assume it's there, but for now, officially, we're just in this laning phase, and the Trundle and the Kalista taking control, waiting for Sven to get a few more levels, kind of spell reliant here in the early game. But we saw there briefly on the top side, Prophet, yes, he's getting the better end of farming, but definitely suffering. The Vorpal Spike, such an effective trading tool, and very often we see Cho'Gath paired against something like a Gnar, something that can pressure it out, that can be safe, but that is definitely not the case for this Maokai.
No, 100% a free lane for Expect up in the top lane. Maokai really is one of the weakest laners specifically, but again, it's not why you pick him. It is purely for these team fights and the zone control of his ulti. So that's kind of the thing, again, about this matter is some pick and ban phases have very little focus on actual laning phase picks. Like, ooh, I want to counter pick this lane so I can win the lane. Doesn't always happen with the tanks. Oftentimes you actually pick for the composition instead, especially with supports. You can see Mithy and Sprattle here picking two supports that don't dominate their lane. Like, you don't pick these guys to make the big plays early game. You pick these guys like the Alistar and the Trundle because you want to be so valuable in late game fights. And that's why in the bot lane you might not see a lot of action happen because none of them are really looking for it.
And we look across the map, action really going to come down to the junglers where they're going to put their attention. Trick, of course, having not the most impactful game in game one on that Elise. Now this champion, Zach, hasn't been the best for him in the past, but he is looking to make an impact in the mid lane. Leaps forward, Stretching Strike's going to connect to a minion. Kiss, and maybe going to be the takedown here. First blood for Trick, right as I say it. Yeah. He comes in clutch.
Nagne did not flash away instantly, and then you see the chain CC getting put down. No cleanse from Nagne to get out of anything either, meaning that Trick and Perks together, just combining chains, the smack together with the Q from Trick. And then suddenly, you have a dead mid laner who didn't even get to use his flash.
Terrifying spot for the Orianna to be, too, because we normally expect her to go safe, but now we look at the bottom side, you can see the pillar kind of playing hell with how Sven wants to position.
So basically, I think the only way out for Nagne right now is if he kind of expects this one and he flashes as soon as he sees the jump in. He doesn't flash, he actually uses E instead, buffers that one up, so try and get himself a shield. And then there's really no way out, and he knows. It's one of those moments where you're like, why didn't I just flash? I knew it as soon as it hits me.
From talking to LCS pros, it's one of those moments where like, why didn't we ban Zach?
That might be another one.
Because that's the awkward situation. The second that Stretching Strikes connects, you are pretty much doomed.
Especially because G2 banned the Elise. NB had the last ban in that first phase. They could have just said, okay, clearly you're changing your style away from the early game right now. As you can see here in these trading patterns in the bottom lane, Trundle does nothing against Lucian because it's really easy for Lucian with a dash to just kind of ignore the pillar. And it just means that Sprattle is not really helping his AD carry.
No, but you can see he is at least mitigating the impact that Mithy brings to the table, and for now, he too is winning the 1v1 trades, and additionally, both these supports with a lot of hidden sustain in their kit.
Yeah, and then there's Relic shields, and there's Alistar heals, so no one should drop low enough for them to suddenly die out of nowhere, and there's a fight.
He's going to get interrupted. Sprattle running in onto Sven, dishing out what damage he can. Will get stunned up by the Alistar.
Ooh, Hikyu right there, not trusting Sprattle at all, just flashing away, because Mithy had a stun lined up, but Sven was stuck really far away from the actual fight, and Sprattle still had exhaust ready. Hikyu definitely did not have to flash away, but I think he just wants to try and play it safe as possible, and ends up using a summoner spell.
Now moving forward, Chains it's just, there's nothing you can do. My God, LeBlanc paired with Zach. I can't even say anything about that. It's beautiful and also horrifying.
It is, and this is something that it's kind of fun because European mid laners before Rift Rivals were like, nah, LeBlanc is too risky. Yeah, don't really she relies on snowballing too much, don't really want to play her. We saw some of the NA teams at Rift Rivals abuse the European teams with this and just camp mid, camp mid, camp mid. G2 Esports are doing exactly the same in this game. They're playing around Perks, obviously punishing Nagne twice now. Almost double the CS for Perks at level 6. Massive advantage.
And I like this adaptation of Fischio because earlier when we saw the Cassio matchup, Nagne was doing incredibly well against Perks. Cassio versus Jace for the vast majority of the early game. G2 now adapting as we come into game 2. Shutting down that mid lane, not giving Nagne even a remote chance. 15 CS, 2 assists into the hands of Perks. The Hextech Revolver just to make it even easier for him to win out on these trades. And this is not something that you come back from in the laning phase. You can see now Nagne, he can't approach that wave. And Perks is tanking 2 tower shots for free.
I mean, luckily, then Perks took 2 tower shots right there, and obviously Nagne won the trade, I guess. So, well played.
But
you walked to the tower.
Maybe a little questionable from the G2 mid laner.
But Perks is saying he has sustain now. Look at that gun. Right there.
It's not, doesn't give spell.
Oh, that's true. That's actually
It's been like 2 years.
I don't know. I just saw the gun. My brain went there. I should have said instead the corruption
Stop
potion
watching
with
your
Dark Steel.
season 3 VODs to Fischio.
It's definitely been less than 2 years.
Probably true. The Hextech items.
Wait, maybe that is 2 years.
It's only Gunblade.
Yeah, maybe. When did we get Protobelt and stuff?
I don't remember. It's this is the worst thing. Is if anyone ever asks you historical questions outside of esports teams, I'm like, oh, Syndra was released like, what, 4 years ago now? I assumed last year.
Due to me getting a bit older, my eyes are not the same anymore. I thought it was a Cutlass with some lifesteal Draco.
Are you also colorblind?
Right there, yes, I am.
Oh,
and
I'm so sorry, actually.
Don't make fun of me. And then suddenly, it all makes sense what I just said. No mistakes made.
Okay.
No mistakes.
By the way, best production team ever. They have called it in to help me burn you. 6.9 would be the Protobelt changes.
So not 2 years ago.
So not 2 years ago. Added is when Protobelt was added. So that would be the removal of
was that when we changed it? Probably. And again, just unlucky mistake. Spectator bug, I believe. And we're right back into this game, which is more important because look at Trick.
Okay, yes. Now we look across the map.
Look at Trick. He's looking for a play, Drake, if you can just focus on the game for a moment.
All right, Trick on the bottom side. Sparta luckily clearing out a bit of vision that could set up the bottom play. Unfortunately, Orianna is so absolutely behind in the mid lane that there's nothing that she can do. She has to sit in that mid lane. She has to just wait, accept that Perks is going to push her in, and cannot come for these plays.
And it only gets worse because soon Perks will get more sustain. And he can actually really start taking tower shots. It really gets tough in the mid lane.
Now the fight breaking out, though. Gonna pull him out. Let's bounce. Ooh, combined with the headbutt, but still trying to make it out. Flash out to safety. Has to burn everything, but will walk away with his life button. Maybe not. Perks leaping forward. Maybe looking for a little bit more exhaust. Not going to be enough. Suddenly, Spartle's pulled back into the team, but luckily the Fate's Call going to save the day. PQ doing what he can to clear the way because he knows there could be a dive on the way. Perks alive and well. Cooldowns. Minty is taking up the tower. That's the headbutt. Waiting on the pulverize. Trying to stack it up. Can't get the auto stun. Leaping forward. There's too much CC and IP are being destroyed in this exchange. Profit will save the life of Spartle, but that is all they're going to get.
More kills here for G2 Esports. Once again, Perks roaming as well. They want this tower right now. They want some kills too.
Leaping forward, Expect trying to find the knockup. Perks coming over the wall, throwing down the chain. Profit going to leap over the wall, trying to make it out. Knows that only LeBlanc is on that side. Now walking away.
Grump?
What?
He was in the fight.
Good escape from Profit.
G2 did not get any follow-up kills right there. Nagne finally
Neither
gets
did
some
the
time.
Gromp.
Neither did the Gromp. Could have maybe gotten 1 or 2. Had it been a bit more active.
Luckily, though, this does mean that Nagne has been able to recoup a lot of the CS. Unfortunately, Trick is also here.
Yeah, but so is Profit.
Going to stick the 2 minions together. Luckily, there's one last minion to tank it up, and Nagne is smart enough not to hit the Zac in midair, so he's just going to walk away.
Meanwhile, we see Nagne catch up and farm a little bit. We see Profit be behind, of course, in his lane, but he knows he's going to just get Righteous Glory and then try and be impactful in teamfights later on. Riftel is started right now. All of G2 are either stuck in a lane or have just gone back to base. So you can see Sven is back towards bottom lane, Mid is still in base, Cho'Gath went back to top lane, meaning NIP will actually secure this Rift Herald.
Good play, gotta say. NIP playing excellently around the back timers. You can hear the crowd excited about that. Expect gets stuck in the wall. Perfect Trundle Pillar coming in from Sparta, but they have to respect the potential for the engage. Trick trying to tie 2 people together. Now Kiss gonna get the chain knock up. The CC coming in. Let's bounce right back under that tower. Doesn't even need the shot. My God, G2 are just too far ahead. What is this champion? Double kill coming in now.
And man, Trick also just played that so well. Great combination from him. Sven gets a bot lane tower.
Well, don't forget Mickey, man. Following it up with the headbutt pole, immediately lets bouncing him back.
It's true.
It feels pretty good when an opponent can't actually push buttons. Let's see. Let's count the amount of time where people can actually push buttons once the Zac comes in.
NIP gets that Rift Herald, and then they're like, we should make more plays. Trick comes in, Trick goes out, fight in mid.
Wait, is this not a replay? I feel like we've seen this before. Nagne, one more. Auto flash. Oh. Not a replay.
He stayed alive.
Nice. Nagne gonna survive. Shook may not so lucky. All right, I'm really upset about Zac right now.
Zac is just really good at this, you know, jumping in people's faces and kill them. Expect, once his top lane tower, he's 2 levels above Prophet, and I do believe this game here, 12 minutes, is pretty one-sided, pretty heavily in favor of G2 Esports.
And this is sort of what we expected coming into the series. We expected dominant performances from G2. They tried the 1-3-1 in game 1, but maybe after the Baron, NIP fighting back a little bit, they just decided to you're pointing at the build water. Say it, Fischio.
Look at that sustain from Perks right there.
That is sustain. I can't take that one away from you.
It's back, baby.
Well, Rift Herald coming in as well. NIP, this might be their one boon. Shook spamming laugh.
Great use here to avoid the perfect game.
There you go. Now we look at G2, we look at the standings, we have to remind ourselves this match is actually very important for G2. They are in a neck-and-neck race with the Misfits. NIP on the opposite side need absolutely every win they can get. So crucial that maybe NIP look to improve some things here. However, after such a brutal early game, you're just not going to get the same chances you got last time. You said boom really loud, but it only had half health. It was like a boom, and you went for the full boom, but I respect it, Mr. Audience Member.
Is POW better than boom?
I don't know.
What is the tier list of
We're
sound
going to need to
effects?
ask the people who made 1960s Batman.
He'd be like, POW! That's also kind of cool. Maybe not as cool for Rift Herald. That's more of a boom. A bang.
I mean, I'd pitch it. Anyone? Rift Herald skins? 1960s Batman Rift Herald?
Could be nice. Perks wants to try and kill Nagne again. Pokes him for now.
Yeah, it's just going to back out. Has to respect the potential for the shockwave there, so going to give him some respect. Gunblade has now come in, so that is
sustain.
Got it. And it's going to make it a lot easier for him to win out on these trades.
See, that's green too. I thought that was the idea.
Yeah, that's fair.
I thought he just had it in 6 minutes.
The 6-minute Gunblade, definitely.
Hey, that happens.
I've seen that one before, for sure.
He's snowballing. Spraddle is doing his job as a support. Even if you are behind in solo queue, guys, you still need to get your deep vision. Sadly, you might not even get to use the wards because the enemy team is playing in your jungle, and then it kind of feels bad. But at least you can say you did your job, which is also important.
Very true. Well, Shook is also doing his job, giving blue buff over the mid lane.
He's going to find Cho'Gath right there.
This might mean that they're more comfortable forcing a play on the top side. Unfortunately, Perks dictating the pace of this game as he pressures in on the mid lane.
And as you can see, G2 are kind of busy on the other side of the map, so they don't really care about those wards being placed because they're trying to pressure his top lane tower and maybe roam mid lane and try and dive onto Nagne without that flash. Trick at least is still in there. Perks is being annoying.
Looking forward, Nagne taking so much damage. It's... there's just nothing you can do against LeBlanc that fed. It's unfortunate, but it is the case. Nagne with no flash, no heal means that one combo combined with that Gunblade is just more than enough to seal his fate.
Prophet wanted to be the hero, TP straight into the mid lane as soon as the fight broke out, and then it means top lane tower is gone. Everything is just dying left and right.
Watch this game, Shook is going to kiss the Raptor. Not what he wanted. Will not get pulled out, though. Pillar actually going to save him. Well played, Spraddle.
See, I like this because G2 makes some really cool plays, and then there will always be a play just in between where they miss everything. We saw one in the bottom lane before where the Grump joined the action, no one died. This one, the pull there from Trick actually knocked Shook out of the chain from Perks, so it didn't land. And then Trick ends up using his ulti to get just the Raptor out. Just, it's good. They're kind of like having good fights and great and bad fights.
Well, Disson is going to come in. So do the kitty cats. Look at them run. Now Sven just gonna trick. That was rude. Sven now in trouble. Actually could maybe go down here. Will get deleted immediately by the tank lineup on the side of NIP. But they may not have enough damage to keep this fight going. Perks trying to find a chance up against the team, but How has to run for his life. Spraddle is fearless on the front lines, taking those tanky stats away. Oh, Jarvan, that's the shutdown. You may not win the 1v1, but LeBlanc still can't take everybody down.
Zen was playing such a safe game, just farming, doing nothing, not joining any fights, and then suddenly he sees his jungler, a fit, tanky Zac, leave him to the cats. He gets rooted, 5 stars, like, so this is obviously Trick zoning them off the tower, but because they all end up kind of diving and taking some damage, look at this thing. Trick right here. Could have just taken it for his guy with his passive up, but he was on the tower, to be fair. Flashed it, Sven did not expect that. Had his own flash ready if needed. He ends up dying, and now it's actually a pretty cool fight from NIP. Making the call that they can still chase down Perks, and all the damage is gone, because it's Alistar, Zac, and Cho'Gath. So they just all dive on to Perks. They get the shot down. Sadly for them, it's not on main carries, but they still, of course, spread a lot of the gold between each other, so worth it in the end.
Look at the last fight. You know, damage and teamfight graphs are weird to read in the tank meta, but you can see that Cho'Gath and Zac making their impact to a certain degree. Perks, no surprises there, but Sven didn't get to participate in that team fight the way that he wanted to. Partially due to Trick, so we're going to have to hope in the future either Sven will be a little bit more willing to burn the flash, but on the side of NIP, they're happy to have that small win. It's not going to give them a lead. It's not going to put them back in the game, but it will relieve the pressure. It will give them another chance to find a similar play.
They need a lot of those plays, as you just highlighted right there. Need to see G2 be over-aggressive as well. This is the kind of game where G2 Esports normally in Europe never really drop the ball. Like, they are so good at consistently close out games. It's always been one of the main strengths of the team. As soon as they got Mithy and Sven on the lineup, of course, very vocal members, a lot of experience, played that macro game for many years back on Origin as well. So it is rare we see them kind of completely drop the ball, but Perks right now wants to keep trading, and these are the kind of moves that NIP are kind of looking for, where G2 are jumping in under the tower and hope that someone makes a mistake, maybe gets caught by a pillar, maybe they get instantly CC'd by someone, and they might actually get, you know, poked down.
Perks just continuing to be a nuisance. Has taken almost 0 damage over the course of tower diving twice now. Just leaping out before he can take any real damage. 1 tower shot, going to be mitigated by the sustain he has on the itemization. Nagne has to be miserable, but Perks could put himself in a hard spot here. He's going to leap forward. Ulti will come out. Prophet now may have overcommitted. Both sides going to back off. No one going to grab much of anything, but Shook's ultimate has been burnt.
So we got the Rift Herald, sorry, the Infernal Drake being alive. Same thing. Again, you can see old vision of mine. Getting worse and worse. Might get another fight though, because NIP are not going to give this one up for free. They definitely want to try and get back in the game.
We saw last game how important the fights around objectives were for NIP. They have still a very strong team fighting composition and want to utilize the objective control this Kalista provides, but in goes Trick. He's going to try to connect together. Doesn't look like he's going to get the opportunity, but it's Expect on the backside. May look to eat. The mid laner is going to get him down in the end. Suddenly the Maokai is looking for the disengage. He's pulling back. The Kalista still alive, still dishing out damage, but Trick is going to just knock these tanks together. Sven is dishing out the damage. Perks is moving forward. The LeBlanc looking to cut through the last bits of resistance on the side of NIP. GQ running for his life, but it's just not enough. Perks is too strong. Prophet is out of time, and that's going to be the fight for G2.
Another great fight here from G2 Esports. They played him so well. Expect coming in from the flank. Great CC setup for him to land that feast onto Nagne. And of course, with this massive goal lead, you should win these fights here. But G2 still managed to execute them very cleanly. Another great fight from Mithy as well on Alistar.
This is actually a tactic. You're delaying his respawn timer so that they'll be desynced and your team can actually take Baron uncontested.
Oh, I think Perks also wanted to kill him with the gunblade, but it wasn't ready. It's ready now.
Stop gun violence, folks.
If you just waited 5 more seconds. Let's see it again here. So, massive goal advantage. G2 wants to take this fight. Trick goes in, and Riot doesn't land anything on the first engage. Look at how Expect Riot gets CC'd. Then Mithy follows up on their Orianna, meaning that the Cho'Gath will eventually get in range to just use his feast and actually just pump it down. Sven on the mobile AD carry trying to get him to do something, and then Mithy sneaks around once again. Another great knockup from him. This Alistar is clean, and NIP will lose the fight. And I think I spotted a Titanic Hydra on the way.
You did?
From Expect.
You definitely did. Jarm's Fist and the Tiamat.
Yeah, obviously, again, the active of Titanic Hydra, with that extra bonus damage coming in, also based on your HP.
And Cho'Gath gets a lot of HP. That feels like synergy.
It is pretty damn strong with the Titanic Hydra. And the fact that also you get bigger and bigger as Cho'Gath. So at some point, it's almost impossible if you try to stand there and start spamming auto attacks away. And then what you can also do with Titanic Hydra is it's obviously used as an auto reset. So you can actually use your auto, use your E, and then use Titanic Hydra right after. And then you can auto right after again, while the Titanic Hydra active comes in.
Something definitely to consider. Titanic Hydra, a very strong item, does give that extra health scaling. Very good.
Point is, within a very short amount of time, you can get a ton of damage.
Definitely. If you look at the burst combo of autoing with the Vorpal Spikes, the Titanic Hydra coming in, not only that, but also what appears to be the workings of a Gargoyle Stone Plate, potentially for the Cho'Gath as well. He can either auto, Tiamat, auto and kill you, or he can push R and kill you, which is a pretty terrifying spot to be when you are Nagne or Hikyu.
Yep, exactly. And again, it's just a lot of damage coming in a short amount of time. Let's see the fight. Back. Dead. That's Cho'Gath.
Now leaping forward. Trick trying to get the Let's Bounce, not going to connect. Perkz taking a lot of damage in the exchange. G2, no Baron buff to push in any further, but definitely still getting the better end of all of these trades. In Officio, we look across the teams. We look at the stakes present for both these guys. NIP in a spot where they can't really afford to keep losing games. They can lose this one against G2, but we'll have to see if they want to force a fight here, maybe start to turn things back. However, 12K gold lead. Probably going to be 13 here in a second, as Perkz is just waiting to one-shot someone, although maybe.
Well, he's LeBlanc though, so he wants a little bit of time. It's not as one-shot he has.
There's a Baron happening right now. We missed it because we're watching Perkz try to kill everyone simultaneously. G2 are taking a fight, 3v5, and they may just win it anyway, expect on the front lines. NIP are backing off. They are simply too strong. The Cho'Gath, the LeBlanc, the Alistar, more than enough. Sprado going to run. Perkz now on a rampage.
Oh, Shook actually got in there. Tried to see if he can steal it. Didn't happen though. I guess the last try from him.
14K, 14.4. This is probably the final nail in the coffin of NIP, at least for this series. It's a tough spot to beat Officio, but unfortunately I feel like G2 were just the better team in this series. Game one, we had a bit more back and forth, a much calmer early game, but this time, Perkz taking a page from the Book of NA, as you mentioned, but dominating, putting that focus in the mid lane, and it definitely paid off. 0, 4, and 2 for Nagne.
It's always funny also with Perkz because he has these moments where he suddenly wants to play LeBlanc again. The guy was like so famous for this. Like he played so many assassins in his first split in the LCS, and it was all about Trick and Perkz, like making plays together. And then you see like a moment where the meta shifts away. It's all about the bot lane or the top lane, and Perkz plays all kinds of different champions. And then suddenly, from time to time, he finds his way back on an assassin like LeBlanc, teams up with Trick once again, and they make some of these plays happen where suddenly he has 2 early kills at 6 minutes, and the enemy mid laner is out of the game straight away. Still want to see that Titanic Hydra DPS though from Expect, so they butchered the point a little bit before, but obviously you go in, first auto attack with your Vorpal Spikes, then you use the active of the Titanic Hydra and you auto attack again with, once again, your E active, and you actually deal so much like instant damage from just like these 2 autos and this active from Titanic, all scaling with HP. So the fact you just stack HP is fantastic.
And you also have additional engage from the team. We can see what Trick and Mithy have been doing, being not only a strong front line, but also just insanely consistent in how often they can force the fights in the favor of G2. Baron buff now backing them up means they still need to wait for a creep wave. They are strong, but still can't afford to all-out tower dive an inhibitor in a 5v5. And Perkz now taking up precedence in a side lane.
They probably, I mean, they can try. If you get Expect in range to kill someone real quickly, it probably will work.
Does have the flash up and available.
Yeah, and Mythic can tank the tower, right? And so can Trick. So at this point, I don't think anything will stop G2 except for the fountain. Never dive the fountain.
Definitely the case. Sven not going to get caught out again. Luckily has the dash, Relentless Pursuit. A bit more of a relentless escape this time around.
Yeah, this has been the most boring game for Sven ever. He saw that come from NIP and said, you know what, I'm not going to play this AD carry without any mobility. That just gets like killed by basically everything on the side of NIP.
And to be fair, the one fight where he did not use any of his mobility did die immediately.
Yeah, he did die. So his job has been actually just wave clear, push towers all game long.
Oh, G2 pulled in. Maokai going in on the side. That's the Cho'Gath one shot. There is no escaping it, folks. G2, they're looking for the dive. They're taking him down. Does not matter what stands in their way. The gold lead is simply too large. He's diving in on the fountain, but unfortunately, this is as expected. Perks is going to make it out. Does leap right back in, though. The chain CC is clean on the side of G2. Already ripped through the vast majority of the lineup. Prophet and Spraddle probably not enough to hold on here, but they may look for the 2v1 against the Cho'Gath. Sadly, this is a little bit Cho'Gath favored right now.
Definitely heavily Cho'Gath favored.
Look at the grin on Perks' face, man. That is a man who knows he has won the game and is happy to take risks, like diving into the fountain. But Hiki was here. However, probably not going to be enough. Whatever happens right now, G2 having a little bit of fun. No chance for NIP to come back.
You got to get the KDAs up and running. You got to get some fantasy points as well. Expect Feast is soon ready. Will he get another one?
Lead forward, looking for a little bit more. But G2 taking their sweet time. Style points coming in to close it out at the end of the day, folks. That is going to be the series. G2 Esports decidedly taking down Ninjas in Pyjamas.
So everyone was looking at this game and saying, G2 Esports, they're looking back in form. Maybe not MSI level yet, but they're definitely getting up there. They're running, you know, chasing for that first place. They want to keep Misfits behind them. They want to catch Fnatic. So them obviously taking down NIP 2-0 is not a massive surprise. I think in Game 2, they can be very happy with how they did it. Game 1, they were clearly testing as well, and that's what we saw. Right? One game running early, game 1, 3-1. Next game, pick a ton of tanks who can also hard engage. And two different styles from G2 executed. They win the series.
Yeah, very solid performance. Exactly what we expected from G2 in so many ways. And from NIP, we've mentioned this before. Bottom of the standings, fighting to stay out of relegation. It's do or die now. They need to win every single match ahead of them. They need Roccat to lose. And that's a tough spot to be when your fate is not entirely in your hands. But for G2, continuing to climb up the standings, looking to contest Fnatic.
When is that?
That would be August 12th, folks.
Week 10 on the Saturday game we're looking at. But honestly, expect getting his Titanic Hydra Cho'Gath. Glad to see it. One of the things about Cho'Gath that is so obnoxious is that he's as tanky as the other tanks, if not even more because of Feast. And again, he deals damage. Like, Maokai deals no damage to you, so it's fine. You can stand against the Maokai. It's kind of like, you're not killing me. The Cho'Gath will kill you, and you can't kill him. So they got him and Zach. Like, most of the time people would look at that and be like, no. That should never happen.
No,
but
sir, please, I'll have a different pick, man.
NIP, because of game 1, they probably didn't expect G2 to just switch up the style and run the Zach and the Cho'Gath. Because it was Zach being banned in game 1 by G2, and they gave Cho'Gath over to NIP as well. And I think that just caught NIP a bit.
And we have to say, I mean, for G2, this is exactly what they wanted to have. We are right now setting up for a Mythy interview.
And you can see how sad Sven is that he had to play Lucian in this game and just kill towers and nothing else. Like, it was
Sven,
a rough game for him. He's so sad. He wanted to play hyper carry. He couldn't get to play it. We even follow him around now to see where he's going. Nope. Don't want to follow him
anymore. Trying to figure out if he's sad.
He was. I saw it on his face.
I think he was smiling, but I'll take it as sad.
It was a fake smile at the end.
I mean, it was a solid game for G2. Perks dominating that lane, buys sustain early. Works out for him quite well, we have to say.
Did get that gunblade, as you highlighted. I don't remember what else was said around the 6-minute mark.
Who knows? Who knows?
I mean, come on. We can't keep changing items. How am I going to keep up?
I mean, you know that the tank meta is almost entirely because a bunch of items have changed, right?
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that happens as a caster. Sometimes your brain just forgets for a moment, and then you say something, and you're like, wait a minute.
I mean, I definitely said that. Definitely said that Sven died for First Blood last game, but he did not. It was EQ. Now, player of the series, though, from this one man who's not afraid to abuse those new items. Eventually, Deficio will learn that they do. But for now, all he needs to know is that they do a ton of damage, and they make players like Expect look good. 12, 1, and 13, that KDA. Impressive performances on the Gnar and the Cho'Gath. Definitely dominating his lane against Prophet in both of our games.
Yeah, definitely a good thing for Expect. We are in this meta right now, because he can also play the Bruisers. We know he can play, you know, Gnar, Jarvan, Renekton, all these kind of different champions. So flexible player at the moment. Honestly, a series where you could look at any player on G2 and say, oh, this guy did pretty well. You know, maybe you should get it. But I think Expect is getting better and better, and that's important because he was one of the guys at MSI who, towards the end, actually started looking really good together with Trick, if you look at playoffs, and allowed G2 to perform well against the top teams, and they need Trick and Expect to do well.
Definitely was the case. Well, G2 took down NIP in this matchup. Let's see what Mithy has to say after that win.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am joined by Mithy. So first off, congratulations. You got yourself the 2-0, and it seemed like a very clean series overall for G2. Did you come in today like prepping something that you wanted to specifically work on for the team, or was it just generally, we're going to smash them?
I think NIP is a low-tier team right now, so we didn't really expect to lose to them. We mostly focused this week on understanding our champion priorities for the new patch and like trying new stuff out, and not just. We were basically having some issues when we got like the Braum, Sejuani, Kalista bans, because that's all we were playing in scrims. So we kind of like tried to learn new champs, new priorities, and just figure out the meta a bit more.
Understandable. And even if like in game 1 you had some early game priority, didn't quite pan out as much, you managed to pick it back up in game 2. Now, it seemed like not just your series, but even the one before it, were a lot slower than what we expected coming into patch 7.14 last week. Why do you think the games have been so much slower to start?
I think there's a big discrepancy in skill between the teams, probably, and that's the reason why one team can just get a lead and snowball it without the other team really contesting for it. So it's slow because you just don't want to make mistakes and you just want to cleanly sweep them off. And I guess if the other team doesn't really force you to make any mistakes, you just play a slow game and win it.
Well, that's fair, but I feel like it can get you caught just completely out guard one time, because it seemed like you guys in the first game were not expecting NIP to rush down that Baron. What was going through your heads when that happened?
Well, Infernal Drake was up, so we kind of tunneled too much on it. I think we should have probably just kept playing on Baron and used the fact that we have super strong mid game to make them face check. And if they try to put too many resources into face checking, then we can just walk to Infernal and get it for free. So yeah, we got a bit surprised, but yeah, it's fine.
Well, you still ended up taking the win anyways, and I've been a little unfair since you guys had a pretty crushing victory. I want to get your thoughts on some of the things that have been changing down in the bot lane, because you now brought out Alistair twice today, and it seems like that is suiting your style. Is that something that you like about this new meta?
Back then, 2015, I would play the meta that is being played right now. Trundle, Braum, I mean, not really, but like Trundle, Braum, Alistair, Kennen support, these kind of things was what I was playing back then, and that's kind of the meta that's back. But I feel like I'm really good at playing range supports too. So I'm just sad. I mean, I got my ass handed really, really hard at MSI and at Worlds. So I had to teach myself to play range support. So I'm just kind of sad that now the meta is back when I'm pretty sure I can be really good at range supports now. So yeah, now I can just play everything, I think.
Well, that's a good thing, especially with all the new international stuff coming up. So last question for you, Mithy, then. Since you guys have been playing pretty well across the board, the G2 slump is over. What's the next big challenge ahead? Is there anybody else in your group you're worried about, or is it all about that Week 10 showdown with Fnatic?
Not really sure how the standings are, and if we have any chance of taking over Fnatic, or if Misfits has any chance of taking us over. So I think we'll just do our thing and try to get good and understand the meta the best we possibly can for playoffs, and be able to adapt as fast as possible and just be like the old G2 that was always the first to learn the game in Europe. And that's kind of what gave us the biggest advantage, was the fact that we were just smarter at drafting and smarter at knowing what we wanted to play and how we wanted to play compared to other teams. So we want to be back at that level. And I think at the start of the split, we struggled on that because we just didn't have enough time. But I think now we've been able to catch up, and now we're probably just going to like go past the other teams. It's pretty likely.
All right, well, we'll see how you guys do coming into playoffs. Thank you very much, Mithy, and congratulations on your win.
Thanks.
All right, with that, we're going to send it over to Shox to wrap up the day. Let's take it away.
Thank you very much, Pyra. And I am super happy to welcome Luka Perkovic to the desk. It's been a while since you've been on the desk, so
Hello.
welcome. Yeah,
Thank
congratulations. Good series overall. We were talking a lot about the tank meta and what's it like for the top laners or junglers or the bottom lane, but what's it like for mid laners? Did anything really change for you?
Well, it did change a bit. Like the main champions like Syndra, Talia, Orianna, mages most likely, are still in the meta. I mean, have been in the meta before. Tank meta has come here too because they're just strong lane and have strong teamfight presence. But before you could actually pull out assassins like more frequently, like I was playing stuff like Echo and Fizz and even Zed and stuff like that. But now when there is tanks, those champs are really inefficient, so you can never basically pull them out again. So basically you have to just play all the mages and find a maybe new mage pick, or I don't know.
Yeah.
Jace is quite okay too. Like Jace and Lucian are okay for AD picks. But as of assassins, you can't really play assassins.
Not really assassins.
LeBlanc worked out now, but I don't think LeBlanc is still like so strong in this meta. It's kind of like a risky pick, so it's very often banned instead of like picked, you know.
Well, Vedius was mentioning that you just need to put resources into LeBlanc. You can't just pick
It's
it.
one of those ones that we saw NA make work really well at Rift Rivals, where they just kept ganking mids to the point at which they even sent their support mid lane multiple times to make sure that LeBlanc got ahead. And that was part of the reason why we thought European mid lanes were picking her up, because you can see that you can do well with her, but I feel like EU teams have also just gotten better at being able to play around that kind of, because this is the second time now that you've done that, where you had it earlier on in the split after Rift Rivals, and we had a level 2 Sejuani gank mid, and then after that, like, Perks just went off on LeBlanc. So you can do it, you just need the investment.
Well, Perks did it in this series, and you guys closed it out 2-0. Meta-wise, we were talking to Mithy, and he said, well, I think we're back in our flow in terms of catching up to the meta really quickly. Obviously, the big question is, the meta isn't going to stay the same. 7-15 is around the corner, which also a lot of champion changes. So how confident do you feel that you've learned from kind of the slump to be better adaptive to metas in the future?
Well, I can adapt to any meta. It's not really a problem for me. I personally like to play every meta, like just so it's like so there is some difference, because if you play only mages for 1 year, it's kind of boring.
Yeah.
But this year it's been like a lot of changes actually, like from supporting mid laners to mages to assassins to mages. So it's been quite a ride for mid lane. Maybe now it's like a bit stale, if you could say so, but I don't mind so much. Yeah.
But one of the things that I feel like we here in Europe have always said about G2 is that they have been slow to adapt to metas. So can you give like your 2 cents on why you think this perception exists for G2, and why we think that you can't pick up these new picks or new strategies as quickly as others?
I don't know why this perception exists. I didn't even know that existed, honestly. It's just been now first time ever, I think, after MSI, because we didn't have time to play as a team on a new patch, and other teams were bootcamping for 3 weeks before the split, and we didn't even have time off, so there was mental burnout and new patch, and everything combined caused us to be in a slump, let's say, the first 5 weeks and revivals. But as soon as you like actually start talking about meta and preparing and having more team talks and working really hard, I think we are on top of the game and just know what to do.
Yeah, I can't remember who it was with, the G2 member a couple of weeks ago already. I was saying that also just in scrims that it just feels better. You guys are having fun again in scrims, and you're having fun again in the games, which I think is something when you lose it is very difficult to get back. So we think of G2 in terms of before Rift Rivals and after Rift Rivals. So would you say that was really the wake-up call that needed to push you over kind of the little bit more to get back on the horse?
Yeah, I definitely think so. I think we would have gotten back on the horse even if there wasn't for Rift Rivals. Maybe it would take us a week longer, because it was already like exploding what we had. Not exploding, but everyone could feel it. So we were gonna have a talk regardless, and it's just good that it happened for us, because and Rift Rivals was also good because we got best round practice.
Yeah.
So it's better to go 1-5 now than in the World, right?
That's true. The NA teams didn't get any good practice, but damn well if G2 turned it all around. Well, a couple of teams also in cross-group play have surprised us. Today was, again, coming back into the normal groups, and Vitality went up against the Mysterious Monkeys. Dominant 2-0 victory. Vitality and NM both had done good things in cross-group play, but I have to say I was quite impressed with Vitality today, how they closed it out, even though that playoff spot is mathematically very far away. This is something for them to be proud of.
Yes, they seem to be drafting really nice compositions. I love the fact that rather than going for more of the full-on tank meta, we actually saw in Game 1 a really interesting disengage meta where they demonstrated it's still possible to play things like the 1-3-1, and they also demonstrated that they can also team fight as well. So Vitality at least demonstrating an element of versatility. Still feel like they're just a little bit slow in terms of their proactivity in the early game.
I just want to see Vitality actually stepping up their game versus top-tier teams, because I think they have obviously now shown us that they are just like a middle pack. I don't know, they are right beneath the top teams and obviously better than all the bottom teams, because they have actually, I think, 2-0 area of the bottom tier team. So they are actually a pretty decent team. Just something is lacking for them to pick it up versus better teams. Like they played only Fnatic and us, I think, and Fnatic stomped them, and we lost one game and then we turned it back. But I think maybe they can put up a good showing versus Unicorns and road
Well,
teams.
they do have a very tough schedule. They have H2K, they have the Unicorns of Love in the next couple of weeks. So when we look at Vitality, obviously we know that the last years even, they haven't been completely up to par, but now it's kind of a new leaf. They have Yamato, he's starting from zero. So do you think they are kind of on track, or should they have been a bit further now?
I think they can be good. I think so, yeah. I really think so. I just don't know if they can. I don't think they can make it in time.
Maybe not in time.
It's one of those things.
It's really too short time.
Yeah. It's one of those things where you have so many expectations for Vitality, but then they never quite meet those expectations. And I think that they're definitely on the right track. We talked a lot to Yamato, and he says that we built in the framework. We effectively had to build from the ground up. And I think that they're going at a steady rate. But as Perk says,
if we follow the splice rate, then by next split, they'll be a top team at the end of the spring set. So we'll have to track it. Let's take a look at the standings, because Vitality have taken control of the fight for 4th place in Group B. Just one thing, Mysterious Monkeys mathematically cannot get playoffs anymore. I know it's not a big shocker, but well, definitely important to say that as well. So we'll see how that evolves.
Can Ninjas in Pyjamas get playoffs?
I think mathematically that's also impossible, Perks, but thank you for also mentioning it. But very interesting in terms of the top 3 in each group. G2, 2nd place and on the resurgence, and only 1 series win after Fnatic. You're coming for Fnatic.
We're coming for you.
Week 10, we've said it a million times. Week 10, Saturday, the 12th of August. Write it in your calendar. So if the match was right now, how hard would you smash Fnatic?
Pretty hard, honestly.
All right. So then in 2 weeks, still, yeah.
In 2 weeks, maybe the meta changes, so G2 will not adapt.
No.
I don't know.
Yeah.
You'll see.
Do you, if you look at the top 3 across 3 groups, and for Vedius for you as well, who is like the biggest title proponent and who is an outsider chance for the summer title?
I feel like, so personally, I think Fnatic is a little stronger than G2 right now, simply because I think that they've adapted really quickly to the meta, and they've demonstrated that they have not only extremely impressive individuals, but they can also play how the game is supposed to be played right now, and they seem to be really quick at adapting. So any sudden changes, I think they'll pick up pretty quick.
I just have to giggle because we announced they're quick at adapting when they played certain 80 carries until 2 weeks ago, but that was the identity of the team.
And it was, and it's also something that they've made pretty vocal, that they just all decided it's time that we kicked stuff together, right? But also the team outside I'm looking at is Splice. I think like they're making really good growth. I feel like their consistency is improving, but they need to now prove it against the top teams as they go up against some pretty tough opponents even tomorrow.
Do you have an outsider out of the top 6? Do you think Misfits might be the one that could make a great run? Is Splice the one we're looking at?
I personally like Splice. I think they could do a good run. I think they could like surprise out of all the other teams. Besides that, I don't really know. I don't think any teams besides Fnatic will be like any contender anyways.
So. It seems like all the other teams have some things to deal with. H2K not able to beat the top teams yet. Unicorns of Love seem to be faltering a bit. Misfits is quite a wild card for me as well. So Perks might be right. G2 and Fnatic are the teams to look at. And you said about adapting to the meta. I actually think it's quite impressive of Fnatic that they're now on a fantastic record. They have changed their style up when it was starting to falter, even though they didn't do well at Rift Rivals. But they're having kind of the best split in seasons for them. So I think we have to appreciate the fact that with this lineup, they've are making a great run in summer.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to deny the fact that Fnatic are playing extremely well right now. I'm excited to see what they can do moving forward. Saturday, 12th of August, going to be a very hyped day, but...
There's no hype in getting 2-0.
But you can see the confidence that exists for G2. And for some of the other teams, like, I'm almost certain Maxwell will have that same level of confidence going up against them tomorrow.
Yeah, Perks made the bet, and you said we won't drop a game, but I think you can still be happy with what you've done after Rift Rivals because you're winning all the series. Or are you incredibly disappointed that you couldn't send the Fisho to
I think we're like 5-0 now in a row or something.
You are.
But I'm kind of disappointed. Like, as I said before, like Mitty really wanted to lose a series because it says, hey, it's really boring if we don't lose a game. Like, you don't feel a rush. So I was like, oh, okay, dude. If you want to lose some games, it's fine. It's fine for me. So yeah. Now I'll have to settle for the series because Mitty is too bored otherwise.
Mitty is too bored. I can see that the jokes are running again. It's kind of like the G2 spirit is back. I think I asked you in the beginning of the split, or was it last split, how big is the chance that G2 is the champion again in summer? And I think then you said like almost 100%. How big is the chance now that G2 are summer split champions?
Well, now like the chance is a bit lower, but I never cared about chances or odds. not against VAR Elite or against SKT. So I'm calling G2 for Summer Champions again.
I like that, especially talking about MSI and SKT.
But what I'm also super curious about is who you think, because we are approaching that point now where like Worlds is a big talking point, and the top 3 teams that represent Worlds at the start, everyone was like G2, Fnatic, UOL, without a doubt, easy peasy. But right now I'm thinking G2 and Fnatic, still looking really convincing, but that third one, I'd love to know what Perks thinks. Like, who do you think could be that third possible team to go to?
Honestly, it could be like literally anyone from the other 6 or the other 4 teams. I don't have anyone like who could outstand right now. I'm gonna give it to Splice. I believe in Splice. Yeah.
Yeah, then it would be same as last year, except for H2K would be replaced by Fnatic. If that was the case, and I gotta say for us though, it's cool that it's not 100% sure that G2 is gonna be Summer Split champions. I gotta say it's a bit more dynamic, which is cool. So unfortunately for you, if it means being in a bit of a slump, but
this might even be the first split that G2 do not get a bye in the playoffs as well.
Actually, that is true.
That's important.
It's gonna be really fun for me to play quarterfinals. If that happens, of course.
Yeah, if that happens, and if you don't win, I'm running this back to you. But well, we'll see what happens. Well, let's take a look at what we've got on the plate for tomorrow. Time for the top teams to show their strength, starting with an important matchup in Group B between H2K and Slice. Oh, that biceps indeed. And that smile by Jankos, or it is a battle roar because he's going up against Trashy and Splice, and then Misfits versus Fnatic. Oh man, first up, Splice versus H2K. So H2K's record so far, the split, they haven't been able to beat Fnatic, they haven't been able to beat G2, they haven't been able to beat the Unicorns of Love. So this for me is quite a big test for them, and the same token, it's also a very big test for Splice. So Perks, what is your prediction as to how it's gonna go and who's gonna win?
Well, I think it's gonna be a 2-1 for Splice.
What will make the difference?
I don't know, I think Splice bot lane and top lane are maybe better than H2K's, but I'm not sure.
Would you say that that's something that's changed in time? I think especially the top lane could be a toss-up because Odoama has always been really good in that top lane.
Well, Odoama has always been really, really good, and Wunder has been a bit boosted, like in the beginning of Split, or I don't know when it was, like he was just running it down. But I think Wunder is quite good now again, and I think that overall it's just a really close matchup, but and then H2K, I think, has a stronger mid lane point, but mid lane is not so like 1v1 anymore. It's just about the team, how you play together. So, and Senkux has always been like a really good team player, and he doesn't care about his lane that much. So I think maybe Splice has an advantage. I'm not sure though. We'll see.
I think you're going to see a severe clash in styles where typically Splice have not been a super proactive early game team, and they've usually been very good at punishing the mistakes that other teams make. And H2K typically are an early game focused team that build a lot of snowbally early leads, and then they're really good at closing things out through good map play, good vision control, and I think it'll be really interesting to see whether or not late game team fighting has improved from H2K, and whether or not they can play the slow early game into the strong late game, and if Splice can be more proactive in the early game, because it was something Trashy was vocal about on PGL that he wanted to try and improve.
Right, so who are you calling it for?
I, in my head, expect H2K to win 2-1.
2-1. Well, we'll see tomorrow. The other one, Misfits versus Fnatic. Well, obviously, we think that Fnatic is the stronger in this matchup, but maybe the meta has something to say about it, Verius? Do you think it could go any other way?
I think that if Misfits can stop doing dumb stuff, yes. Because they have this tendency to get really good leads or be playing the game really well, and then they just see something that they don't think about, and they do it anyway.
Baron.
And Baron, tower dive, anything. And it goes horribly wrong. And it just happens too often. It's happened way too often throughout the split. And when we go back to one of our original stories, like Maxlaw's here to improve the communication, you're like, why aren't they communicating these sort of plays better? Why is the communication still not what it's supposed to be at week 8 in the summer split?
Perks, do you see Misfits beating Fnatic tomorrow?
No, not really. I think Fnatic will 2-0 them, unless there is a chance that like Cubs goes for some off-meta picks again, and then maybe like runs it down a little bit, and then like Misfits has a chance. But other than that, I think Fnatic is just stronger on every position, or the team play is also better. Even though Misfits has had some strong early games, I don't think they can pull it off against top teams. So we'll see.
We will get all our answers tomorrow. Thank you very much for joining us, Perks, and good luck the next couple of weeks. Thank you, Verius, for joining me. And time for us to log off for tonight. Thank you very much, and join us tomorrow for 2 thrilling series in the EU LCS. Have a great night. Bye.
Ace in the hole is going to get blocked. The barrel is going to knock Kozku even further forward, and that's going to be first blood.
Oh, nice. Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
Nice flush. And just go for the Nexus. They don't even need to take this fight, but they're going to pad those stats, baby, as Steelback gets a dominating kill to close out this game. Vitality 1-0. It's Nukeduck who wants to go to the skies this time. Kikis looking for a hunt on, but Steelback is the one who manages to find out Yuki. Kikis goes down for the double kill. Steelback.
Nice.
Fine. I'm fighting on that. I'm dead.
Just don't die anymore. Don't die anymore.
Go to the beginning. I can go to the beginning.
Go for Ragas. Nice. Go ahead and... Oh.
Give. Quadra.
We're killing him.
So and it is GG. Viva Vitality. And they get this one down. That's going to be Baron for NIP. G2 have they bit off more than they can chew because on the front line, goodbye, Trick. You are going to drop. He is gnarred into the wall. Expect trying to turn the fight. He's going to knock up their whole. Oh my God.
There's a comp,
Oh my God.
Push it, I can solo. You guys go.
Perks doing so much in exchange, but Brano is going to find the knockup. Members dropping left and right. It is a trade of blows. Trick now on a rampage, but the Nexus drops, and that's going to be game one for G2. Now moving forward. James it's just there's nothing you can do. My God, LeBlanc paired with Zach. I can't even say anything about that.
Rest in peace, man.
Perks is moving forward. LeBlanc looking to cut through the last bits of resistance on the side of NIP. G2 running for his life, but it's just not enough. That is going to be the series. G2 Esports decidedly taking down Ninjas in Pyjamas.